the cold welding phenomena, the cosmic ray particles, a very, very bad day in the office. So there you are, Myers. Okay?
Yeah, you're
Space is an ugly place. All right? Space is an ugly place, not very welcoming at all.
Yeah, no shit, mate.
That's right. I'm glad you're beginning to learn now. Did you like that one there, Ultimate?
That's why they wear suits and they're in a fucking spaceship, pal.
Ladies and gentlemen, about the spacesuits. Well, the reason for the delay at the moment from NASA going to the moon, we're meant to be going to the moon next year with the first black man, the first man of color to land on the moon, supposedly meant to be happening next year, and the first woman. Okay, all right. The reason for the problem: spacesuits. The spacesuits are not protecting them from the radiation. They offer no protection, and then they're going to be going to the southern side of the moon, where it's minus 400 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, where do they have anywhere they can test to those temperatures so that the actual product works? And I'm an expert on products like that. I'm a motorcyclist. I wear boots and that. After a number of years, the plastic starts to crumble. And that's in Earth's atmosphere, 14.7 psi. So how material are they making this suit out of that's going to survive minus 400 degrees Fahrenheit? And how did they test it? These are the questions, okay? Right? And this is why NASA is not going to the moon next year. It was built for next year. They moved it to 2030. Okay? They've kicked the can down to 2030 because of the suits. So the question they're asking now, we the flat earthers and the experts out there, why don't they use the Apollo suits? They worked 6 times, didn't they? Yeah, didn't they work? Yeah. Why don't they use that suit? It protected them, supposedly. Why are they having problems? Ladies and gentlemen, the suits does. When they asked Grumman, right, do the suits protect you for the radiation? No, they do not. There you are. So don't be telling me about.
Yeah, but they're in an airtight fucking moving metal object, pal.
They're in an airtight moving object that's outgassing, and the structural integrity of the instruments and the spacecraft is being hampered and compromised every second it's in there. So no, ladies and gentlemen, they would have not made it to the moon at all. They wouldn't have made it past the first. They wouldn't have made it past the first radiation belt, because the first radiation belt would have totally destroyed the spacecraft and killed all the occupants instantly. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, but you do know they did make it to the moon, bro.
No, they didn't make it to the moon, ladies and gentlemen. They lied. We know that.
They took pictures.
We know that from Bill Woods and Bill Casing and what's the other guy's name? James Collier, for example.
They took pictures.
Three men of impeccable integrity.
Oh my
and
God.
Ralph Renee, should I mention as well? Ralph Renee. Forgot to mention him as well, yeah.
Right,
4 men of impeccable integrity.
What are you saying? What are you actually saying?
I'm saying that Ralph Renee, when you look at Ralph Renee's book called NASA Mooned America, NASA really mooned America, in that book you learn about how NASA was ill-prepared to go to the moon. Then you've got Bill Casing. No, they didn't. Then you've got Bill Casing, who worked for Rocketdyne. Now, who's Rocketdyne, you're thinking? Rocketdyne is the company that NASA contracted to make the F-1 engines to put onto the Saturn V rockets, okay? Now, Bill Casing witnessed these rockets blowing up and the engines failing due to what he called combustion instability, okay? That's what he called it. And it showed that it was a very hard thing to do to put a man on the moon and return them safely. In fact, they did the maths with their colleagues, and it turned out to be a 0. Of America. That tells you how Americans.
You cut out, mate.
Did one called, was it only a paper moon? okay, where he looks into the LEM, the Lunar Excursion Module, and shows you how this thing could never have worked in space, and challenged Mike Hughes, right, who was the top man in NASA, who trained all the astronauts supposedly. Frank Hughes, sorry, his name is Frank Hughes. And he said, Frank, that thing was done on Earth, okay? And that was a great one. That was James Collier. And the last guy that I mentioned, who was that? Bill Casing, Ralph Renee. There's one more person. Who was it? I forgot to mention. Anyway, that'll do. I've got one more.
You cut out, mate.
What's his name? Come on.
Oh, my Lord.
Bart Sibrel.
You cut out.
Bart Sibrel. One is called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon by Bart Sibrel. And the other one is called Astronauts Gone Wild by Bart Sibrel. Okay? And these two documentaries prove to you that they never went to the moon. You see all the shenanigans that are going on in the spacecraft. Yeah, I don't want to spoil it for you, but it's a good one. And Astronauts Gone Wild, he's given them he's challenged, what's his name? Neil Armstrong with $5,000 if he would swear on the Bible that he went to the moon and he can donate the money to a charity of his choice. And he didn't do it. All the other they ran from Bart Sibrel. Okay, Myers, hope you're getting a comfortable sleep on your orthopedic bed.
You cut out. I didn't hear half the things you said because you cut out. You just sort of listened, do you?
So can you say that again, please?
I said you cut out, so I missed half the shit you said.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I didn't realise I'd cut out, but I'm back here now. Do you want to hear it again then?
No, because I heard the last part of it and it's all a load of shite. Sorry for swearing.
Yeah, it's not a lot of the brown stuff. It's all clean, unabated truth.
We landed on the moon and we took pictures back.
No chance of that happening. The outgassing phenomena, the outgassing phenomena, the cold welding phenomena, the cosmic ray particles, the three radiation belts would showstopper, and the number one showstopper, ladies and gentlemen, you can't go for a poo in space. It'll kill you. There you go.
Yeah, that's not true. That's clearly not true.
It's true. It's definitely true.
It's
definitely true. I don't want to go into it today, ladies and gentlemen, because I've done it for 3 days, and 3 days in a row, and we will cover this topic matter.
You've been incorrect.
A few months down the line, hopefully. Yeah, I did it 3 days in a row.
You can take a poo in space, mate.
The toilet problem about space and the toilet problem, and we also looked into the Antarctica and the challenge of those who are supposed explorers going to Antarctica. How do they go to the toilet in minus 60 degrees Fahrenheit, Celsius, and winds at 100 miles an hour. 60 miles an hour winds, not 100 miles an hour. 60, that's 100 kilometres an hour. 60 miles an hour winds. Yeah. We did look into that as well.
Buddy, you think they're just taking poos in the middle of the wind?
Look, when you're actually in a zero-G environment, if you could ever be in one, when you go to the Vomit Comet, for example, that's the Russian plane that takes this parabolic arc and it simulates for you zero-G. They all end up chucking up, ladies and gentlemen. That's why it's called the Vomit Comet, okay, because they end up chucking up. And they only experience 2.5 hours of this weightlessness, but at every 40 seconds to 50 seconds stints. Okay? Right. So imagine doing this mission to the moon, which is like 8 days or 12 days. You're not going to make it. You're not going to make it. Of course not. You're going to be very Tom Dick. Tom Dick means sick, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to be very Tom Dick, ladies and gentlemen, and that's not good when you're Tom Dick, with your stomach upset, floating around. Okay? Yeah. Because the human body is not accustomed to being in a weightlessness environment for so long that you either end up chucking up or you're doing diarrhea. And then you risk, ruining your life in the spacecraft. Spacecraft could shut down and explode, and then you're a very sorry man dying in space. But anyway, we can cover that better next time. That was just a little...
Yeah, you're saying you can't take a shit in space. That's crazy, bro.
No, you can't. You can't.
Yes, you obviously can.
No, you can't, ladies and gentlemen. Because when you do, you risk having this thing floating around in the spacecraft.
Obviously you don't. They have fucking ways to deal with waste.
Especially if it's liquid poo.
They
And you
have
remember
ways
back
to
in the
deal with
60s,
waste.
you might
bro.
remember the electric components back in the 60s, these big toggle switches, to make a massive, not those toggle switches. If the poo and the urine gets behind that stuff, you blow up, goodbye.
No, you're
It's
wrong,
no
bro.
good.
Yeah, you're
I'm
wrong.
right, mate. I'm right,
You're
mate.
fucking
Don't
out of
worry.
pocket, mate.
No human being. I put it to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the human being would be off his food. Those astronauts would be off the food, such because they want to chuck up, or have it pour out the back. Yeah, they will want to eat anything, for fear of chucking up or diarrhea. And did they have enough nappies to cope? That's the other thing. How many nappies did they have for all the 3 astronauts during the Apollo missions? That's another question. Because weight is a premium.
This is mental illness. This is mental
No,
illness.
it's not. It's a fact. It's what we're telling you is that weight was a premium. Remember, the rockets have the payload has to be managed. Now, did they have enough nappies for every single astronaut?
Yeah, I should be paid a premium for listening to this shit.
Because you never know when a diarrhea is going to happen or you're going to throw up. Do you know what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? They didn't plan it well. This is how we know they didn't go.
This is how we know, ladies and gentlemen, that this guy is autistic.
Not at all, ladies and gentlemen. Do I sound autistic or do I sound coherent? Giving you the sources to my information. What is this young man Myers from
like
the orthopedic
autism.
bed?
Oh no, no, no. You gotta keep the chimpanzees inside the chimpanzee habitat. If they get out, it's like game over. There's like right now we're already marching towards oblivion. They just turned like the doomsday clock up a few seconds. But if you let the nutcases of the nut house and just let them roam freely around the internet, that's like game ogre right there. That's it.
So that server is basically their life support.
Yeah, it's like their echo chamber where they just stir in their own shit. What's good is like they eventually created the perfect platform where they've got everyone and they agree with each other and they all disagree at the same time, and they just spaz out over minor misunderstandings of very simple words.
Sounds like the ideal world in equilibrium.
Yeah, it's really something glorious.
So if emotional fuel could be turned into energy, that would be a perpetual motion machine.
Yeah, the endless spiraling and triggering over flat Earth would be, that could. I wonder if they could harness the power of that, like the energy.
Yeah,
Call it geothermal.
Yeah, like I was listening to you guys for like the last hour. I really appreciate that, Amish, what you've been talking about, the whole thing. But what you just said about the energy from the spurging and the spiraling, like remember that guy, the German guy who created the water thing where he had swirling water and he created energy from that?
Yeah, Schaumburger, Victor Schaumburger. Yeah,
that one, a Schaumburger globe spiral device. I just thought of that while you guys were talking. But yeah, don't make Crit's life more harder by bringing them in here with Twinkies. That would be.
Dude, I got a funny story about this. So I was in college, and for a senior capstone course, they brought in a senior engineer vice president from Pratt & Whitney. He was responsible for developing some of the jet turbines for Pratt & Whitney. He was talking about the technology and how it worked. And he was going into some of the dynamics of the vortex that these engines create. And he told us that the turbine engines, the creation of the vortex pressure zone, is a more efficient mechanical device than the bicycle.
Yeah.
Wow. See, I believe that. Like since I've come along here and the last almost 8 years, 7-8 years, I've thought of these things about like the turbine and how that conspiracy about jets that they don't need fuel. That once they start up with that high pressure air, it's just a continuous cycle, and that would be awesome, man. Like to create like an engine like that for like well they probably already exist, but a small turbine to like power a boat or anything actually.
Yeah. Yeah, that configuration is so energy efficient. It is almost self-sustaining, but not entirely.
Yeah. Now the other thing is that what was that you posted about the freaking plasma motor or something? Hold on, let me pull.
Yeah, the electrodynamic drive.
The ion motor, like the ion. Like I was looking at that. I would love to build something like that. And this guy, yeah, the plasma channel that you posted, that Necros posted actually, about how to build a small radio-controlled plasma motor catamaran.
That's awesome.
But I mean, that's just a smaller scale model, you know. But that would be cool to be able to test it on something larger, you know, like a small, like maybe a rowboat. I don't know. I'm just kind of like open thinking here, you know.
Yeah, what they're moving away from is they're moving away from mechanical fins moving a medium of air to create the vortex.
Yeah.
To using ionic propulsion, using electrostatics, electrodynamics to move the air, using magnets, using charged plasma to create the vortex, the same vortex that mechanical fins would have to create. It's a lot more efficient when you do it electrically, like the Dyson motors that push air around.
Yeah. So like what this also makes me think of, and this, I think if you merge certain types of technology, you could come up with something really amazingly economic. And what I thought of just now is I thought for years about flywheel technology. If you can make flywheels that you wind them up, like you could even wind it up just with your hand or a small motor just to wind it up initially and get it started, and then have like magnets so you could create a vortex with flywheels.
Yeah, and a wind-up motor. Yeah, you could create a plasma vortex with a wind-up motor.
Yeah,
absolutely right.
That's incredible, man.
I will post a video where you can create a vortex of air with ionic thrust.
Yeah, I was looking at that about building a catamaran. Sorry, Denmark.
That's freaking wicked, dude.
Yeah,
Watchmaker's been doing it for the longest. Rolexes and the little bird watches and the cuckoo, all the little watchmaker masons.
Sporadic, I know that you love that channel. Videos I sent, it's from the same channel. That guy is just an engineer, electrician, and he does many experiments. He made many ionic thrusters, many types. He made even wings of a plane with ionic thrusters built on the wing, so you can just place the wing on any type of shape, like a cone or a cylinder, and it will fly like normally, like a plane.
That is wicked cool, dude. That reminds me. Thank you for sharing that. I'm going to check it out. We have a gold status moderator in 24/7 who runs a YouTube channel, and he tries to recreate Tesla inventions. Did you know that? One of our flat Earth buddies runs a YouTube channel where he does engineering of Tesla's inventions.
No,
that's awesome, man.
Let me post it. Here we go. Master Evo. That's Evo. That's Golden Monkey guy.
See, I've thought about these things like the static electricity
channel. This channel is about open source.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, there must be a lag, so we overlap. I apologize. let me just finish what I was making a statement about. I've thought about this for years, that I thought there might be a way to propel yourself. Now, I don't know, like I ride a bicycle a lot. So I thought about this in reference to a bicycle motor. Somehow, I don't know, because you need a grounding, so you could just drag a ground. I don't know how efficient that would be, but if you could make yourself somehow the positive and negative of the static of the earth, that you could propel yourself somehow. Now, I don't know if you would use a motor of some kind, or what you would do, or if you could possibly somehow use the electricity from the earth itself to maybe even create an ion or a plasma thruster or something like that. So
Jay Leno had the turbine car. They made it a long time ago. The actual car with the turbine in it from Chrysler,
Right.
that runs on everything. Yeah. So like that, I mean, it really is efficient. It's just compressed, super compressed. You just have a big thing, and it's cone shaped, and it all the way down it just recompresses what it's already compressed to a focal point, and that's the
is it using compressed air?
compressed air and then
Yeah.
whatever you put in it from heat.
I've seen that air powered motor before. Yeah.
It runs on everything: peanut oil, perfume, probably pee. I mean, anything that can. Might run on gas, like just air, gases. Not liquid gases, but just air gases also.
Well, if you compress gases enough, they combust. Well, I mean, certain kinds of gases, like
Correct.
petroleum gases.
So if you had a little canister and just sprayed it like.
Yeah, man. So, like, the diesel technology is like that, where they just have injectors, and then the compression is so high. Once they heat up the plugs, they just continue to go with that compression. Yep, pretty amazing.
Really?
Yep. They don't really have a spark. They just have glow plugs. I've seen on a big ship. I was able to go on board and visit with people that were sailing on a 3-masted frigate, 120 feet long. They had a 6-foot tall 1-piston diesel engine, and they mashed up bananas and shit like that. Coconut oil, like they used cooking oil. They could run anything in that motor.
Yeah, why not?
Water.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can mix water with something else. As long as it could burn, then it could run on it. But they had to like mash it up and stuff like that to make it thinner, so they would
refine it.
Shit.
Compress it together with another thing, or mix it in a certain ratio. Yeah, it's like they do oil and coal, or water and coal to make gasoline. Same shit.
Yeah. I mean, they could ferment. You could ferment something and run alcohol in it, like anything.
Yeah, even water and coal, steam and coal make gasoline too.
Yeah, I have to go to breakfast here pretty soon, but I've often thought about small diesel engines, that could be used on just about anything. Really, I mean, you could make them so they're super clean. I mean, it's not that difficult.
I never understood why the environmental Nazis never figured out that diesel's better for the earth than regular, non-diesel combustion.
Well, the turbine also, it put out when it burnt, it just smelled like cooking oil, peanut oil when it came out, or whatever you put in. So, whatever, like the same thing. It's like when you supposedly put in the hydrogen, what you're going to get out is breathable.
Yeah, really, you just need a heat source of some kind to run your turbine. So,
did you see the car that were invented just recently? The air car.
Yeah, seen that. Denmark and I were talking about it. Compressed air car, yeah.
Compressed air car, yeah. Yeah.
Are there this many people in here? It's just completely silent.
Hey,
Well, we're talking variously. You know, people speak up, and then, you know, there's periods of time where someone speaks and then they mute their mic. And then you're probably used to like everybody talking and it being just a clusterfuck. We don't do that here. We pretty much have mic discipline here. So that's why you just have one person speaking at a time so we can understand what's being said.
If you notice, people are self-muting in here. We're not server muting. Yeah. So people from the other channels in the server often remark that. They come in there like, oh my gosh, I can hear a pin drop. People are actually having conversations. What the hell is this? Yeah, we don't run a freaking chaotic mess of a room. This is not a food fight.
Exactly, food fight. That's a good way to put it. So Cyclone could add to this and comment about it because, see, you notice one person speaks. We like there to be some space there so people have a chance to think, and that way we can eventually come to a conclusion, take an argument all the way to the end. So we have some sort of resolution, and that's what we're trying to do, is take a conversation all the way to the conclusion. So that's the only way we can do that, is by having some space here.
This is objectively the most important topic in the server, so we also have a responsibility to take care of the room in the way it's discussed.
Why is it the most important topic?
What topic is?
Did you see the topic at the top of the caption? You know what
24/7 flat Earth?
That's right. Yeah, we talk about Earth here.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I've talked with a bunch of you guys before.
What were you saying, Monica? And do you have a question, Monica? I heard you trying to speak up.
Oh, that wasn't me.
Okay. If you have any questions for the panel, I'd say feel free to ask. If you have questions about why these flat earthers are here for nearly 10 years, this is a good place. Sorry about that. I got to go for a little while. I'll be back in about a half hour or so. Talk to you guys later.
You guys been flat earthers for 10 years.
Oh boy.
Pretty much. Something like that. Close enough. A lot of weird stuff happened back then.
Yep, I'm not the same flat earther now than I was 5 years ago, 4 years ago.
What makes you different?
I think my understanding of the world is more focused and sharp than it was. I understand what the globe is claimed to be with a lot more depth and detail.
Why does a water droplet take the form it does when there's zero gravity? Do you guys know?
When it's falling through air, because of air pressure containing it.
Zero G is just a state of falling.
Yeah, you put that water molecule in a vacuum and it won't be a sphere.
Just stated, zero G is just not catching up to the container yet. It's just the same rate. It's just the same rate. It's not. There's no differential between the rate. That's what the zero is. When you got resistance, there's an amount. You get a number. But lightning, we need to outsource lightning. Actual lightning, use lightning.
It's pretty much a reference frame.
Without the air containing the water would vaporize. Poof.
Correct.
And anything left would crystallize.
Yep.
The Earth is a ball.
No, Earth is no
Claim, we've heard that all day.
No, but why would it be? It's a weird claim, so why would it be a ball?
Right, because if the idea is that a droplet of water is a roughly spherical shape due to gravity, then what about the thermodynamic boundary layer, the contact layer that forms between air and water around the droplet? That's not due to gravity. That's due to intermolecular forces. So Earth can't be a sphere due to intermolecular forces if you're going to say it's due to gravity instead.
The surface has to have, I think this is what you're saying, the surface has to have an initial contact to even get a form. And if there's no resistance or no medium or nothing in space, what would be that contact? Like that initial resistance anyway to even touch anything, to make you fold up and do this. Like for me to fold you up like Play-Doh, I got to grab you and fold you up. So how does this magic thing that's nothing grabbing something and folding it up? Doesn't make any sense.
Why would there be water forming itself around the ball in a vacuum? When the same vacuum that would cause water to form into balls would actually vaporize it.
They would just go everywhere. They would, expand into vapor.
Right, so the vacuum of outer space is fake. So Earth can't be a ball with pressurized air in a vacuum.
Correct.
Not
It
fake.
wouldn't even be able to form a ball.
It isn't fake.
If the Earth is flat, why do we have time zones?
Even the formation of an atmosphere would be completely impossible. There is no barrier where that gas molecule will bounce off to come back to the surface of Earth. So if there is a creation of any gas molecule on the surface, that gas molecule would just leave the surface and continue going toward that vacuum. Because
That's right. Most of the air you're breathing must have bounced off the ceiling somewhere. Absolutely.
At the first place, there will be no accumulation at all. You won't be able to have the composition of the construction of that atmosphere. Nothing to help it form. Nothing to hold those gases in that around that Earth. So every gas molecule will continue go in the same direction. That's why we call it gas pressure, because the container helped the gas molecule bounce back.
Exactly.
Yeah, they say the atmosphere was formed because the sun heated up the Earth and evaporated, caused a loosening of molecular bonds, gasifying certain molecules, and this created an atmosphere. Well, how come the first gas molecule would have fucked off into the deep of outer space? And so would have the second, and so would have the third, and so would have the fourth, and the fifth, and so on. So how did we get a pressurized system in the first place? That's what Necros is describing here. You go back to first principles, and it doesn't make any sense. The Earth can't be a globe in a vacuum of space.
Who was asking about the time zones?
Who was asking questions there? Was that Clint?
Hello. Hello.
Check this out.
Hey guys, I'll be back in about 20 minutes. I know I've been on all morning, but I still have some gas left in me, so give me a few and I'll be back.
Stay blessed, man.
Good to hear you, Amish.
Yep. Good hearing from you.
Love all my flatties.
Right.
You stole that from me. I was about to say I love you, but
Who was the guy who was asking about the time zones?
Oh yeah, time zones. What does it? What does the time zone mean to a Glover?
Hold on. I want to see if he's still even in the room. I'm gonna waste my breath. Is that Clint?
Time zones?
Monica?
Anybody?
Maybe they're shy.
The zone of time you're in.
I would put it to you, if you take a look, you'll notice that the sun is moving. Because that's what I think you're actually asking about. When you say time zones, you don't mean like we've got the political designations that internationally have just been agreed based on the sun's position relative to the Earth, but it's due to the sun's motion. Sun moves above the Earth. Just like you observed. Crazy, right?
Yeah, I heard somebody say earlier, Clint, that this is like one of the, what did they say, the most important topic? Is that what they said? Did you hear him? Like somebody was like, they said objectively the most important topic on this Discord. What do you think that's the case? Because it just,
which topic, though, Tanks?
Seems like I guess 20.
You're breaking up, Tanks.
7 flat Earth, right? Because in any other room, you can go in and go in and shit. It's like not a big deal. But for some reason,
Damn. Let's see if that works.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a bit better now.
Try.
Yeah.
Yeah. Say the whole story first so we can see if we can hear you.
All right, let me give it a shot because I heard Clint chime in. I don't know Clint, but Clint, can you confirm? Like, didn't somebody say like this 24/7 flat Earth? This would be the objectively the most important topic, right? And if that's the case, since you're shy of the mic, right? If that's the case, what I observe on this channel is everybody jumps in on any topic. Doesn't matter, like bombing or war or who's the best at this, and they're not afraid to even talk about. But here. It's like you're afraid to ask this question. Is this question off limits to you? That's what I'm kind of wondering. If it's the most important, is it off limits for everybody?
Is what off limits?
This topic.
What topic?
Talking about the time zones, flat Earth, any of it.
It's all it's part of it. The time zones are just gerrymandered around politics, so that's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's just like with Monica or Kenshi or Clinton, right? I could hear them in another room. They'll go off. They don't care. They'll put their input in on any topic. But this one, is there some code out there that you can't question this topic?
Wait, question what? I'm in the chat.
No, I think it is. I think it's that they don't have any reference to discuss. Like, it's with politics and all these other topics, it's in the news, you hear about it in school, so they're used to talking about it, but they're not actually used to talking about the Earth. I mean, they get told about it in physics in a couple of classes, maybe. It's a spinning ball, here you go. They've never had anyone be like, all right, start freeballing on the Earth. Talk about what we experience, what we observe and measure. They just have no reference for it, so they don't know what to say. They don't know what to ask.
Huh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like, where do I begin?
Yeah, I mean, short of just like parroting some things they've heard on YouTube, Professor Dave, Nat Geo, top 10 debunks of a flat Earth. If they don't have that, they don't really know what they're asking.
Yeah, it is a weird thing, right? Like the thing that you experience the most, the reality here on Earth, is a thing that you can't talk about, or you don't know, you know the least about. That would be crazy.
It's kind of like the algorithm fed them the script. It's not necessarily like they were handed to it by any individual person, but it's automatically programmed in that the endless scroll works. They're fed a script. This is how you should think. I mean, it goes beyond the public school indoctrination stuff, is all I'm saying, and it's fed by the feeds.
Yeah, this is a different kind of education. They're not used to it. They're just like showing up to a class that they know nothing about. And they don't want to be the one who asks the dumb question.
Flat Earth Discord.
What was that?
Exactly.
I just heard Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, it sounded like he was weighing it against like, the stupidity of Flat Earth.
Are you trying to confirm where you are?
Yeah.
You are in the Flat Earth channel. That's correct.
He's in the batter's box taking a couple practice swings.
You all explain the 24-hour sun.
I know, Chris. What's up? What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
How come in certain locations on the world there's more sun? I mean, less sun.
Yeah, you all come in at once, eh?
Like in Ushanka. In Ushanka.
Digress.
In Ushanka, the sun is less. There's less sun exposure.
Yeah, it's all just relative to the sun's motion over the Earth. The sun takes a course over the Earth throughout a year.
How do we know what course this is?
Well, you can only observe the sun from your location, right? You can't see the whole Earth at once and see the whole course that the sun takes, but it's moving between the tropics of Cancer in the north and Tropic of Capricorn in the south, and then back, and it's repeating on this cycle every year, and has done for all of recorded history. Some parts of the Earth get more light, some parts get less, depending on their proximity to the sun.
So is the sun hot?
Well, it's warmer when the sun's above your location, so infer from that what you
Why
will.
is it hot? Why does it make things hot?
Energy?
What energy? What kind of energy is this?
Are you asking what kind of energy source is the sun?
Thermal radiant energy.
You're saying it's energy.
Yeah, like thermal energy, heat energy, light energy, whatever you want to call it, coming from the sun.
I like to call it hope energy. Energy of love and hope.
Oh.
That doesn't exist.
I just call it daytime.
Hell yeah, daytime.
It's usually warmer in daytime, isn't it, when the sun's above you?
Yeah, I mean that's.
Then it moves from east to west.
Yeah,
but like
it's decent to have an interaction between the energy from the sun and the air molecule. So the heat of the air,
yeah, thanks, you're breaking
energy,
up again.
whatnot. But what does that have to do? Oh, it sucks. Okay, I'll stay out.
It was just a little bit. You're sounding a little bit better there, but yeah, it's heating up the air, it's heating up the ground.
I don't know. I don't know if it has to be doing any of it. Because let's check this out. If you're asleep and you're in the darkest room in the darkest portion of the darkest point on Earth with the darkest covers and the darkest black under the darkest thing, and your eyes are closed and you got one of those little things over your eyes, you're in the darkest thing you can imagine. But in your dream, you see sunlight and you're playing on a hot, warm, sunny day. Where does the temperature come from? where does the sunlight come from in your dream? The sky, the grass, or any of that? Where does like the attribute of that come from in your dream?
Well, let's not break their minds too much just yet. They're still on what's the sun doing?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop.
But
you're no.
To the new guys, we're not really making any hard claims about what the sun is and what it's made of. We're just talking about what we can observe it to be doing. Because you can't go to it and test it, manipulate it. You can only observe it from your position. So forget all these fantasy stories that they've told you about a burning ball of plasma in a vacuum. Just, you know, think about what you're actually experiencing and go from there.
Do you think the moon is round?
Well,
it
when you say round, what do you mean by round specifically? You mean spherical or just round?
Sphere.
I couldn't tell you because you'd have to go around the whole thing to know what kind of 3D shape it's got. We see a circular disc-like face, which I'll grant you may appear like it's got some curvature to it, but that doesn't mean that that's what it is or that it's a full sphere. It could be like a shallow bowl or something, you know? Who knows?
So let's just talk about the side we can see. It appears to be round, right?
Well, it's a strange disc light.
Like circular.
It changes. Circular, yeah. Like
and then
like in astronomy, they refer to the sun and the moon as discs, right? The disc of the sun, the disc of the moon, because technically, all we are seeing is a disc, right? I mean, we're told that if we were to travel around them, we'd see that they're full spherical objects, but we can't actually confirm that.
So there also appears to be a top and a bottom to it, right? Like there's a top half and a bottom half.
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay, so do you believe in gravity?
Well, what do you mean by gravity?
A downward force.
A downward force. Right. So it's not
towards the center of mass kind of thing.
Right. So this is where they confuse people. So they get people thinking that when you drop a rock, that's gravity, right? But then they'll also we can agree on the phenomena of if I drop a rock, it goes down. But then they go further than that and they say, right, well, this is mass attracting mass and this will form this forms everything into balls, right? Those are things you don't actually experience. And actually this force concept of a mass attracting mass was superseded in 1915 by Einstein. So it's now actually a consequence of the uneven distribution of mass causing a bending and warping of space-time, which is pure sci-fi concept fantasy nonsense. So you need to separate the two, right? The effect of an object falling or rising, right? Because not everything falls. You let go of a helium balloon, it's not going to fall to the ground.
Yeah, right.
So
I
you
get
need
all
to
that.
separate.
I got to finish my point, though. Okay, my point is talking about the moon. You see what looks like a physical object in the sky with a top half and a bottom half that's circular. So if there's no gravity, why isn't the bottom half falling down?
Right. See, this is what I mean. You're like, when you say gravity, what you're talking about in reality is that when you drop a rock or something, it falls down. But you have
but the moon's not flat, right? It's not a horizontal plane. So if the moon's not a horizontal plane, which it isn't as far as we can observe, then why isn't stuff on the bottom half of the moon falling off of it? Like, I'm assuming there's rocks and dust and stuff on it.
Well, because you don't know. You're thinking about it in a way that you're like thinking about the Earth. They're different things. There's no reason to think that the moon is some spherical object that everything must be getting pulled towards its center. It's just, as far as you can tell, it's just a strange circular light. Right.
Well, so like, let's say you could fly to the moon and you were to fly to the bottom half. You wouldn't be able to stick to the bottom half as your contention, right? You would just like slip off.
I mean, you can't even really say it's something that can be flown to, or an object that could be flown to and then landed on.
I'm saying hypothetically.
Yeah, but I mean, it's pure speculation and imagination. Like, it's not really telling us anything to speculate on this. What you need to be doing is starting from scratch about the Earth. Right? They've made you think.
This guy doesn't know who I am.
Yeah, I don't know who you are. Of course, you're just another guy on Discord, as far as I'm concerned. So, I mean, you've been convinced that speculating on lights in the sky is a good way of understanding the ground beneath your feet, because that's the way they educated you as a child. All of us.
Have you ever seen a light? Have you ever seen a light that doesn't have a physical cause?
A what?
Have you ever seen a light that doesn't have a physical cause?
A light?
Have you ever seen light that just comes from nowhere, that doesn't come from a physical thing?
Like no, I mean, like a light source. I mean,
yeah, a light source. Have you ever seen a light source that doesn't have a physical manifestation?
You like mean for lightning? For example, light the star on the jar.
I didn't understand that.
What do you mean, like a? I'm not too clear on what it is you're exactly asking.
Like, if you go into a room, okay, and you see light, are you going to be like, man, I don't know where that light's coming from. It's just a light in the room, or are you going to say it's probably from a bulb?
What's that got to do with thinking the Earth's a spinning ball?
Well, I just hate the phrase, it's just a light in the sky. Well, there's no such thing as a light in the sky that doesn't have a physical manifestation. Even if there is light, we know based on all empirical data that the light must have a source.
No.
Right, okay. Well, even if you want to believe
then tell me. Stop talking. He said no. Then tell me a light that doesn't have a physical.
Who's this guy?
Sonoluminescence. It's called sonoluminescence, light waves and sound. Sonoluminescence.
Either way, I mean, that wasn't even the point being made. I mean, no one said these lights have no source. I mean, I don't know why you're trying to make that the argument. That's not the argument. I'm pointing out your speculation, your baseless, clueless speculation on the lights in the sky doesn't tell you anything about the Earth that we're talking about.
Because when you say it's just a light in the sky,
that's accurate.
Cyclone.
They are lights observed. Just let me finish this, because that was the other thing you were saying. You can't say they're a light in the sky. Yes, that is exactly what they're observed to be, lights in the sky. So that's perfectly accurate and acceptable to say. You can freak out about a source all you want, but you still observe them as lights in the sky. So that's totally accurate, and I don't know why you're getting spazzing out about that.
Well, Cyclone, I just want to point out, if you look at his account, he says, this is a character, none of what I say are my actual beliefs. So I don't take anything this guy has to say seriously at this point. He's wasting time.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, but he's just, if that's the case, he's got no belief to start. I mean, that's just a glober, right? He's been given his beliefs. We know what his beliefs are. He believes he lives on a spinning cartoon space ball because TV told him so. Anyway, I'm going to go on mute for a bit, so you guys enjoy. That sounds like you say, a waste of time. But there's some new people in here, so keep it moving, see who's about.
All right, well, let me spit this one at you guys, because it was interesting. I don't know, it caught my brain matter a little bit, and I was thinking about it. He said, is there a light that has a non-physical source, right? And my instinct was to think about lightning, right? I'm doing some kind of trying to see if that actually fits, but is there a light that does not have a physical source, or does all light have a physical source?
Sonoluminescence. It's sound. It's light by
Sonoluminescence. Can you expound upon that, sir?
It's light using sound.
That's still physical, though.
Sound is an energy.
The light in your dream. It's a mental construct of the light or a memory of, right?
Yeah, that's one is perfect.
So is that. But do you need But you need a brain to. So you still need material to perceive that memory, right? Like a projector to play the movie onto the thing, so you can experience it. Yeah. There's no such thing as non-material. I don't think you can have a non-material anything really, unless non-material means material. I mean,
But he was talking essentially about the light being a ball or like a physical source, like light torch that you can touch, something solid, because he's imagining that light is always emanating from a burning thing that you can touch, or like a light bulb that you can touch, or something solid. That's what they mean by when they say light. Consider the spot of light or the light source as a physical thing, being a solid, not just energy. Yeah, and like you said, that one is super good. The light that you see in your hallucination or imagination inside your mind, you see light. That light is not a physical thing at all. Go ahead, DJ. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying it's a silly claim to say that every single light has to have a physical source, right? When everyone's seen lightning, ball lightning, sprites. All right, there's a big list of those types of lights.
yeah, but when you mean physical source, I mean you're excluding air. You're excluding what do you mean?
Yeah, he means an object, right? Like some kind of like a bulb, or like a reflection of something physical. That's all he means. He's not getting down to that level of detail.
Okay. I was because I mean when they throw me off when they say physical or non-physical, he just means is it a man-made attribute? Where do you have a non-man-made attribute of like the source of light?
Go ahead. What's the physical source of light in Christ Bearer? Sorry to cut anybody off.
Oh, he's on mute. Yeah.
No, he's texting in the chat though. So
I mean, clearly there's a physical source to all those things that guy said. Lightning,
have to unmute him.
Lightning is static electricity in the atmosphere with gases and things. Come on, guys.
Yeah, but it's not.
No kidding. What else is new, right?
Yeah, nobody even claimed that the moon was coming from no source. Nobody said the moon wasn't some type of physical thing. We said we don't know exactly what the moon is, right? So you just kind of strawmanned that. Yeah.
Well, no. Okay, so is the moon physical?
We don't know what the moon is, right? We can't validate it. What we can validate is that there's no curvature over distance.
Yeah. But it's a light in the sky, though, right?
Yeah, it looks that way to me. It looks like it's physical too.
How do you know that? You can't go to it like you said. So how do you know it's even a light in the sky?
Well, we don't know. We don't know what it is. It looks a certain way, but we don't know. You don't know.
Okay, so stop claiming it's a light in the sky then.
Well, no, that's what it appears to be at a base sense, right? I mean,
well, no,
if you're going to strip away all assumptions, if you're going to strip away all assumptions of what it could be, you're left with what it appears to be.
Right, it appears to be a physical object.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, okay, so what?
Well, so stop saying it's just a light in the sky. That is just...
No, it's not just. It appears to be that to start.
Well, you don't even know if it's a source of light. That's my point. So saying it's a light in the sky...
Nobody claimed it was. Nobody claimed it was a source of. It looks like one, but nobody claimed it is.
Also, a rainbow looks like to be physical, that you can go and touch and you can land on it. And some people think that it is just like a bridge, that you can hide some treasures underneath it. No, it's not physical.
So a rainbow's not physical.
No, you can't.
It's not. It's not composed of physical materials. So if you got rid of those physical materials, you would still have a rainbow, right?
Just a light.
What is he?
Right.
I think it's a semantical argument of physics or non-physics. Like we said, there's no such thing as a non-physical thing. There's no nothing thing. So in that attribute, like, what are we really saying? But like, I think he's just saying, is it like, it's, I don't know. It's hard to explain what he's trying to say, really, when like you can't really divide exactly.
Yeah, he's being a bit silly. So I mean, he claimed it was a physical object. Like, so
I'm being the least silly one. I'm saying you all say it's
on mute. What you're doing. Don't just start talking over the top of people, dude.
The point to this whole conversation is, no matter what we think the moon is from the surface of the Earth, we can't go to the moon and determine our speculations to be true or false. You can't, we can't, no one can.
Correct.
For him, a rainbow is physical arc. It's not just light. It's not light. Physical thing. Can have some rainbows there, a bag of rainbows.
Am I unmuted again?
You're unmuted. You can get a piece of rainbow like you can think that you can get a piece of rock from the moon. It's not physical.
What's not physical?
The rainbow. Just
the rainbow's not physical. So if you got rid of the,
you can't touch it, dude. That's what we're saying.
Can I answer? Can I respond?
Okay.
Sure. I was just clarifying. Sorry.
Okay. Well, you interrupted me, and I got muted for that a second ago. So maybe the mod should, be unbiased. If you took away the physical attributes of a rainbow, the atmosphere, water vapor, the sunlight, would you have a rainbow?
Can you
remove? You did not listen to my clarification. You overtalked me, so you don't deserve to speak anymore. How about that? How about that? I provided a direct clarification to your point, which you then rambled on about without listening to me.
Buddy, calm down. You're the only one that's all overexcited over talking people. Like, you can talk, just, let other people speak.
If you're going to pay attention to the room and listen to what people are saying, I'll unmute you and you can begin talking, okay, Christbearer?
He's not gonna.
All right, you've been unmuted. Now you can engage honestly with us and patiently and listen to what we're saying. And if you don't, we're going to mute you again. It's that easy.
Okay, but listen, when it's 4, 5, and 6 people talking against one, it's a lot easier for me to quote-unquote overtalk you all than it is for you to overtalk me, right? And by the way, you interrupted me a second ago when you were with your clarification, whatever that was. I couldn't hear because I was talking.
Right, because you're going to straw man. I was catching you in the middle of straw manning our position.
Okay, so restate it.
The physical nature of it is with regards to whether or not you can reach out and touch it. We know that there is a preponderance of gas and vapor molecules and ice molecules that contribute to these phenomena, and those are physical. But you can't reach out and grab the object itself. It is a blatant refraction pattern that is created from different light waves that are bending at different rates through the medium because different wavelengths tend to interact with that medium in different manners, and they reflect different angles, and that's what produces a rainbow.
Yeah, and like you said, that's why the rainbow is not physical, because you can't remove the rainbow by just manipulating the rainbow itself. You have to touch something else that is not the rainbow to make that rainbow disappear. So, for example, the water reflector, the light that is creating that rainbow. So you can't manipulate the rainbow itself because it's not something physical.
Right. But you all say things like, "Oh, they're just lights in the sky." Well, how do you know they're just lights in the sky? God, another interruption. I mean, I can't even get 3 words in before I'm interrupted.
Because again, it's another straw man. Misunderstood. It's not what we're saying. I said what we were saying earlier. Doesn't matter about our speculations from the surface of the Earth. We can't go to the moon and confirm.
Right. So your strong man is the word just, Christ bearer. We said it's just lights in the sky. That's not what we said. They appear as such, but they're more than that. We're willing to grant that they're more than that. But for now, they are not.
How do you know they're not?
God.
Because they don't know.
Because you
cannot go to them to confirm.
But he just said he knows they're not.
Oh my God.
And I'm just asking how he knows that.
He said for now, they're not.
And by the way, I didn't say every light is physical. I said every light source has a physical manifestation. That's what I said. So the rainbow has a physical manifestation.
Well, you're just changing your whole argument now. You went from every light source has a physical source to every light it has a physical manifestation. So now you're just all over the place.
No, that is what I said. The rainbow has a physical source, right?
Yeah, it does. It's the sun.
Right, exactly.
Right, so the sun, you could say, is a physical object that we don't understand.
Wait. You can't see a rainbow unless the sun is at your back. Do you know that?
Yep, that's right.
Let's try and skip past the rainbow.
Right. I mean, the rainbow is created by the sun's reflection, okay? And then the subsequent refraction from the reflection through water molecules. I don't think anybody disputes that here.
So
we don't go against mainstream science. Like, you tend to think that might be the case, and you're trying to strawman us as if we do, and that's not at all what's happening.
I've been a flat earther since 2016. I'm not strawmanning. I've heard all these arguments before. I know all of it because I am a flat earther.
Oh, you know? You really know? You've never talked to me.
Press questions. Okay, well, I've been on Nathan's show, I don't know, dozens of times back in the day.
Okay.
So I know all the claims. I know it's just a light in the sky. I know all these things, right? So but I like to press people, and I like to ask questions that may be uncomfortable. Like when I say, why isn't the bottom half of the moon falling down, right? If there's no gravity, then what's holding the stuff on there? Rocks and things.
What? The bottom of the moon falling down, gravity? What? Can you clarify that question?
Yeah, is the moon circular, right? We know that. So it's not flat, right?
We're just going to get to the end of this conversation where we all sing in unison, we don't know. You're asking us questions.
We don't know.
The moon.
We see the same thing you do. We're not seeing anything different.
Like what the guys told you now, just flew high above your head. Just think again about that analogy of the rainbow. The rainbow is not the light source. It's not something that can fall or rise because of gravity, because of density, because of any shit of that kind. So imagine that moon is just a manifestation of light coming from somewhere else that you don't see. You don't know if it is the case or not. You don't know if that moon is a solid thing that can fall and rise because of density or gravity.
Okay, but that's not what the evidence shows, because during, say, a solar eclipse, for example, the moon blocks the sun. So how do you have a light blocking a light?
Well, the moon moves in front of the light. What's so hard to understand?
But the moon's, it's not physical, apparently, right?
No,
it could be. I mean, we don't...
Anything we're saying. He keeps saying, made claims the moon isn't physical, right? Like, we've made that claim.
Well, the guy just said it's like a rainbow. The guy just said it's like a rainbow, and it's not physical.
Who said it's like a rainbow? What?
I didn't say
that. Was the guy with the
different...
Like, literally 10 seconds ago, the guy with the accent just said that.
All right, well, yeah, he needs to sit back.
He didn't say that.
Stop making... if he's making that claims, he needs to stop, but I don't think he did.
I didn't say that. No. I said,
can you clarify?
I said you don't know. No one knows what it is.
Yep.
Right, but my point is...
Go ahead.
If you look at the evidence of physicality or not physicality, when you have something like a solar, I think it's a solar eclipse. I get them reversed, whichever, right? When you got the moon blocking out the sun, based on our known experience, don't you have to have something physical blocking out something else?
Yeah. So that's happening. Okay. So what? Now what?
So that
what?
lends credence that the moon is physical.
Yeah. Okay. So what if it is? So what if it is? What's your point?
He's already semi-conceded. Lends credence. Yeah, it's not proof.
I know. Yeah. I don't care. So the moon's a rock in the sky. So what?
Right. So if the moon's a rock in the sky and there's a top half and a bottom half, then if you went to that rock and you went to the bottom half, if there was no gravity, you would just slide off of it, right?
So what if you can? That's all science fiction speculation. Okay, so what? What's your point? What is your point of disagreement here? Because I've not given you anything to disagree with.
Well, you're not the only one in here I'm talking to either. There's a bunch of people saying a bunch of things. And the thing that started this whole thing off was the guy saying it's a light in the sky. And when I asked how he knows that, he goes, well, you don't know if it's physical because you can't go there. And so I said, well, how do you know it's just a light in the sky if you can't go there? And there's no answer for that.
Well, right, because you just straw man with the word just. Like I pointed out earlier, you said that we said just, and that's not what anybody said. The fact that it appears to be a light is something that we can all agree on. I don't see why that's disagreeable, to be honest.
Well, I don't know if that's right because we don't know what
does a light does it. Holy cow, dude! So you don't think that you can read a newspaper by the full moon at nighttime? Because I can.
So for the thing that you can't go to that you don't know what is, you do know that it is producing its own light, though.
Yeah, I told you I can read a newspaper by the moonlight and a full moon. Like that's not a big contention.
Okay,
here.
well,
it's the moon.
But so maybe the light is being reflected off from the sun.
Maybe it is. So what? So what?
So then that's not a light in the sky. It's a reflective object.
Well, yeah. I mean, a reflected light is still a light, right?
No, it's a reflection. Like if you had a mirror,
Yeah, okay, so it's a
look at that light.
Fine,
You would
it's
say,
a
look at that
reflected light.
reflection.
Fine, it's a reflected light. So what? What is your point, dude? What is your
Go by your own
point?
You go by your own simpleton logic, though. If you're agreeing that the moon is reflecting the light of the sun, and therefore that the sun is this great light, right? Why would you ever see the moon during the day then?
That's a dumb question. Because it's still reflecting the light from the sun, dude.
Yeah, but if the sun is out and it is the light that is the brighter light, you wouldn't see the one that's reflecting.
Yeah, you would if it's in the way of reflecting the light, like it appears to be. I have no problem with that. Like I don't know.
You should see a shadow then if it's occluding some of it. You shouldn't just see full.
What shadow?
You can see a full moon
Shadow where?
during the day.
It might cast shadows on Earth during eclipses. So what?
Seeing a full moon during the day is a problem. See a crescent moon just as it comes out of or goes into a new moon phase, just before morning or just before evening.
I think
I wouldn't even agree to that, but okay.
I think when he was talking about the shadow, I think he was talking about the silhouette of the moon during the eclipse, when it's eclipsing the sun. Because when you look at a plane that is going in front of the sun, you can see the silhouette of the plane, the part of the plane that is in the circle of the sun, and the other part that is out of the circle. But during the eclipse, you don't see all that shit. You just see the part that is including the sun, and that's all. The rest of the circle of the moon, you don't see that shit.
All right. My point is, we could concede all this stuff, and it doesn't change anything. Because we're conceding to speculation.
Well, you can all calm down because he's left now.
Okay. I'm just trying to ask questions, guys. I'm just trying to get you to think, guys. Just asking hard questions. Why are you being so mean? It's like,
that was built different. That's why.
Yep, he's in here giving us a lot of dishonest straw man engagement and calling them innocent questions. You know, there's a term for that. Sea lioning is an actual troll tactic. It's when you just keep moving the goalposts, keep asking questions. But I'm only here to learn. I'm only here to find out. And every answer you give to me is insufficient. Every time you open your mouth, it's not enough. Oh, I'm sorry. That's just not enough. That's not believable. That's not verifiable. You can't prove that. Keep moving the goalposts further, guys. I'm just here to learn. Why can't you answer a simple question? That's sea lioning.
I had fun
It's
last night.
sophistry.
I've exhausted 2 guys last night that had formal education. It was fun.
Oh, you did? What were their claimed education levels?
One was an engineer, and the other one was a student still. So it was fun.
No, that sounds like a good time. Recorded, I assume.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Anybody
It always
who thinks
goes worse
engineers
for
are
them
smart,
when
watch
they claim
them
education.
produce. Sorry, buddy. I was going to say, anybody that thinks an engineer is smart, watch them produce any kind of drawings for a house.
Actually, the engineer was trying to
until they had to build it.
Was trying to draw the flat Earth on a piece of paper. I think Jedi was speaking to him. That's for me. It was last night.
You could do that.
That guy, yeah, that was.
Yeah, him and Plum Bob were going through it.
Yeah. Plum Bob has a methodical patience about him that I like. Is he here? No. He's meticulous. Like, he's a silent bomber. He'll just come in through the side door with a question. A really detailed, razor sharp question. I like that.
Yeah, by the way, Oblivion was in here, was wanting me to go through a few things, like the Black Swan and stuff, and I don't take arguments in a direction where people usually want to make it a, a script. I just go wherever the conversation leads. If I use a Black Swan, it's because the conversation was going in that direction. I don't know. You know what I mean. I've been lately. It's real effective. I just exhaust them with their rhetoric. You guys should try it.
Just let them squash.
Yeah. Ethergrass has
No
been
such
listening
thing
to
as
me
it.
lately.
Yeah. Been kicking ass.
Yeah.
They will always contradict themselves if you let them talk long enough.
But yeah, the guy said that the flat water looks curved.
There it goes.
he was saying
You're like,
that.
oh, tell me more.
Yeah, it was funny. Jedi was like, had to get another cup of coffee because he heard him say that. It was like, this is fucking crazy.
Oh, gosh. They have nowhere else to go with it, and we know that. And it's true that we exploit that. But it's there for the exploitation, right? I mean, this is there for us to take and for us to manipulate and hold.
Well, the
If they
audience
didn't do this, we wouldn't either.
The audience doesn't realize how bad it is. I mean, they usually say, well, let them speak. So now it's like we're going to put them on display because they don't have anything for the Earth being a globe. It's all fantasy. But people don't realize that until they hear them actually speaking like thoroughly. And then
I think that's a great tactic. Let's let them do that. Let's ask them patient questions and get them to compromise and expose themselves. Let's stop trying to be polite and let them save face by jumping in to save them from overextending their arguments. No, let's.
I know
let's
one
give
guy
them
that may
freaking
have a
gas
big
pedal.
problem with that hangs around this room a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna say Skybound's true. Like you can try that, but with as many people as we have in here, somebody's gonna bring the axe down on logical statements and start calling them out on. So it's really hard to like say, okay, tell me how you visualize the Earth as a globe, and what evidence do you have to bring that it is one. And then the moment they start opening the mouth, somebody jumps in. Nah, wait a minute. No, that's a logical fallacy. And it's like, dude, just wait till you hear the end of like.
I've done that to you, I think, more than once.
Yeah, I know.
You're cooking a guide. I log in for the first time. I listen for 2 seconds and I jump in and I ruin the discussion by ending it.
Yeah.
And you're trying to give the audience an exposition. Yeah.
Fucking Oblivion was like, God, man, just give him the Black Swan. I'm like, dude, no, I'm not gonna give him the Black Swan. I don't want to do that. That's not what I want to do right now. Like, what I'm doing currently is showing people that are listening that the person doesn't have an answer to any of the questions that they're putting forward. And, you know, they start squirming when they, like, reach the end or, like, they don't know how to answer a point. No, well, you tell me how the flat earth... We're not going there. We're going exactly where you wanted to go. And so, yeah. And
yeah,
somebody...
It's like, you wanted to talk refraction. Okay, let's talk that. Describe it for me. What's happening?
Yep.
Blah, blah, blah. Well,
it's beautiful, man.
Yeah.
So it's like watching somebody like try their hardest to bring something that doesn't exist into reality. It's like it's not possible. But if you think you have the ability to articulate, try it. Well, I have an education. Oh, you flat earthers, you guys are in here. Yeah, really? You think your education's going to save you? It's not.
Yeah. Nope. Right, because the things we talk about, you don't hear about in classrooms, but nevertheless exist out there in the public domain.
Exactly.
Which is why, guy, there's no such thing as dumb questions.
Right, only stupid questions.
Take offense to you calling my moon accusations stupid.
Crazy. Lately, I've been re-engaged in how much fun it was. So far as to say that if I have a group of people in here that are just gonna jump in when I'm talking to somebody and like chop me off at the knees, because it's very difficult, man, when you're trying to get somebody and then like 3 other people are jumping in and just like, wait a minute, he said this, why can't we talk about that? I'm like, because there's a method to my madness. If you listen to me long enough, you'll understand that the person's gonna exhaust their talking points. They're not gonna be able to continue.
You know what else?
It's like a group of people, and you have to be on like the same page, and you have to understand like going through all that, because it just becomes a shit show. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm reminded of. Remember Deus Volt? Remember that guy?
Yeah,
Deus Volt. He used to be able to get into these discussions, long form discussions with these folks, and would tie them into knots for hours. Like, that was so epic. Some of those older episodes of him talking, I really miss having him in here. Yeah. He pretend to be like sly as a fox and, you know, come off kind of dumb. Like, oh yeah, really? I don't know anything about that.
Yeah. They even asked me, they're like, well, what's your education level? Well, I don't have any formal. I mean, I'm telling you the honest truth, man. Like, I basically got my GED. But I mean, if you think that you have whatever you think is your education, I'd like to see you put it up against truth. Put it up against truth and see how it fares. Because if it's true, then it doesn't matter who speaks it. It could be your janitor. And if he's speaking truth, it doesn't matter what you think. Truth will always win every time. So truth doesn't care about what education level you have. It remains true no matter what.
Right.
Yeah. We got Omnivore kind of writhing in the chat, saying that he wants me to talk some more. I don't have a mute button. It can be public, just moderate it by a third party. Like, no thank you. The reason why the mute button is important, the reason, I'm going to tell you why. Because when it comes to you not being able to control yourself, it's our way of being able to control you. Because you don't understand that you are all over the place when we're asking you to answer questions. Now, if we don't have that, we can't have the audience understand that you're going to a place that doesn't answer the question. That's the reason why this forum is effective, is because we have a mute button and are able to control that you're not able to go in any direction you want to. And when you don't want to answer questions and be dishonest, we can't stop that if you're on another platform. This is giving us the ability for the audience to realize you don't have the answer to the question. That's why it's important. So no, we will not go to another platform. Absolutely not.
Can't you just be like CNN or Fox News or all these other completely unbiased open platforms that don't ever censor people or don't ever cut off what they're saying or don't ever provide
they don't edit
or anything like that? Come on.
Yeah. Yes, we're exactly like CNN in that regard.
No, well, the thing is now, like, if somebody thinks that, like, Omnivore, if you believe in your heart that you have evidence for the Earth as a globe, you'd be able to present it and you wouldn't get muted. But the problem is, when we ask follow-up questions, you don't answer those, and you want to go on a diatribe of what you think you want to do. Like, it's whatever you want to do. And no, that's not how this works. You're going to answer some questions that would lead us to understand you know what you're talking about. It's important for everybody to hear that.
Right. These guys like this come in with a new script, right? They listen to the latest McToon episode or whatever. They think they got a new gotcha. Man, I'm going to try this out. I'm going to go to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel. I'm going to try out this new argument that McToon came up. And then they come in here and they say, hey, why don't you guys debate me? And without the power of a mute button, I got a new gotcha question and a script I'm going to try out on you. Except they don't actually say that second part.
Yeah. So this is important, Omnivore, because I am going to do my own my show. I'm going to have a select few of people. I already talked about this. I don't know where you were when I said this, but I'm moving to a new location. I'm going to set up a studio where I'm going to start doing, FaceTime against you guys. And yeah, this will be a show that I'm going to host. And yes, you guys will be able to have the ability to jump on there, but I will be asking some questions for you to answer. So, yep. It's difficult, like I said, because, I mean, I enjoy this platform. I mean, I like everybody chiming in, but at the same time, I do want to have a show where it's very, like, honed in and specific. I talked to Indio about it. For sure, Indio's in the group. There's a few people I have chemistry with, and it shows, right? Like, me and Jedi have been doing this for fucking almost 10 years. I mean, since I've known him. So, yeah, there's like, when it's like a certain select group, them coming over me and I go over them, like, it's always like something in tandem. We're working together. And the destruction is beautiful, like, when you see it. Like,
Dude, it's like watching like a JSOC operation or something. Everybody's been training together in close quarters for years. They just have like a sixth sense about each other. They just know when to get in and get out and do things to help and assist and augment. And it's like a machine, and it has a life of its own.
Fucking Indio, like he likes to see somebody die. It's like a death by 1,000 cuts. With the argument.
Yeah. He's got 1,000. He's got 1,000 different counterclaims ready to go to give a cut to each.
And what's important is that you adapt and overcome, right? So he heard this other guy bring forth an argument for the Blue Ghost mission that landed on the moon, and watched the lunar eclipse happen from the point of view from the moon, and he came up with a new argument, and that was interesting, right? Because something that the Glober really wasn't ready for, taking him off script, showing how.
Oh yeah, with Daza.
Was it Daza?
Yeah, he was talking with Daza. So Daza claimed that his buddy is a satellite engineer and actually worked on computing the orbital mechanics for the Blue Ghost mission itself.
Was it? Yeah.
So Indio comes in. Yeah, so Indio comes. He's like, "Oh yeah, does your friend know about this?" And showed a picture of the eclipse on March 14th, taken from the moon, from the Blue Ghost lander on the moon, and it shows the Earth perfectly occluding the sun with a ring of fire and a diamond. It's like, and so India's like, all right, what's the angular size of the moon or of the sun from the moon? 0.5 degrees. Okay, what's the angular size of the Earth from the moon? 1.9 degrees. Okay, so how come there's a perfect overlay of the Earth and the sun as seen from the moon, when the Earth should be almost 4 times as big as the sun?
Yeah.
Oh crap. Dude, this is such a big royal fuck up. I've been going all over the internet taking screenshots of this, hoping to download this before they remove it. But in the process of grabbing screenshots from all these places, I'm like, holy crap, even like Forbes and Kiplinger's business magazines are running this photo and this article. There's no way they're going to delete this and walk the dog back. Like, this is out there. This is the biggest cock up in recent times. I posted what Indio shared. There it is.
There's no new argument that 24/7 hasn't already been in front of when it comes to new arguments. So Good luck to the Glober
Look
who
at that.
believes that's going to be the case. I'm pretty sure, I would say like this, 2 months or 3 months from now, the McToon groupies are going to come through with that argument. And then, of course, you're going to be laying it down. Dude, we dealt with that already like 3 months ago. Like,
They're already saying refraction shrinks the angular size of Earth.
refraction.
Refraction through the medium of a vacuum?
Yeah, and refraction is expanding the size of the sun to give the ring of fire around. Like it's so bad, guys. Like they have nothing. They got absolutely nothing. This ruins the whole cosmic ladder.
Their refractions can make things appear higher, can stretch the curvatures, can flip the
Shadows upside down.
Does a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Man.
Now it
shrinks and grows every.
It does what you want it to do.
There's bigger BS behind refraction than gravity, I think.
Yeah.
Oh
Refraction
my
is a secret weapon of the Glober. They usually bust out that refraction whenever times get hard. Whenever things can't be explained, refraction swoops in.
Yeah, so share that image, folks, and talk about it, because this is worth talking about. This is one of the rare moments where they effed up this bad in the public domain and have no way to walk it back. Talk about this image, talk about how bad and fake it is, and force the people that put this out to make a comment about it. That's your goal.
You'd like to hear this again. I love that.
Again? You guys are talking about this again? Yeah, of course, dude. We want to make sure that everybody knows the Glober talking points so that when they come in here, they're able to deal with it. That's what we do in here, man. We get people ready for their dumbassery.
They have like...
Holy crap, Indio showed up, guys. I said his name 3 times.
Yeah.
So they have those things like exit doors. So for any optical phenomena where you just corner them with any observation using optical observations, they will say refraction. For any physical phenomena, gas, things rising up, gravity. So they have just escape doors to make that thing just unfalsifiable.
Yeah. It's not happening, though.
Let's get this party started.
Hell yeah. Yeah, if they can make it unfalsifiable, they think they win. I mean, they're basically crapping all over the format, saying, I won the boxing match.
What are you talking about, Sonny? This is a nonstop party, man.
That's right. I know you guys were in here late. You were in here late last night. I had to go to bed, man. You youngins like cricking up till like past midnight. Can't do that shit.
It's like one of those parties where everybody's like on the floor, on the couch, like everywhere, and you just wake up and you continue partying. Like that's
yeah. You start randomly waking up Globers like here and there. Like wake up, man. You're sound asleep.
Demok comes in and starts smoking crystallized Glober tears.
Yeah.
2 in the morning.
You could test out that argument on Brenda. See if Brenda will be able to explain.
What's the argument?
That you could witness the eclipse, the lunar eclipse happening from the Blue Ghost mission, sitting on the moon, looking at the Earth, including the sun. Do you see the image that's in? Do you see the image that's in the text channel?
No, I just got here.
Well, click the text channel. It's 1 minute after the hour.
Yeah, that should be orange. What the hell's up with that?
Okay. What's the problem with this?
Well, what's the size of the moon, the Earth, and the sun? Comparable to like what you should be seeing. Put them into... You take your time.
I don't
think
know
about
what you mean.
What's this in relation? The size of the moon in relation to the Earth, and the moon, like visually, and what would this Earth be? How it would be occulting the sun, and what should be seen by that? Should that be what people are looking at?
How did you? I don't understand what it is you're disputing.
Yeah,
You think that the moon, that the Earth should not be able to get between you and the sun? Is that the thing?
Okay, Brenda, think about how large is the moon? How large is the Earth compared to the moon?
Quite a bit larger. I don't know the proportion.
Yeah.
Well, think about the comparison.
But that's not the moon. That's the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why does it just cover up the sun in terms of angular size as seen from the moon?
I don't know. That's not what is happening. What?
All right. So here's some context. I'll explain it. I know it probably wasn't clear. So the Blue Ghost lunar lander landed on the moon, and it looked up and took a picture of the March 14th eclipse, and it's showing in this image that it took. This is a photograph from the moon. That the Earth just barely covers the angular size of the sun, forming a ring of fire, just as we see from Earth when we're looking at the moon just barely covering the sun with an annular eclipse, along with the diamond and everything else that's glistening off the side. So the question is given the proportionality of these celestial objects, given that the Earth is supposed to be about 1.9 degrees in angular size from the moon, but the sun is about half a degree angular size from the moon, how is this annular eclipse created where the Earth is just slightly smaller in angular size from the sun to reveal also the diamond?
It's not an annular eclipse.
Yeah. So along with that,
you misidentified the photograph.
Okay. So
well, this is a ring of fire, is what you typically see with an annular eclipse of the moon in front of the sun.
The moon doesn't have an atmosphere.
Along with what was just said by Amish, the Earth is 4 times larger than the moon. Take that into account.
Say that again, Brenda. The moon doesn't have what?
The moon doesn't have an atmosphere.
Oh, you're engaged, Crit.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm just curious at how it's always interesting how far off Brenda is from the narrative, from the actual narrative. Like the standard current working model of heliocentric, Brenda is always wrong.
Am I wrong?
Just look it up. Just look it up.
Do you think the moon has an atmosphere?
It's not what I think. You just go right to NASA's website. Yeah. They'll tell you all about the lunar atmosphere. They'll break it down to you, to your education level. So just go read the shit rather than come in here, spout off complete nonsense that you know isn't true.
Brenda's been folded like a lawn chair. Right
you
now.
Are not a scientific communicator. You don't know this stuff. You never will.
I actually do.
No, you don't. You would have answered it correctly, and you're saying nonsense now.
I answered it correctly.
According to the rhetoric?
The moon doesn't.
What's more beneficial, Crit, to have somebody?
You don't know what you're talking about. You didn't go to
NASA. You're equivocating.
Go to NASA.
It's better to have her just continue say it.
You're using a word in two different.
Talking about alpha,
you're using a word. I mean? You're using a word in 2 different senses.
How does that even mean?
The moon does not have an atmosphere, right?
But it does.
If you take your helmet
Go tell NASA. Go tell NASA. Have them update their website all about the moon. Tell them Brenda Debates went on the internet, told some flat earthers some dumb shit, and now you got to backtrack. And if you can get them to update their model to reflect your scientific illiteracy, then come back and they'll post it.
I'm not though. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I know what it says.
What did it say?
Suddenly an expert. Yes and
what does it say? What does it say?
If you take your helmet off on the moon, you will die because there's no atmosphere.
What?
The fuck?
That's true. You will die. Do you think you can breathe?
That's the best non-answer.
Can you?
That's not what he's saying.
That's what.
Did you understand? It doesn't matter, dude. It says.
Can you breathe?
You just want to continue, don't you?
How does that? How does that have anything to do? Shut up, Brenda. How does that have anything to do with the visual that we were looking at in that image? How does breathing on the moon have anything to fucking do with that in your
the Earth
twisted mind?
Yeah, the Earth has an atmosphere, and the light is being refracted around the with the atmosphere. Right? It is not the case that this is an annular eclipse of the sun, right? The sun's light is being refracted around the Earth.
Cosmology according to Brenda. That's cute. But we're not using you as a standard, are we? We're using what's been said in rhetoric from the people that propagate this information. So you're not the standard, they are.
So I'm
How do you differentiate this from gravitational lensing in outer space? This looks just like what NASA says is gravitational lensing.
It's not gravitational lensing, it's refraction.
Well, how did you make the difference? What's the distinction?
The Earth doesn't have enough mass to significantly do that.
So it's not bending and warping space-time? Interesting.
Not in this case, apparently. We're going to just tactically shift back and forth.
Interesting. So you just caught yourself. You're just tangling yourself up in knots with your rhetoric. Yeah.
So no, you know,
no.
The sun, the Earth does have a gravitational field around it.
Oh, it does now.
It does distort.
There it is.
time.
Now it does. It does distort.
It's nothing you could see.
Really?
With your eyes from
barely to notice.
You disagree with that?
I like listening to people like double speaking. On the one hand, you have gravity on Earth, like causing that distortion in space-time. And on the other hand, it's not causing gravitational lensing. So yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah.
It's nothing you could see, is what I said.
Really?
Right.
But you can see light. But you can see light, right?
You can. This eclipse looks like a black hole moving in front of a star.
Yeah, you can see the light around the Earth according to this image, right?
Because it's refracting through the Earth.
Refracting? So it is being affected by the Earth's gravity, isn't it?
That's not refraction, dude.
So is it being affected by the Earth's gravity, or is it being affected by something else?
No, it's being affected alpha by gas compressed due to gravity in a vacuum.
The light is being bent by the Earth's gravitational field.
It is. I told you. You see, now you're agreeing with me.
Alpha, I have to finish sentences.
All right, go ahead.
You
Go
can't see that.
No?
I don't know how much, if you could even measure it, if you had scientific equipment on the moon, if you could measure it or not. You'd have to calculate how much of a deviation that would be. And I don't think it would be very much at all.
Are you sure about that? Or are you just saying that because it just gives you a confirmation to your bias?
The Earth isn't massive enough for you to visually see it bending light.
How do you know that?
It's not red either.
How do you know that?
Because it takes masses on the order of black holes and galaxies.
Really? So when people talk about gravitational lensing, what are they talking about?
They're talking about a massive arc. You have a source of light and the observer.
Like the sun.
A source of light and the observer, and a massive object in between them.
Like the Earth.
Yes.
Okay.
And it has to be massive enough that you can detect.
Okay. What's the parameter here? What's the scale of massive enough? That sounds like an ambiguous way to say that you don't know.
No,
what's massive enough? How big is that?
It's so big it turns space-time inside out.
Yeah, but how big is that, Brenda? How big is massive enough? You just said something that you can't put a numeric value to, right? So how are we going to trust what you're saying if you don't even know what it is?
Because I'm talking about the principles.
Well, what's the principle when you say massive enough? What's the numeric value for that?
It needs to be I don't know.
That's the answer, isn't it? You don't know.
Beyond
That
the
was
short
easy.
Radius, because you said
That was super easy, wasn't it?
Good job, Brenda. You've got these guys shaking in their fucking retard boots.
So how come the light from the ring isn't red? Because at that particular point in time, right, when that photograph was snapped from the lunar surface, with the annular ring around the Earth, that ring should be red. Because at that particular moment, the lunar surface should have looked like a reddish hellscape, like Doom 2 Hell on Earth.
Yeah,
so not only are they not showing a red wavelength of light around that ring, but they also missed a great opportunity to get us an image of the reddish hellscape of the lunar landscape when it's lit up red and within the path of totality. We don't even have that available. Like, this whole thing is a fraud.
Yeah, true.
Alpha.
Problems for the globe.
Alpha,
Yeah, what's
let
up?
me. you keep interrupting me when you hear
go ahead.
your gotcha, then you interrupt me before I finish my thought.
Well, I have to because, in other words, I won't be able to do a victory lap around you. So that's why
You
I
can
kind of
do
do
the
that.
victory lap all you like. I don't mind. You know.
Okay.
Right. So the Earth is bending any light between us and, on the moon and the sun. It's just that it's so small, you can't see it with the human eye, and probably not with any instruments that we have, as far as I know.
Hey.
It's very small. It's a very small deviation.
Well then.
And also, the moon has particles of gas that are that surround it, and for what you could call an atmosphere, but it is not appreciable.
There you go, Crit.
See, you're doing it again.
Sorry, but you just making it sound like Crit was pointing something out to you. Now you're kind of giving an out to have that excuse. Explain what Crit was demonstrated to you, how you didn't know. You're saying that there was no atmosphere. Now there is an atmosphere. It's just,
I knew that the whole time.
No, really? You didn't come out the gate saying that. You made it sound like there wasn't any atmosphere.
I'm talking in a different sense.
Okay. Well, I didn't know you were talking in a different sense. What sense were you talking about?
In the sense of an atmosphere that is substantial, that you can breathe, that's going to affect the light passing through there. So the reason you don't see some certain effects when you have a solar eclipse by the moon, right, is because the moon has solar eclipse when you're on Earth and the moon comes.
Yeah, but we're talking about the subject at hand, which is the lunar eclipse happening, which is
yes, I know, but I'm talking about this right now as an example.
But we can't use that because we're using the blue ghost as the primary subject.
I'm explaining something, which is the reason you don't see any atmospheric effects like you're seeing with the Earth in this image is because the moon doesn't have an atmosphere. And by not having an atmosphere, I mean nothing appreciable, nothing that is virtually undetectable. It's very thin and negligible. That's what I mean. That's the sense in which I'm using the word.
Okay.
And then
right.
Because you use pedantry, right, as an attempt at a gotcha.
Well, how do people know what you mean when it sounds like you're very vague in your explanation? So when you're talking, they think what you're saying is the actual atmosphere. It would be noticeable. So nobody can make a distinguishing factor here. What you're saying and what they're thinking of. You have to be very clear. You have to be. If you're not, how is somebody going to differentiate what you mean? But they can't read your mind. You have to tell them specifically what you mean.
Well,
this is a very specific, hyper-specific topic. So you can't just say ambiguous terms where people are just guessing what you mean. It's not how this works. So you should know that by now.
People in here are totally not educated, and we don't know what these terms are.
Yeah, you keep saying that. Hold on, Brenda. You keep saying that, but you're not able to provide any evidence of the case. So let me turn my sights onto you. Hold on. No, we're not going to allow you, Brenda, because somebody just interrupted. They're talking about education level. So now we're going to talk to you, sir. What's your name? Whoever you are? Kalam Sagan, or whatever the hell your name is.
Backing you up on the fact that we don't know what the hell she's talking about.
So, Kalam Sagan, what do you think about this topic that we're talking about? Do you know the topic?
No, because all I've heard is like a bunch of rhetoric and a bunch of interrupting. So I'm waiting to hear the argument.
What side are you even arguing for?
I don't know. I don't know what the argument is.
Well, then why are you opening up your mic to tell us anything?
Because
wouldn't it be better for you not to say anything and just listen?
Know the definition.
Wouldn't it be better for you not to say anything? Shut up.
Maybe.
How did you determine we don't know the definition when you don't know what we're arguing about?
Yeah, Kalam's going through CogDis right now because one of his biggest things was that the astronauts who were saved by Musk, they thank Jesus and not Musk for being saved from the ISS. And he had thought that there was no space Jesus. So now that Butch is going on and on about thank you, Jesus, he's wondering, are all the astronauts in on it? That they all know there isn't a space Jesus, They just have been lying about it. So he's kind of in a soft reset right now.
He's hot under the collar. I get you.
Yeah, he's going to squawk. You expect him to do some squawking.
Stay on for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
I interrupt you guys. Correct? I interrupt you. So I want to say something. Okay. You said that we don't know what we're talking about and that Brenda is right. That proves that you're a fucking moron. Okay. Brenda's wrong. And I'm going to tell you why Brenda's wrong.
Why am I wrong?
Because according to the gold model, I'm going to tell you why you're wrong, Brenda. Why isn't the Ring of Fire red?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, you don't know because it's supposed to be. If your reason that the light is being refracted around the frickin' Earth, that means there would be absorption. And all the blue light would be absorbed and it would be red. Why isn't it red?
Not every lunar eclipse
Why
is
does the moon turn red
right?
during an eclipse, Brenda? Why does the moon turn red?
Because of
why does the moon turn red during an eclipse?
Yeah, because of the shorter wave.
That's right.
You didn't let me finish.
Yeah, that's right.
You didn't finish. Let me finish. So, because of the shorter wavelengths being absorbed by the Earth's atmosphere, right? So that all we see reflected back from the moon are mostly the red wavelengths.
Okay, so that means the light that arrives at the moon is red, right?
Reddish, rust-colored.
Reddish.
Yeah.
You didn't get your swatch color palette out, Indio.
Instagram.
It's a rusty red, right?
Well, that's actually autumn red if you think about it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be fire.
So what's the problem?
Red, or lipstick red, or because there's blue in the image.
What's the problem?
In her own definition, she said that
there isn't supposed to be. Refraction and absorption are directly related through something called the Kramer-Kronig's relation. Okay, if you have refraction, you have absorption. It has to exist. Okay, you claimed refraction. Where's the absorption? Why isn't it red? There is blue in the ring of fire. I ran a histogram on the image. RGB are all maxed out. And so what? This image is fake as fuck. You guys are never gonna live it down. You're never gonna live it down.
And also, Indio.
There's no way out of it.
Also, Indio, you're kind of cutting in and out, so
yeah,
I don't know.
It's kind of hard.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm like mobile.
But you're roboting now.
Yeah, you're.
So that's all.
Yeah.
So I can.
We didn't hear you though. For the most part.
I can steal, man. What he's saying. He's saying.
Tell us how fucking the moon is
it's robot.
Special color, reddish. Go for it.
Yeah, he seems to be saying that every lunar eclipse the moon should be red or reddish, and that's just not true, though.
No, that's a straw man. Good try, though.
No, but that's what you said. You said if there's refraction, there has to be absorption.
That's right.
Yeah. So every lunar eclipse should be red, and they're not.
Every lunar eclipse is red. It depends.
Yeah, we're not getting it. Yeah, it's not coming through.
From the location they are.
Yeah, you're not coming in, Indio. It's pretty bad.
It's really
pretty bad. None of it's coming through.
What he's telling Brenda is that whenever you talk about refraction, it have to be absorption. They are linked together. When the light is going toward another medium and it hits the boundary, the surface of the second medium, it will just lose a part of it, of that light ray. You will lose a part of that light ray that will reflect from the surface. And
I can grant all of that. Yeah. I can grant.
What I can't grant is the gravity's compressing gas against a vacuum to cause this phenomenon.
But okay, that's taken us to a different discussion than what we're already having, right?
It's relevant though.
Oh, is that okay then, Alpha? Because I don't want to.
It ties into the whole phenomenon that you're observing.
Yeah, gravity.
So it ties into it.
Yeah, gravity is why we have atmospheric pressure on Earth. Yeah.
And the R word you forgot.
Refraction.
You forgot the R word. Yeah.
Gravity isn't refraction.
That's not what I said. It's contributing to. It's contributing to it, isn't it?
I'm not. What?
All right. So if gravity's holding all the gas to the Earth, according to what you believe, then you would be seeing this phenomena occur.
Which phenomenon? Refraction?
Oh my God! Are you even in this conversation, or are you just you're busy doing something else? You can do that other thing.
So
I don't think we don't have your mind on this topic right now. You're somewhere else.
Gravity causes atmospheric pressure, right? That's why we have an atmosphere around Earth, and the atmosphere refracts light from the sun. Yes,
that's what I was telling you. So reason why you would have this phenomena, right?
Yes.
Oh well, then.
That's why. Well, it's why you would have refraction on the Earth, is because the gravity is holding the atmosphere to the Earth.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. What's your problem?
Didn't seem like you understood what we're talking about. Don't even try it, Bahara.
Because it felt like you were talking about something else, and I wasn't sure.
Anyway.
So then, can we move forward? Then there's no.
This is basically just an after party. Like this really doesn't need to be any like
after party
back and forth. Yeah, that you guys have been debunked yet again with another image that you were capitalizing on. Basically, somebody came in prematurely, brought this image to us, which was Daza. Thank you for that, and was bringing this argument to us about Blue Ghost.
But you haven't
witnessing
anything.
But we did. Witnessing the Earth being occulting the sun on a lunar eclipse that was, a week ago, something like that?
I've already told you that it's not an annular eclipse of the sun by the Earth. I've told you.
How is it considered? What type of eclipse was that?
An annular eclipse?
No, what type of eclipse was the one that just took place not too long ago?
Oh,
what type?
The moon?
The type of eclipse that everyone witnessed. What type of eclipse was that? What lunar eclipse type was it? How was it categorized?
I don't know how it was categorized.
Okay, so then why do you say that it's not an annular eclipse?
Because an annular eclipse has a specific definition.
Is it one or not? And you said you didn't know.
You mean the lunar eclipse that happened recently?
That's what we're. Oh my God!
Right. So the lunar.
You know why people have such a hard time having a discussion with you? It's because you're not on topic. Your mind's all over the place.
Alpha.
You can't focus.
Alpha. There's no such thing.
That's not my problem. It's yours. You're not able to focus on what we're talking about.
There's no such thing as an annular lunar eclipse as seen from the Earth.
So when you were talking about this eclipse that just occurred, what type of lunar eclipse is it?
I don't know how they typify.
Well, then,
tell me.
Yeah. Well, no, you're the one that's over here saying that what it is and what it isn't. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about, dude. You're switching. I'm talking about, as seen from the moon, the eclipse of the sun by the Earth is not an annular eclipse.
It is one defined by what is visually seen from the Earth to the moon. So when you're defining it in that, yeah, I know, but when you're defining it that way, people understand what category you're putting it in. So they know what type of eclipse it is. So then when you're saying this type of eclipse happened, you say this is the type that happened visually from the Earth seeing on the moon. Now, if the Blue Ghost was on the moon and looking back at the Earth, They were identifying, or at least in what category it falls in, from the Earth to the moon. But if you're saying that the blue ghost, what?
It's defined by the observer.
Yeah, I know. So what do you define the one on the moon then?
It would just be the Earth eclipsing the sun.
Yeah, and what type of eclipse is that?
I don't know that anybody has bothered to categorize those kinds of eclipses. Right?
Okay, so the Earth eclipsing the sun.
You think it's an annular eclipse because from
it gives it a name so that people can look it up. What type of eclipse was it? Well, visually from the Earth, visually from the Earth to the moon, you can categorize it in this type. Yeah, but it gives people a reference, Brenda. People can look it up now. They're like, well, what eclipse are you talking about? When did it take place? Well, the annular eclipse that took place like about a week ago or two ago. So people can look it up. And then when they look it up, they're like, oh, I know what eclipse you're talking about. This one? Oh, what do you mean? What happened on this eclipse? And then you say, well, there was a Blue Ghost mission, according to what they're telling us, that landed on the moon and had an observation of the Earth occulting the sun. So you're talking specifically for reference so that people can look it up. Not specifically for what type of eclipse you're witnessing from the moon to the Earth. That's not what it is. It's in reference to looking up what type of eclipse you're speaking of. It's categorizing it, yeah?
Right. So when you see a lunar eclipse, you're seeing it from the Earth and you're looking at the moon. And you are in between the sun and the moon.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me all that. I know what it is. I know what it is. What this is doing is, once again, Brenda, you don't have to explain that. I already know. The problem what we're having is when people are looking it up, they don't know what type of eclipse you're talking about, but if you categorize it, people can look it up, and then you can say, okay, that eclipse that you could see from the Earth to the moon, there's a Blue Ghost mission that's on the moon looking at the Earth occulting the sun. So now they know where to go.
That's a different eclipse.
I fucking know. But it's only talking in reference to when it took place.
Fine. When I say, let me finish my sentence here. When I say, when I'm talking about the eclipse as seen by the Blue Ghost mission on the moon, I'm saying that it's not an annular eclipse because...
Oh my God. I already fucking know that. Because it's from the moon to the Earth. Yes, I know that. The problem is when somebody's looking it up, they don't know what type of eclipse you're talking about or when it took place. But if you categorize it, they will look it up, and then they'll say, okay, this eclipse. Okay, I know we saw this happen when we were on the Earth, but what are you talking about now? And then you can reference the Blue Ghost mission. And then they can go into what is being seen from there. Yeah?
All right, so you admit that it's not...
Oh my God, I'm not admitting anything. You just don't understand what's been said.
You accepted it.
No, you don't know what's being said, and now that I'm clarifying, you look like you got egg on your face because you thought I was talking about the name of the eclipse happening from the moon, seeing the Earth occulting the sun, according to the paradigm of the Earth being a globe. That's what you're talking about. You're trying to make it sound like that's what I was saying. I wasn't fucking saying that. You weren't paying attention, and it shows now. It shows.
It is. It is an annular. It is an annular eclipse because the annular eclipse is a qualitative description of a ring. Okay, so it is.
That's wrong.
That's not a quantitative description. It is qualitative.
That's wrong.
So Brenda,
yeah, you can say wrong. What's the etymology of the word annular?
Yeah, so
what's the etymology of the word annular?
It's when the moon doesn't fully occlude the disk of the sun.
Yeah, that's your story, dude, but that's not what the word means. Annular eclipse. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's a fucking story. It's a fucking story.
No, it means...
Annular eclipse is a qualitative description. Do you not know what that means? It's just a quality. It has nothing to do with the cause or anything.
An annular eclipse happens because the moon is closer to the Earth.
Yeah, say it again. Say it again. Yeah, say it again.
Yeah, doesn't completely cover.
I keep saying we know the story. I know you have to read straight off Wikipedia.
And so your argument
over and over again.
Your argument is that this ring of light that you see is due to the Earth not fully covering the sun. and I'm saying that's false.
No. No. Okay.
No, that was the argument that I was giving at the beginning of this. At the beginning of this, that was the argument you gave.
Okay, fine, Brenda. Annular eclipse is qualitative. It's just what you see. If you see an eclipse with a fucking ring, it's an annular eclipse.
Wrong.
The causal mechanism, you can say you're wrong, but that doesn't mean anything. You can look up what the word annular means and verify what I'm saying is correct. Where you can't verify what you're saying is correct.
That's an etymological fallacy.
Okay. So why did they name it that then?
Huh?
Why did they use that name?
It's like because it looks like a ring.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it does. It looks like a ring with a diamond at one part. Yeah.
Now, doesn't this?
It's not an annular eclipse, though.
Look, if I showed you this image, how do you know that?
How do I know what?
How do you know the causal mechanism is what you're saying and that it's not an annular eclipse? It's an annular eclipse because that's what you see.
It's not
the qualitative description.
I'll tell you why.
You can just keep saying all you want. It don't mean anything.
No, I'll tell you why. It's because the Earth is much.
You're going to say it again, aren't you?
The Earth. No, I'm going to say the Earth is much larger in angular size than the Sun when seen from the Moon, and therefore it can't be an annular eclipse.
Yeah, we know that. Thank you.
It can't be an annular eclipse. What is happening?
Yeah, we know.
The light from the sun is being refracted around the Earth because of atmospheric refraction.
Nonsense.
It's not. It's a different cause. It's
okay. So hold on a second. If you drew the Earth, right? So you got the black part, which you think is the Earth, right? And I drew the sun within there. It would be nowhere near. It would be a little freaking teeny 1/4 size circle in the center. So you're saying refraction can bend the light tens of degrees.
So this definition that Sporadic put up, which says a solar eclipse occurs when the sun and moon are exactly in line with the Earth, but the apparent size of the moon is smaller than that of the sun. In the image that you guys are talking about, the apparent size of the Earth is larger than that of the sun.
And how can you tell that from the image?
No, I know that because I know the relative
No,
size.
that's not the point. How can you tell that from the image? What's being asked.
But we already know the size of the Earth and the size.
No, you don't. That's the problem. No, that's another problem. But we're not going to divert there because the image is what we're talking about.
In our model, we know the size of the sun and the moon and the Earth.
Yeah, but according to the image, how can you tell that? If somebody showed you the image and didn't give you a description about what it is, what would you think you're looking at?
I would say I don't know.
That's bullshit, and you know it. That's bullshit, and you know it.
But the thing is, I know based on our model.
No, you don't know based on the image. If somebody showed you this without any reference to what the image actually was about, you wouldn't know what you're looking at. So you would just go based off what you thought what you think it is.
Yeah, I would say, what is sun? What is Earth?
You would tell people like that's a nice eclipse that's occurring.
I don't know anything because I don't know anything. You're assuming I know nothing, therefore I would know nothing.
So check this out. Let's just cut through all the smoke screen and all that bullshit. Okay? The only reason you're defending this image is because you saw an image and there's a bunch of words on it. And those words said, taken from the moon, and it's on NASA.gov. Okay? If you just saw the image and didn't have any captions, you would say, this is an annular lunar eclipse from the sun. You fucking know it. We all know it.
No, I wouldn't.
You're just a
Yes, you would.
No, I wouldn't. If I don't know anything,
You're a liar.
I don't know anything.
You're a liar.
No, I'm
You're
not.
a liar. Yes, you are.
Brenda, since a moment I wanted to tell you something. I don't fucking care about the name of that sun eclipse that you have from that perspective from the surface of the moon. What I care about is the moon eclipse that happened in the 14 March 2025. That was a red moon. I don't see that in your footage from the surface of the moon because I still see the blue spectrum there. The lunar eclipse from here, from the surface of the Earth, we saw a red moon. You don't see red light on that ring of light around the Earth. You can claim refraction, but it's not, because we know that that refraction will create that red spectrum of light that will reach the moon, like we saw on the surface of the moon from here on the Earth.
I understand the argument you're making. You're saying that there should be a red light coming, being refracted around the Earth and being cast onto the moon and flooding the moon with red light.
We should just see what happened here in reality.
That's your argument, though, right? I correctly. Yeah.
Yeah, we should see the same exact thing that happened here in reality when we looked to the surface of the moon. So we should see that on that footage. We don't see it. It's not what happened.
This is something that flat earthers do a lot. Is I should see X because I don't understand science, right?
No. Yeah, Joe. Cool.
That's what you always say.
Okay, because we should understand science.
We should see.
So, Brenda, why don't we see? Oh, yeah. Tell us what we should see. Why don't we just see dispersion if it's refraction?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know what you see
if it's
from
not
there
refraction,
because you need instruments. You'd need instruments to measure it.
No, you don't need instruments. You can take photographs of this with a fucking telescope on Earth.
Yeah. What is
so they have things for telescopes called.
I know what dispersion is. What is the dispersion amount that we should see?
Enough so that we see chromatic aberration. Because
I don't
when
know
we take pictures of,
so you're just assuming that's correct. That it's
I know it's true because they make, Brenda, they make dispersion correctors for telescopes. Why?
Right, because lenses cause dispersion, chromatic dispersion.
No, they're not. No, they're not in the lens. Yeah, we know that.
I said they cause it.
This isn't what the corrector's for. The corrector's not for the optic. It's for what's coming into the optic.
The light coming from a star is not chromatically. A light coming from a star is not chromatically dispersed significantly, especially if you look straight.
Yeah. Okay. Why don't you type in atmospheric dispersion corrector and go look at the myriad of fucking images of various fucking planets.
So you're talking about atmosphere. You know, lenses cause chromatic dispersion too.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, but why don't we see that shit? But why aren't we seeing
atmosphere does too?
Right, because telescopes telescopes are very sensitive, right? They can see things that your eye can't see.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking dancing around. There's a lot of dancing around the topic, but visually, what people
observe. She's never going to answer, and I'll tell you why she's never going to answer. If she said something about the chromatic dispersion, right, caused by refraction, she's going to freaking throw the scattering, the absorption of the blue wavelength under the bus.
What?
Because you can't have
doing
the
it now.
right? You can't have the rainbow without the blue.
Oh, he's doing it now because visually, what's been noticed on the moon and the moon's been eclipsed. We see that red tint on the moon. So when that happens, there's already a visual range of the red color that we see. So we see that happening on the moon. So if that was true, when the blue ghost is sitting on the moon looking at the Earth, then that red color should be what's being witnessed from the blue ghost.
Again, that's you saying what you should see. That's what you're saying.
Yes, I know that. But if it's being... that doesn't matter.
It does matter.
You're not going to be looking at a different spectrum of light looking one way to the other if what's being shown on the moon is a red color.
Yeah, you will.
You guys that's the problem with you guys. You think that you're going to see something.
So Alpha, I can steelman your argument back to you. You're saying that because what the lunar eclipse
Wrong side chat, by the way.
Because
Well,
the
there
lunar
it is.
eclipse
Yeah,
was
you
red.
definitely will.
Because it was red, then as seen from the Earth, then the blue ghost should have seen nothing but red light coming from the Earth, right? That's your argument?
That's what should be shown because that's the only light that would be emitted. The only type of wavelength that's permitted to be actually put through from the Earth to the moon.
What's your analysis that says that you should be able to see that?
A basic observation of a fucking complete and total lunar eclipse.
Not science. That's not science.
Really. So you know that you just.
Here's the analysis. You shine a red light at a fucking camera, it shows it's a red light. There's your fucking analysis. The camera would be red too, right? Because it's getting bathed in red light.
That's what you say, right?
Well, I'm asking you, dude. I have to prove it. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Dude,
that's what you would see.
Yeah,
that it's
I got
enough that you can see it.
I got it. Yeah, now we're just getting into hopes and dreams that hopefully that this doesn't actually get into an argument where people actually are having this argument because it's stupid now. So we got on the text channel, we got Pads saying that it's a good argument. Like I think Pickle wanted to jump in and say that it's also true.
No, I'm saying where you're at depends on what you end up seeing. So atmospheric radiation transfer codes are what are used to decode all of these refraction, radiative, chromatic, blah, 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 differentials, right? So satellites don't see, they sense, and then you compile it with algorithms.
I have cancer. I'm going to die soon.
This is not the forum for that, sir.
Bless your heart.
Leave.
I don't really
I
care.
have one wish.
No.
Die right now.
Shut
I
up,
have
dude.
a dream. I have a dream.
Shut up.
All right.
So
Where are we
now,
at?
getting back to the point that we're going to have to realize that if we're witnessing something on the moon, right, the color scheme is red. That's all we see. So what do you think would be happening that what we witnessed from the Blue Ghost mission looking at the Earth would be a different color or maybe something else from the spectrum other than red?
If I go up 100 feet, my input of view changes, and it keeps changing as you go higher and lower and where you're at on Earth and that's why you need radiation transfer codes. You guys laugh at this, so you don't even consider it.
I think you're sidestepping the point, but that's fine.
I'm not. I'll put the wiki in side chat.
That's great. Anyway, the argument here is of the image that's being shown in the text channel for anybody that wants to look at the argument. If you came here a little bit late, we're talking about the Blue Ghost image shown from, I guess, if you look up NASA, NASA.gov shows a image of what appears to be the Earth occulting the sun on an annular lunar eclipse. So that eclipse that took place not too long ago, about a couple weeks ago, is what we're talking about, because they're saying that they have a lunar lander that is named Blue Ghost that was on the moon, looked up at the Earth, being for the lunar eclipse to happen, was the Earth occulting the sun. I don't know. Somebody might want to put it up.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. It's specific to that argument. So
When
if you
say
have something to
occulting,
contribute,
what does that? All you have is a photo, right? So like, where's the photo?
yeah. I told you it's in the text channel. Somebody might want to put it in
scroll.
again. It was 1 minute after the hour. I don't know what time it is right
Either
now.
the photo is doctored or it's not. That's all you could say. Occulting.
Well,
what does that
I mean, yeah, there's it's still rhetoric though, is what we're addressing. None of you guys are talking about it because it shouldn't be a subject that is being discussed, but because it's I would consider it propaganda, it's being consumed by the masses. So we have to address it in a way that it would at least make some sense, or people can put it or formulate it into some logical consistency. We don't have that, which is why we're talking about it. And it seems like there's nothing but mental contortions that are occurring from the globe side, including Brenda. That's why I gave it to Brenda, because I thought maybe Brenda would look at this and be able to come back with some form of an argument, but it seems like Brenda's just like writhing and just giving us excuses. Doesn't know the rhetoric being pointed out. So
Explain to me why the Earth is flat.
I don't need to do that because you haven't any answer right now for how it's a globe. However, if you can tell us how it's a globe and you're able to do it well, then yes, I will tell you how the Earth is flat.
No, just tell me. Just tell me.
No, I'm not going to do what you want. You're going to do what we want. This forum is designed for people to realize that the Earth is not a globe and not for your dumbass questions to be answered first, sir.
Tell me.
That's not how this forum works.
Tell me how I will realize.
All right, fine. I'll tell you how. We have no proof of the globe. We're flat earthers because we have not seen any verifiable evidence giving rise to proof of the globe.
Yeah, we didn't have to answer you, but that was an answer. So now what do you have to say about the Earth being a globe?
I just asked. I don't know.
You don't know how the Earth is a globe. Sit down, sir. Shut up. Fucking speaking gibberish, bullshit.
Like a hi ni ho.
All right,
Yeah,
so if
fucking-
I'm understanding you correct, you think the moon eclipse only happens on the... No, you can see it from different angles on different astrological bodies. So yeah, you could see the Earth get eclipsed. You could see anything get eclipsed, depending upon what angle you're looking at it from. So what's the issue?
Can you guys explain why the moon and the sun is a globe?
No, listen, dude. It's pretty simple.
I know.
Do you have
I
any
just
evidence?
stated it. I'm not changing my mind.
Hold on, Pickle. I'm asking the gentleman that just said right now. Who am I speaking to?
Speaking to Mr. Frame, bro.
Frame. Oh my God. Yeah, you haven't had evidence for the Earth as a globe, and you've been demonstrated someone who doesn't understand anything for explain. How is the Earth a globe?
You want me to explain that?
Yeah. How do you know it's a globe? Yep.
Well, we have astronauts that have seen that the Earth is a globe, bro.
No, wrong. Wrong.
How is that wrong?
Because prior to the advent of rockets going into the vacuum of space, according to your paradigm, how did people figure out that the Earth you're standing on is a globe?
You know, you're thinking about measurements, or what you're talking about?
Yeah. What you're telling us is before astronauts, we didn't know that Earth was a globe. Is that true?
That is true, yes.
That's bullshit. Sit down,
No,
Mr.
that's
Frame.
not true.
You're an embarrassment to anybody speaking about the Earth as a globe. Sit down, dude. No, don't no bro me nothing. You sit down and listen to somebody that can articulate a point of how they know the Earth is a globe prior to the advent of rocket technology. Yeah?
Okay, explain to me right now.
I don't need to explain to you. You weren't able to demonstrate you know the Earth's a globe in any way prior to the advent of the rocket's existence.
You want me to tell you other explanations?
No, I don't need to hear bullshit. I need to hear somebody that knows how to articulate a point of how they know the Earth's a globe based on shut up. Based on how their knowledge is formed from the, I guess, ancient times, you call it. So if there's something from ancient times, how they understood the Earth as a globe prior to rockets existing, then yeah, I'll listen to that. Not you, who said, we didn't know the Earth was a globe until we got astronauts.
Wait,
we don't need to hear you.
Lying, bro.
Sit down.
They're liars.
No, here's what we can ask you. For successful rocket missions to exist, they would have had to have known the globe exists. So how did they determine the globe's dimensions for the successful rocket launches?
Hey, bro, can you give me explanation?
No, answer his question. No, answer his question.
First you answer me, then I answer you.
His question. You want to proceed, you're going to answer his question, or I'll sit down.
What's your question, bro? What's your question?
He's not...
For successful rocket launches to exist in your worldview, they would have had to have determined the shape of the Earth and to figure its exact dimensions. How did they do that before the first successful rocket launch?
I'm not the scientist, bro. I'm not the scientist.
Okay, well then you don't know, so as Alpha was telling you, you should probably sit.
Yeah, have a seat.
Why do I have to know?
Up.
Professionals that know
Shut up.
Hey, bro.
We don't need to hear your voice. I'm going to give you an option to shut up, or I will shut you up.
Have respect, bro. Have respect when speaking, bro.
One, shut up. Put a white mic by your name. Fucking you will learn today, man. Everybody who's in here who believes the Earth's a globe has the opportunity to tell us in a point articulated well how it is a globe. Now, go ahead and demonstrate if you think the Earth's a globe. Shh, dude, I gave you an option. So, if you're able to, go ahead. Not Brenda. Not Mr. Frame. You guys have been demonstrated to show you don't have any evidence.
24-hour sun.
Excellent. Okay, so we'll start there. So the Earth is a globe, according to you. It says Christ Bearer is your name. Welcome to the forum.
Yeah, because of the 24-hour sun in the south.
Okay, you need to make a formal, logical, deductive syllogism that links the 24-hour sun to the shape of the Earth.
Yes, please. Premise, conclusion. That'd be very well articulated.
Right,
Christ
where the
Bearer.
conclusion is contingent on the premises being true.
Indeed.
All right, Quantum Racer, I'll do that for you. Ready?
That's not Quantum Eraser. It's Alpha Veritas.
It is.
You fucking idiot.
You're stealing his mantra, don't
I'm not stealing his mantra. I'm my own fucking person. You fucking goober.
This is just like Philosophy 101, dude. Did you ever take philosophy like at a basic 100 level in college?
Okay,
Now
you
then.
ready?
No. Premise, conclusion. Go.
By the way, I came up with it, so stop attributing to Quantum Eraser.
Yeah, we're all into you, guys. We're all into you.
Go ahead. Formulate it with logic.
If the Earth is a ball, and if the
Hold on. You're not coming through. Hold on. You're not coming through. Hold on. You're not coming through. Fix your internet.
I heard you.
Fix your internet, dude.
Is it better?
Yeah, try again.
All right, hold on a second. I may have to come back in a few minutes.
We'll be here.
That's cool, man. We're here 24/7. You know what's funny is when they went to Antarctica during the TFE, they verified their latitude by taking elevation angles to the sun, measuring the difference between its highest and lowest point in the sky. They determined their latitude by measuring flat Earth below the sun.
Yeah. So Brenda just put the premise conclusion. Now, Brenda, flip that around and now tell us how sunsets prove that the Earth is a globe. Sunsets and sunrises. Go ahead. Actually, if you do me a solid, do one for both and do it side by side so I can see that both are logically consistent. Sunsets and the sun being up 24 hours. Put them side by side. For the audience, if you will. You can do it in text. You don't need to speak it.
Okay, how do you know the first premise is true? It's asserting it. It's Ipsy Dixit nonsense. Why don't you say there's a 24-hour sun, the Earth must be a globe? Why don't you say that and just like save us the verbiage?
Yeah, do sunsets confirm that the Earth is a globe, Brenda? Put it in text channel. They're caught between.
Guys, the 24-hour sun affirms the consequent, guys. What's wrong with that?
So sunsets also prove that the Earth is a globe? Brenda, you haven't answered my question. In text channel. Do sunsets provide evidence that the Earth is a globe? I don't know why you're afraid. Just answer the question.
Dude, how many months ago was that now? December? You still haven't figured out the final proposition is a trap.
Yeah, it is. But
Brent, you can't do it, and they just can't meet. Like they still keep trying. But I don't get it, dude.
Yes, and the problem is they're trying to make it sound like logically consistent for both 24-hour sun and sunsets, sunrises. How can both be true, though? That they both prove that the Earth is a globe?
That shit can happen on any surface. So you can have a cylinder, and Antarctica being the top of cylinder, and the sun have going around that top, and it can be on a diamond shape. that doesn't prove the shape at all. That's the sun doing something.
Yeah,
in the sky.
that's the point. It can't, because it'll always be an inference, right? Because you're looking at something, you're trying to figure out what something is by looking at what it isn't, right? Trying to figure out what the Earth is by looking at the sun. You can't prove that logically. It'll always be an inference. Like, you can't figure out what your house is made of by looking at your neighbor's house, or all your neighbor's houses. All your neighbor's houses, the entire village, the entire city could have brick houses. It doesn't mean your house is brick.
So,
you just gave away the game, Indio. I guess it's been 3 months. It's about time you expose the secret to their own logical fallacy trap.
Well, we went through it on Twitter. We're giving them the ability to come into the platform and tell us how they can do any logical formulations of how it's possible that the 24-hour sun in any way proves that the Earth is a globe. And with the premise and the conclusion, they weren't able to do it. You should go back and listen to it. I have 2 episodes actually that address this. Nobody could do it. They still can't. So, I mean, Brenda attempted to in the text channel if you scroll up a little bit. But at the same time, how is it possible that you can have that same logic explain sunsets and sunrises? I'm putting to you that with the 24-hour sun, where the sun doesn't set, it proves the Earth's a globe. And the same with the sun setting and the sun rising, that proves the Earth is a globe. See the problem?
Yeah, that they're a bunch of cultists. That's the problem.
Science doesn't prove. Oh, there'd be a lot of people that disagree with that. Indio
I
knows
wouldn't
nothing
be one
about
of them.
logic.
It just describes with accuracy and precision that's repeatable. It does not do anything else.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Someone else will just believe that the Earth is a cylinder, like Google Map. Do you know Google Map? What is it?
I feel like
Mercator
algorithms used for efficiency are not the actual case. So you can't sit here and say the back end is a cylinder, therefore. That's how algorithms work.
So science doesn't prove anything. Is that what you said? That doesn't.
No, it
make
doesn't.
Any
It
sense.
just describes things that are accuracy, precision based, and repeatable. Thus, people care to entertain.
Okay, then scientific explanations are horseshit, then, right?
No, I just said what they are. They tend to describe things, right, with a certain accuracy and precision, and then that result is repeatable. That's it. Can you repeat that for me?
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. But you're also saying that it
I didn't
doesn't
say anything
do
other than that.
explanations. So when they say X causes Y, they're full of shit.
No, that is a description. Yeah. Welcome to the club.
No. Okay, X causes Y.
You didn't realize
is an
cause and effect
explanation.
is a description? Like when you make
Okay,
cause
all
and
you
effect
can
statements?
get from descriptive models are correlations. You can't get
accuracy
cause
and precision and
relationship.
repeatability. Welcome to science.
It's
Yeah.
correlation causation.
No, correlation, high correlation is precision and accuracy, for instance, because you're missing the connection.
not
and
answering.
then you can repeat that.
answering.
That's it.
Non-responsive, Your
That's it.
Honor.
Yeah, it is. And I'm not going to listen to
Non-responsive, Your
you
Honor.
tell me different.
Non-responsive.
Non-responsive, Your Honor.
Yeah, we all hear it.
All right.
I'm glad you have a different understanding than
I'm back.
academics, yeah?
You're
I'm back with
sidestepping.
globe evidence.
Yeah, when you can define
Not
science to
expecting
include not
anything
science, I guess you
From
win.
a lay person who doesn't have a degree.
All right, who's
I'm not doing it.
Christ Bearer? Are you there?
Yeah.
All right, so let this guy take center stage. Go ahead. What was your evidence that the Earth is a globe?
The evidence that the Earth is a globe is the 24-hour sun in the south.
Okay. Did you hear what we were saying about premise, conclusion? Formulate it in a logical statement. Okay, go ahead and formulate it in a logical statement.
All right. If Earth is a sphere at such and such size, at such and such distance from the sun, right? All that stuff. I'm not going to give all the numbers, whatever. And if it's spinning, then if you're in the north, the sun will be 24 hours one way. And then if you go to the south, it will spend 24 hours in the opposite direction around you, as in a 360 degree rotation. We see that Therefore, Earth is a globe.
All right, that's not a deductive syllogism.
That was fucking
You
horrible.
lose. It's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
And like, is the Earth? But if you
Well, it's evidence. It's evidence for a globe, and it's evidence not for not a flat Earth. You can't have that observation on a flat Earth. You agree with that, right?
Yeah.
No.
Prove it.
They measured Earth flat below the sun in Antarctica, dude.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the motion of the sun above the Earth.
Motion of the sun, you say?
They confirmed their location by taking elevation angles to the sun, which necessitates a flat horizontal baseline below the sun in Antarctica all the way around.
If that were true, then you all would have. If that were true, then you all would have produced a flat Earth map a long time ago.
No, dude.
That's not true.
You would just go. That's take a bunch of flat Earth angles.
No, that's not.
No, you would just go take a bunch of flat Earth angles and create a map. Why not? Isn't that how you get latitude? You said.
Yeah, that's how you get latitude, by measuring elevation angles over a flat Earth.
So then, where's the flat Earth map then?
The map that you're using is a flat Earth. And the coordinates you might be using could be based off a spherical coordinate reference system, which is not the Earth.
What's your proof that the map I'm using is a flat Earth map?
Elevation angles to the stars to create the coordinate reference system that you use to imagine that you live on a globe.
So where's? But I asked for the map. I didn't ask.
Yeah, but you can't listen, dude. You can't have angle measurements if you don't have a flat baseline.
That's not
you need
true.
Yeah, how do you have an angle? What's an angle?
You can take an angle and then you just convert it into.
Yeah, but you can't have. Listen, dude. Listen, the bottom line would have to be a straight line. You can't have it curving. So you need, as for an angle,
fine.
you need.
You just use the Haversine formula and convert it into the sphere.
Yeah, but you're only saying that it is. You're only.
There's
I
a
know,
map.
but you're
There's a globe
only.
map.
Listen, dude. You're only saying that it is a globe based on you thinking it is one. Well, then, if that were true, that flat line that you have at the bottom would only be a tangential line or a plane. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Haversine formula is creating a sphere out of the sky, not below your feet. Yo, listen, Haversine creates a sphere out of the sky, not below your feet, dude. Do you hear me?
Yeah, celestial.
Haversine creates a sphere. Haversine creates a sphere out of the sky.
You repeated that.
You keep breaking up. Okay, I'm sorry. You kept breaking up. I was repeating for the
You're
audience.
breaking up, Christ Bear. That's what's happening. It sounds like you're done because your internet's breaking up.
I'm on my phone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming, but when you're in the middle of speaking, it breaks up. So I don't know what to tell you. It sounds like you're done.
Okay, you just said. All right, fine. You just said I'm using the sky to measure the globe. You just said you're taking measurements to the sky to measure your flat Earth.
Yeah.
So why can't I do the same thing for the globe?
Your Haversine converts your flat Earth into an arc for the sky coordinates.
Right, and it all works.
Yeah, so for the celestial sphere, we're talking about a celestial sphere, not a terrestrial sphere. Now, if you're talking about the Earth conforming to the sphere model that you think it does, then you'd have to produce the evidence that on the Earth there's a dropping away from the tangential plane. So you know how like you have an angles created by two straight lines, right? Let me see if you can understand what I'm saying. Angles created by two straight lines. You agree with me, right? Hello? An angle is created by two straight lines. You have a flat baseline, right? The bottom line. And then the line that's going straight up to the heavenly body, whatever that is.
Right.
You agree? Okay, so in order to have that, the bottom line has to be, where is that? It's touching the Earth, right? The bottom line.
I don't know, but I'll just say yes for the sake of argument.
Well, if you think that it's a globe, it would be touching the Earth at a specific point. The bottom line. But it would be a tangent line, which means that it wouldn't continue to be on the surface of Earth. It would actually the Earth would drop away from that tangential plane because it's curving. Do you get me or no?
Yeah, I get you. What are you saying?
So the problem is that you're turning the Earth into a terrestrial sphere based on thinking about it, angle measurements, two things in the sky. But you can't do that because you'd have to tell me how you understand the Earth is dropping away from the bottom baseline of that angle. So the bottom baseline of the angle would just be a tangential plane on the surface of the Earth, touching the Earth at a specific point, right? So you're going to have to demonstrate that the Earth is dropping away from that tangential plane. That's the next step. Yeah, you could use two straight lines in a tangent plane. You could do that, but the problem is you're going to have to show how the Earth is dropping away from the tangential plane. That's the next step. How did you do that?
Okay, well, I didn't bring that up as my argument. Someone else
It's a part of it.
I mentioned
No, it's a part of it.
No,
it's a part of it.
There's different arguments. There's different arguments.
Yes, because what you brought up the Haversine formula, right? And the sporadic is telling you
his angle measurements showing how it could work. My argument was 24-hour sun in the south. And
but you're using angle measurements to things in the sky, dude. This is the issue.
No, I didn't take any measurements in the sky. I just saw a video. I wasn't even there.
They in Antarctica did to confirm their latitude. They measured Earth flat.
Right. And it on the globe it matches up with their latitude.
No, dude, listen, you're turning the Earth into a terrestrial sphere. You don't know that. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You can't say it's a sphere because when they're using the angle measurements, you need a flat baseline. That flat baseline is sitting on the Earth. It's either sitting on the Earth, touching the Earth at a specific point with a tangent line, with the Earth being a ball, or it's a flat Earth with the horizontal line that's at the bottom, the baseline.
All they have to say is that that's fine, that's great, that's true. But then we use the Haversine formula to convert it into the globe of the known proportions.
No, dude, you don't understand what's being said to you. Sporadic just told you that only applies to things in the sky for the celestial sphere, not the terrestrial sphere that you think you're on.
Haversine creates geodesics out of latitude and longitude, which are in the sky.
How do you have a celestial sphere around a flat Earth?
It's how navigation's done. It's a concept. I don't think the celestials are actually a sphere anyway.
Yeah, it's
at least
just
one that we can fully understand. We just interpret it that way.
It's a useful convention that people use to actually tell people how to visually see things in like a degree of like in the sky. So if you say I see a star at 50 degrees or whatever, it's kind of like think of a protractor, right? So you have a flat baseline with a protractor, but you can use an angle of degrees because an angle is two straight lines. So you could tell somebody that thing that you see in the sky is at a specific angle of degrees in the sky, but the protractor has a flat baseline. And it's important to think about that when you do these angle measurements. That's how you're applying this same type of understanding. So you don't
pressure without a container.
You don't shut up, dude. You don't turn the Earth into a globe because of that. The globe is coming after the fact. You're turning it into that because then you're going to say, well, my angle measurements with two straight lines are now done as a tangential plane. That the bottom baseline of that angle is going to be...
I gotta go, but let me just say this before I go. The problem I have with all this is you guys make these claims. No one's out there doing this work. If this is true, number one, you'd have a flat Earth map. Number two, we
already have flat Earth maps.
You all would have solved McToon's $10,000.
Yeah, Shane St. Pierre solved that and won $10,000 already. Keep trying.
He won the 10,000. MC Toon paid him the 10,000.
I don't know if he paid him, but Shane St. Pierre won it.
Well, then if he didn't pay it, then he didn't win it.
Well, that's just somebody welching on a bet.
Didn't pay it.
That's just somebody welching on a bet, dude. That's not our problem.
Do this.
People welch on a bet. People welch on a bet all the time. Why is this any different? Just because he welched on a bet doesn't mean that he didn't win it.
I want to see the evidence.
The challenge was also a loaded question to begin with because he wants you to begin and end with a spherical coordinate reference system that he's reifying into a terrestrial sphere the whole time. So as long as you stay with the spherical coordinate reference system, it doesn't matter what shape the ground is. You can prove that there's an internal consistency to how to use the coordinate reference system, and that's all that's being done. It's not proving the shape of the Earth.
Where is this Shane St. Pierre doing this? Does anyone have a link?
I don't know. No, I don't have it. I just heard
he's on Twitter. You can look him up on Twitter.
He's got a YouTube video channel with like 30,000 followers, so have at it.
I'll ask MC Toon about it.
He's
Yeah,
not
go ahead.
right.
Go bring him here, dude. Go bring your buddy here. Go bring MC Toon to us if you want to get something. He won't. He's
not my buddy, but I can go to his Discord.
Yeah, he's
now.
kind of weak-minded,
This
dude.
is
He
this is
won't come
before
here.
you, Christ Bearer. Here you go. Before you leave, man, the only thing you want to hear is what's going to confirm your bias. So McToon has been kind of working that angle. He's kind of like he wants to, for the people that believe in the globe, he's giving them information that's not true about how it's been done anywhere. So he's just like basically giving you a confirmation for your bias. And you like that.
Well, no,
Fake
it's the
flat
You like
earthers.
that.
McToon interviews fake dumb ding dong flat earthers.
Yeah, let's cut through the
Earthers.
Christ
over the
bearer.
years,
Let's
we're
cut through
saying
the old
that
crap
you
cake.
shouldn't have
No,
a
dude.
24 hours in the South.
No, dude. You just want to believe it's a globe. You, as a person, want to believe it's a globe so bad that you're looking on the internet for any excuse to believe, and he's giving you an excuse. So you don't want to look at this topic like seriously. You want to just do whatever confirms your bias. When you walk away from this forum, that's what you're going to take away. You want to go away thinking the Earth's a globe, so that you don't feel like you're going insane. And I'm sorry, dude. This isn't what this forum's about. It's designed for people to know the truth.
He's gone.
Yeah. I was
Jesus
trying to get
Christ
in as
made
much.
flat Earth.
I was trying to get as much as I could before you left. I knew he was going to do that. Fucking hell.
McToon will take care of you. I'll be back next time.
Yeah. McToon, the flat earthers are being mean. Good old McToon. Here I come to save the day.
The whole challenge is a loaded question, like I was talking about earlier. Like he's obtaining position fixes using a spherical coordinate reference system, and says, "Now I want you to get a position fix without using that."
Yeah.
And it's like, well, hold on a second.
Yep.
You know,
they wanted to.
They force you into using it, and then they reify the ball.
They want to turn that coordinate system that's useful for looking at things in the sky to the actual Earth being that. You're trying to turn the Earth into a globe. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Yep, and they think that it's like a projection, right? When it's really a mapping, because it's not a straight projection.
Yeah,
they make all these corrections in the process that are incidental and unique on a case-by-case basis. As you can read in Helmert's freaking Higher Geodesy, all 1,800 pages of that. Correction by correction, like just crap doesn't work. Gotta go.
That was quick. I do that sometimes. Sometimes I leave without saying anything.
A elevation angle can be ascertained without reference to the surface of the Earth.
Really?
Yeah. So if it's a really foggy day or something, you can't see the surface, or say you're in an elevated plane of reference, you can just drop a plumb bob, get the horizontal from the vertical, and then measure the declination that way.
Yeah, so what is the plumb bob referencing, Mushkane?
Down, the vector of down.
And what is down? What is it pointing to?
The center of mass.
Center of mass. How do you know there's a center?
How do I, well, what do you mean, how do I know? That's just
Well, you made a bold statement that is pointing to the center of mass. That's a matter of fact statement. How do you know that?
I have no proof of that.
Thank you, sir. That'll be all, Your Honor. We got Hammer. Oh, that's Skybound. We got Hangover just jumped in. Hangover, welcome to the group. Is your friendly flat earther handling all mental contortions of all types? If you'd like to call in and ask some questions, go ahead. We got a couple of seasoned flat earthers on the hotline, ready to take your calls. So if you're out there, you have any questions, comments, suggestions, well, Indio has a suggestion box. So just come in and give him a suggestion. Perhaps you have dispute about what the forum, how it's being run. Maybe you have some type of micromanagement information you'd like to tell us. Either way, whatever it is, comments, concerns, inquiries. You guys don't know what to do. You're losing your freaking minds because we're in here day in and day out showing you 24/7 that there is no evidence of the Earth being a globe. You don't believe us. However, your feeble attempts will prove that to be true. I think for the most part, I want you to try your best because I think that's only the part where you're actually going to recognize that you can't do it. When you do your best and there really isn't any answer to the questions, how is the Earth a globe? Prove it. You don't got any proof. What else we got in here? We got Hush. I don't know. I guess I'm picking on new people. Who's AG? Have we spoken to that person? Oh, that's Ethergrass. What's up, dude? Oh, my goodness. AG's in the house. Apocryphon? Oh, Apoc, are you there? Fuck, we've been speaking of this whole time and you haven't chimed in, bro.
Yeah, what's up? I'm just here listening, chilling.
Fucking hell. Dude,
how you been?
You can't even say what's up, bro? What's going on, man?
I
what
just
the
been
fuck's
listening,
going
bro.
on?
Listen to
fuck
the
that,
good stuff.
dude. You know, homies don't... I'm not going to let that shit slide, dude. You didn't say, like, dude, what's up? What's up? What the fuck?
I've been here just listening to you guys.
Dude,
you guys are doing a good job wrecking these names, you know.
These fools?
Yeah. You got me. What else is new, man?
Nah, we're just taking it. Angle measurements provide evidence that the Earth is a globe these days.
Oh, man, it's always something with these guys.
Yeah. The guy that just left.
The thing that you, I guess you would say that the thing that you guys, they try to throw back our arguments against them, like what we're saying. They try to throw back at us. It's funny.
It's just words, though. There's no results to anything you guys say, is there?
Yeah, there is. The result is people actually start to realize that they don't know what they're talking about. That's the end.
People.
Kings use words to communicate ideas.
You got any results outside of that?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Outside of that?
The elephant in the room. Outside of that, any results? Nope. All you got is words, homie, and ideas that you share with humans. Sometimes they buy it. Many times they don't.
All right.
We got the black
All right.
I mean, that's something.
We that don't buy the idea go actually try to unconfirm the things that they try to say and can't confirm it.
You confirm by getting results. Fruits, like on the vine. You got any of that? Nope. All right, you got.
What about the long distance observations?
You mean laser tests and
When men give you money, they don't like their money being wasted. So you keep seeing money go in a direction. That's a sheer indicator. Money don't come your direction because all you produce are words, and words ain't worth anything.
Damn it! Stop tying this forum up in like whatever rhetoric you want to do.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so weird. We're giving you actual information that you can actually test yourself.
You're giving me words, man. Give me words.
You're giving him words, Elbow. Words, man. Fucking words, bro.
Yeah, you're gonna learn the difference going forward in this world. What?
Yeah.
Morse code?
Are you speaking Morse code? Because I don't hear any sensible English.
What about the long distance observations? That's
Pickle,
something. That's not just words.
Dude, Pickle, who peed in your Cheerios today, man?
Oh no, I got strong, man. Foolishness of men.
Somebody put sandpaper on your toilet seat.
No, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great.
I don't think so. You're a bit disgruntled today.
I feel great, bro. How you feeling?
Yeah. All you're saying is words.
Yeah.
All you're saying is fucking words, dude.
Yeah.
Why do you say words all the time? Every time you speak, I hear words. Why? Why is there words?
We're conversing. We're not producing results in here, are we?
There is no results. Results?
We just
what kind of results?
Results
good kind,
in
the bad
labs
kind?
with equipment, bro. Formulas and science that people actually have reproduced with accuracy and precision.
Do you use words to say those formulas?
Yeah.
To describe them to you, I would, but if I were in the lab, I would just
So all
do
we do
it
is
because it
words?
works, bro. It works.
Works.
Yeah,
What
simply works.
Abstract.
You know what that is?
Abstract data.
Yeah, you can't understand it because
Yeah, you can't understand the work, man, because you don't do any with your ideas.
Okay. You feel better?
Feel great, thanks.
All right.
I'm glad you left it out.
Yeah.
All it was words, but
Do we get any more plastic trophies we can give this
Pragmatic
guy?
fallacy.
Here
You got to take a college level course to be yapping about logical.
Oh my God! Here we go. More academics that come in here. Well, I have a degree in
Reminds you of what little
sociology.
you know.
You
that you
guys
try
don't
to
know what you're
fake like
talking
you do.
about.
Yep, for sure.
Well, I'm an academic. I'm gonna tout my knowledge over you guys. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm pretty smart.
It's not fair for you to say they just have words when they have the long distance observation.
Bro, don't even try. Go peeking back behind that
Don't
curtain.
saw something, man. That's not even the results.
those are just
Any
words.
value attached? No.
Yeah, pickle.
There's definitely value attached to it.
You show me the funding you got.
Ah,
We could give you the FE core.
nah, she.
All types of data, formulas, and information about the distance and the test that was done.
Waiting for somebody else to jump in the chat. What else we got? Fallen Friends. Fallen Friends. Welcome to the group. Fallen Friends, are you there? We also got Hangover. So Fallen Friends and Hangover. You're brand new to this forum. Welcome. Oh, we got Rich Evans. Anybody want to talk to Rich once again? Rich has been writhing and contorting for as long as we've known him. Ever since we've demonstrated he doesn't have evidence that the earth is... He just ran away. Fucking Rich, where'd you go, bro? Damn it.
Just send it to text.
Anybody else want to say words?
Yeah, we got words, bro. You can't prove anything with words. Sorry. You can't use words. You have to use like sounds like that makes more sense, doesn't it?
How do they
Maybe
write all
someone-
those fancy PhD theses without words?
Yeah. Can't use words. Sorry. No words allowed. There's no results coming from words. Only more words. Pickle wants to win the internet today. Sporadic. He's like, I went on the internet and I won. Yeah. Hooray for me. Anybody else want to step up to the plate? Batter. Swing batter. So we better. Okay, now did you just ban him?
Yeah, he said he was too good for this convo.
Oh, did he? That's a snob, that guy. He's quite a snob. I remember the first time I ran into him. He was touted by many in this forum or this server as one of the gods of debate. Oh, Pickle, man. That guy will come in here. You guys wouldn't know what to do. The guy's really in his own head about stuff. I was trying to feed Brenda the that argument about the lunar eclipse, but it's almost like trying to insert a program that the computer doesn't understand or denies. You're like, fuck, dude, how do I make this?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Huh? What'd you say? That sounds like AI.
Soundboard. Sounds like a soundboard.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Yeah, sounds like someone's playing a soundboard. Hey, Brenda messed up from out the gate because, I mean, I don't know if you remember, but the first thing that came out the mouth was the moon doesn't have an atmosphere, so that's why you wouldn't have that. And then, you know, minutes later, yeah, it has an atmosphere. It's like, dude, it double talks all the time, dude. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, it exposes them, yeah.
And then Pads comes in here. Oh, he's saying a good argument. I like that argument. You guys are not talking about the amount of, red light that should be seen. I think that's one of the questions that Brenda was putting to Indio at the time. And that to Pads was something when I noticed that he was on the side chat typing in there. Yeah, he didn't answer the amount of red light that should be shown. That's a good question. Okay.
Yeah, Brenda asked me to scientifically prove that something bathed in a red light will see that source as red.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy, dude.
The lengths that they have to go.
What color is it going to be then? Like, what? Do you think it's going to be blue? Like,
yeah. According to Pickle, when you see the moon showing that it's red tint, but if you were on the moon, however, looking at the Earth, you would see a different thing. It wouldn't be that red light. That's what they were saying, or at least Pickle was saying.
What color would it be?
Well, that's what he said. He didn't. He just described that you wouldn't see that because it's a different perspective.
That's nonsense. That light, that red light, is on the surface of the moon. You see it from the surface of the moon. It's what touching the surface of the moon. So that red light need to be the thing that is touching the sensor of the camera that is on the surface of the moon.
Well, not according to their mental contortions, Necros. They're saying that you would, from the moon, see a different thing happening on the Earth. Not a red light. There, I said it, see?
Yeah, see?
Ah.
Are we cooking, see? Are we live, see?
Yeah, we're live. We got a lot of clowns coming through here, see?
You know, Brenda, like, by her response, she said, when she first saw it, she said, I don't see the problem with it. You know, she thought that was just a regular solar eclipse, right?
Yeah.
That's what she thought.
Yeah, the bullshit. Oh, I wouldn't know what I'm looking at. Fuck off, dude. That's so stupid. And by the way, before we forget, CB, how did it go last night?
It was a great night, guys.
All right.
Solid night.
All right. Yep. Just wondering, man. Hopefully you had a good time. Yeah.
Bro, how are you guys? Are you still cooking from last night? What the
Dude,
heck?
we ain't stopped cooking, bro.
Wow.
Fucking, you know how we do parties, man? They don't fucking stop.
Fast. Yeah, we got some heavy hitters in here, too. Holy.
What, you stopped cooking? Is it Ramadan for you, Creation Beef?
No, we never stop cooking. We never stop cooking.
Yeah.
Look at Clipcord putting the plumb bob as a curved plumb line. It's so stupid.
Dude, shout out to Clipcord, man.
Yeah, Clipcord, I don't know what we do without you, man.
Clipcord, where you at, brother?
Where you at, homie?
Yeah, man.
And then he comes through with the mad clips. Dude, what the fuck? Hey, look how he clips that shit out, man. He puts... Look at that. Okay, so the question he's asking ChatGPT, is this a vertical plumb line, yes or no? And he shows a little description there and it says, no, the plumb line in the image is not perfectly vertical line. It appears to be slightly tilted.
Yikes.
And Mushkane's answer were knowing that without referencing, like it was a real foggy day, you couldn't tell where the ground was or anything, so you'd use a plumb bob. And he says, just get it horizontal from the vertical, from a plumb bob. But the problem is, when describing, the center of the Earth with using a plumb bob, that plumb bob would be curving. That's what the image that Clickcord put into the ChatGPT. So, causing a problem for Mushkane. Curving plumb bob.
Mushkane. What's his deal?
The plumb bob does technically curve, but not that you could. Especially a plumb bob that you were holding just in front of you.
That's a party right there, baby. Oh.
What's the heck?
I'm just waiting for Speculation Sunday to kick in so I can hear what everybody has to say about the Egyptian stuff.
You don't have to wait.
Yeah. You don't have to wait, man. We bring the goods anytime. See, the reason why this platform was curated the way it was so that people wouldn't just be speculating all the fucking time. And then, Sunday would be that. But, I mean, we can basically do what we want. We don't want to, but,
Hey, man, when pyramids, do those curve?
Yeah, you were breaking up, Indio. Say again?
Oh, you know how? Do you know this the pyramid story that's going around? Am I still breaking up?
No, you're coming through that time. Yep.
Okay. So they said they go down 2 kilometers columns. This is what they detected. Are they curved? When they made those vertical columns, are they curved under the pyramids?
If he says slightly, dude, I'm gonna fucking ban him. I'm just kidding. I won't ban. Mushkane, that's you.
I mean, yeah, we don't even know if those really exist. I was trying to ask.
My God.
If they do, and he was like, "Well, I can't reveal my sources." So I don't know.
It's like that magic 8 ball. Ask again later. Look at Mushkane. Dude, why don't you just give up the ghost and become a flat earther already, dude? Why are you fucking struggling?
Just thinking that.
Why are you struggling, bro? Why? What the fuck, dude? You'd be more content being a flat earther than you would be struggling as a glober, man.
Look, I know you don't like the public image of it, but you know it's true, bro. Come on, man. People just don't want to be labeled a flat earther.
No, it's not so much the label. It's more of just I'm just interested in science. So really, I kind of use this like when you guys give questions like plumb lines or are actually curving. Like I like to look into that kind of stuff.
Yeah, what did they say? They are, huh?
How long you got to look?
It's gonna take them a minute.
I mean, physics. I mean, you can look up the answer, but to understand it actually takes time. It's not like physics is just something that's intuitive.
I got 2 questions for you. Do buildings move? And are there water hills?
Yeah, buildings move.
Oh,
and are there water hills?
Water hills?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do boats go over?
What's a wave?
Nah,
that's
wave
not
is
the
not a water
curvature of the
hill.
Earth.
Yeah, we're talking about the curvature of the Earth. Are boats going over a water hill?
They do appear to disappear bottom up.
Exactly, Mickey. Wait, why do you say buildings move, Mushkane?
Well, they're designed to move. They have to move if they didn't.
No. Hold on. Hold on.
He's being really like hyper specific.
I don't mean swaying, right? I mean like moving with the Earth as it spins. If it's connected to the ground, and the ground is...
Well, yeah.
Like a conveyor belt.
Buildings are in our reference frame. Everything in one's reference frame would be moving relative to each other. So we're all moving at the
Here we go.
same time. So it wouldn't be that you would never be able to detect that motion. That's why motion is relative.
Que la chingada.
And there you have it, folks. He's in a moving building.
But he doesn't know it because you couldn't detect it. So therefore... It's moving, but you can't detect it, so there's no way of knowing that. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying?
You can't tell, but I know.
You know what I mean, right?
You can prove this to yourself if you're in a car or any kind of other.
Bro.
Yeah, because you're in a fucking car, and you know that because how? You got into the car. And guess what? When you open the door, you can step out of the car. When can you do that to the Earth, Mushkane?
Well, yeah, that's why you wouldn't be able to tell. You can't get off the Earth, so.
Yeah, so how do you know you're in a fucking car, like the way you used the analogy? How? How? Tell me now.
Okay, I can tell you that one. That is one answer I do know. You measure the acceleration.
Really? How'd you do that?
With an accelerometer.
Accelerometer? Where is this accelerometer placed?
Well, you can't just buy one. You would have to build it.
Really? So this an imaginary accelerometer that you don't know exists because you're just describing it right now on the fly. Why would you think it would work?
Every phone has an accelerometer, just so you know.
Yeah, well, he's not talking about that.
Is that how you measure the Earth?
He's not talking about that.
Yeah,
are you
but
talking about that? Wait. Are you talking?
Not every accelerometer is sensitive enough to measure.
See, Donald.
Earth rotating, Donald. So
come on, Donald.
That doesn't make me wrong. I'm still right. Every phone has an accelerometer.
No one was challenging that, Donnie boy.
Well, Mushkane says that's not strong enough, Donald, so you can't use that, Donald.
It's not because. Well, it's accurate, but what an accelerometer does is it's taking oscillations. So if your oscillation isn't long enough, the period's not long enough, you're never going to be able to detect, that small of a rotation.
Sure, but you can do it with multiple phones. Like if you use 1,000 phones, you can do it. They actually did it. It's been done.
Where?
It's not an accumulative effect, Donald. They're like,
yeah, Donald.
Yeah, I'll get you the paper.
Uh-oh. You're going to be proven wrong, Mushkane, by Donald C. I do have another question, but I'm going to wait to see what happens here. This looks a little bit more interesting.
Is juicy?
Well, I don't
sounds like...
Yeah, he's saying that a bunch of smaller accelerometers have an...
Yeah, I don't want you guys to duke it out. I want to see who's right between your two guys doing it. It's like bum fights, dude. You want to see something go down?
Yeah.
That period of oscillation isn't lengthening. You're just.
No, I mean tell him. Tell him. He's saying that. So, Donald, that's to you. He says you're a numpty dipshit because you said that you can use a whole bunch of phones. It's calling your ass out, dude.
You're gonna let him talk to you like that, Donald?
You're gonna let him just deal with you like manhandle you like that?
I mean, I'm posting the paper right now. Give me 5 seconds to copy the thing.
You're about to be disproven, Mushkane. How do you like that?
Well, no, he's not being disproven. He just didn't know. No? He didn't know that it's been done.
He was ignorant. He's just an ignorant fool.
Take that, bro?
Just an ignorant fool.
I'm not upset with being wrong. It's just what he's saying.
So are you wrong? So did Donald? Is Donald? Okay, I need your capitulation. Is Donald C correct and you're wrong?
Proof. I'm waiting for evidence. I don't.
He showed you it, dude. There's a link he posted.
Yeah, I posted it.
All right. Well, let me look at it.
Go look at it.
Yeah, they use like 1,000 or something cell phones and measured the motion of the Earth.
Yeah, if he's right, you're gonna have to say he's right.
It doesn't matter.
It matters here, because both can't be right. One of you is gonna have to win.
He just didn't know that it had been done.
Well, then he's gonna have to admit he was wrong and you were right.
He just didn't know. He wasn't wrong.
Well, he's gonna have to admit that he didn't know, and you got him new information, and you're right.
Well, I mean, right and wrong.
That's just how it goes, man. That's just how it goes.
Right and wrong is sort of irrelevant.
Hey, man, I don't make up the rules. That's just the way it is. Yeah.
If he didn't know, it means that he were arguing from ignorance.
No, he was arguing from his best knowledge.
He's trying his best. I get it, but the best.
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say that.
That's okay, Mushkane. You tried your best, but it just wasn't good enough. Donald C is like the all-knowing eye.
No, I've just researched this stuff intensely.
Okay.
Wait, how do you all know he's right when you haven't even checked his link yet?
Because he's saying he's right, dude. That's how we know. He's saying he's right and you're wrong. So, I mean, are you going to let him
I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying he didn't know that it had been done.
Well, then who's right and who's wrong in this argument
It's
between you and him?
irrelevant. Right and wrong is irrelevant.
Doesn't matter.
No,
Well,
it
it
doesn't
should.
matter.
Because if he's saying that that's not true and you're saying it is true, somebody's going to be right and wrong.
When you are presented new evidence, you change your opinion.
Oh, you do? Does he?
I mean, that's the way that it works. If he doesn't,
doesn't if he doesn't.
That's a big fat him problem, not a me problem.
Well, then that big fat him problem is going to be because you're going to be both contradicting each other. So either one person is right and the other one's wrong.
It's not me, it's the paper here.
Oh, the paper. Okay, well, the paper is going to prove you wrong, Mushkane. That Donald C. presented.
It's just new evidence. It's not.
This is kind of different than what I thought, because what this is a crowd. So what they got people to participate. It's not like it was done in a lab or something. They just got people from around the world.
So right.
To use their
It wasn't done in a
phone.
lab. It was done with people's cell phones. You can't do that in a lab.
And then they say that the data was relatively good. So I don't know. I'm still reading.
Fight. Fight.
So can we throw it out, Mushkane? What he just presented?
If you want to throw it out, you can. But I mean, I'm just.
Well, I want to hear
demonstrating
Mushkane. It's got to be Mushkane throwing it out. We're just observers right now.
I haven't thrown it out yet, but I'm just saying there's some verbiage in there that makes that that I take pause at, because it says the data is relatively well and
relatively good.
Or relatively good, yeah.
But all I was demonstrating is that cell phones have accelerometers, and if you get enough of them, you can measure things with them.
Yeah, I know, but Mushkane is saying that's incorrect because they're not strong enough to measure that type of acceleration. That's the argument.
The thing that I was demonstrating can be done.
Well, he's saying no, and you're saying yes. Who's right?
Dude, Donald, once again, you're full of shit. It was 8 cell phones, dude.
That one was 8 cell phones, are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. It said 4 Notes and 4 Galaxy S8s. And they didn't measure rotation, they measured the deflection of the local gravity.
Did you know that, Donald?
Of course not.
Maybe I grabbed the wrong paper.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Miggy.
Maybe it burned down in your house.
The thing that I was demonstrating is that you can measure things with accelerometers in cell phones, so it still does that.
Well, thanks, dude. You can measure things with accelerometers. Congratulations.
I didn't
challenges.
So okay, so this round goes to Mushkane. So he was right. Mushkane, you're right.
No.
I just want to highlight that Donald was experiencing.
Thanks, Mushkane. Mushkane was right. Donald T was wrong.
Chat.
Good fight. Round 1 over.
I just want to throw in.
I don't know.
You got the W, man. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to throw in though. Donald is experiencing what's called anything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome.
Well, you know, it's.
I don't think this guy's a flat earther, so that doesn't apply.
No. When you jumped in, you said no, you can't measure things with accelerometers. Nobody was saying you can't.
No, with cell phones, accelerometers and cell phones.
No, but he was talking. He was talking about the Earth, dude. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, here it is. I just got the wrong one.
There we go.
Oh, he got the wrong one, Indio.
Round 2.
All right, here we go. Round 2, Mushkane. He's coming back with more. How to prove Mushkane wrong in 2 citations or 2 sources.
2 Google
That's
searches.
what we're talking about. Go ahead, post your source there, Donald. Oh, there you go. Mushkane, you gonna let him do that?
All right, now I need to take a. I'm gonna take a look at this one.
There's actually an app you can get that can measure the rotation of the Earth, the acceleration due to gravity, and the atmospheric pressure.
Damn.
What's cap?
That shit does it all. Now, Mushkane, do you think that's true?
Is it a free app?
Yeah, it's a free app.
Donald T, you're conflating the measurement of gravity with the measurement of Earth's angular velocity. That's 2 different things. That's an acceleration. That's a rotation.
It's called
versus the acceleration due to gravity.
$40 to see the article. Yeah,
It's a trash app, bro.
It's called Physics. You don't even know the app. It's called Physics Toolbox. It's a very good app, actually.
It's trash.
I mean, you didn't even know the name of it when you called it trash.
It's made from the Chinese government, bro. From China.
You do not know that. You cannot know that.
It's as good as Dave Weiss's app, bro. Just relax, bro.
You are wrong.
But okay, so are you going to address what Mushkane just put to you? I mean, I don't think
What'd he say?
you're just avoiding the question now.
What did he say? What did he ask?
Mushkane, let him know, man. You were talking about a conflation here. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, you're conflating the measurement of gravity, which would be an acceleration, the rotational motion of also. Those two are not equivalent. If that's
Well, I know. I was talking about two different things. This paper doesn't have anything to do with gravity. I was talking about something completely different when I was talking about gravity. I was talking about the app that you can get for your cell phone called Physics Toolbox.
Trash.
Yeah, that paper is also supposed to be the gravity in different latitudes.
So is it what Mushkane was proposing, or are you just making like a
Has nothing
side
to do with
argument?
it. He's just Googling smartphone and rotation.
Damn.
Nothing to do with
All he's
rotation.
doing.
That's for Googling.
So does Mushkane still?
Hold on. Even mainstream science admits you cannot measure Earth rotation with a MEMS accelerometer. They're not accurate enough.
Oh, dude, Mushkane looks like he's getting the W.
You know why they say this?
Except for the paper that says the opposite.
Hold on, Donald. Hold on, Donald. Why they say this?
Oh, here we
Why
go.
they say this? They say this because a flat earther took a MEMS accelerometer and he drove 240 miles and it showed no rotation.
This has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Yes, it does, because if you're driving over a curve, the sensor's going to rotate, right?
I mean, yeah, sort of.
Okay, so they couldn't measure a rotation from driving. They said it's not sensitive enough for that.
No one's talking about driving in this paper.
I was like, Mushkane's correct.
Actually, yeah, it's talking about a trip.
I don't care if you think I'm not even talking about that.
Donald, Mushkane is right and you're wrong, dude. What do you got to say about that?
Mushkane is not even talking about the thing that I'm talking about. He's talking about something completely different. So I don't care if he's right or not. He can be right, and I can be right at the same time.
So just say that he's right. Just say that he's right. We'll be done with this.
Didn't I just say that he was right?
No, you said you could be right and he could be right.
I don't think that he's right. I really don't think that he's right. I said he can be right.
You're the one that came in here saying
Because
something
I've
different.
measured the rotation of the planet with my cell phone. I've done that personally, so I think he's wrong.
That's cap, bro.
Yeah, it's definitely
And Donald,
Right here. Do you want to see? I've got the program. I mean, it's very simple.
Donald, the paper you just posted has to do with somebody driving on a trip using their smartphones and measuring the gravitational effect.
Yikes.
Damn, dude. Not looking so good for Donald right now.
Let me see. It says...
This is what happens when you Google stuff on the fly.
I didn't Google something on the fly. I've
Dude,
used this before.
Mushkane's fucking sitting back lighting a stogie, dude. Or what, are you gonna just let him just get away with that? Like,
I mean,
what do you got to come back with, dude? Bring the goods, man. Let's see some hard evidence. Like, you got to counter him. How are you gonna do it?
I mean, so I was trying to do that with my phone. So there's this thing called Physics Toolbox, and I can just show you the measurement of the Earth, of the rotation.
That's cap.
It's not. I don't know that. Can I turn on my camera in this room?
Oh shit!
No.
Dude, we don't want to see you.
Donald,
come on.
I'm reading that link you posted, and it said it will suffice to measure the gravity, the acceleration due to gravity. That's
See exactly that? But then it also talks about. Well, I mean, you can't see it here, but it also talks about the rotation.
What does it say?
Yeah, it's saying we can't measure the rotation, but what we can do is measure the gravity.
Oh shit!
It says if Galileo had a smartphone, could he detect and prove the rotate about its own axis? So it's talking about rotation also.
Yeah.
So I mean, can I turn on my camera?
Reading. I guess you just.
We don't want to see you.
Yeah, I guess you just read the beginning of the thing and then never read the phone.
I can't.
We don't want to see. We don't want to see your Cheeto dusted shirt, dude. We don't want. We don't want that.
Well, I've read the entire paper.
I just posted the last sentence. The paper's not even that long. Look, I just posted.
We don't want to see all the NASA posters on your wall, dude. Come on.
It will suffice to measure the value of the acceleration due to gravity, which will be measured at different latitudes. It says nothing about the rotation. It's also talks about the rotation.
What? It's because of the dude.
It's a long paper. That's just not all of it. That's not all of it. It's
Yeah, you read it after you just Googled it.
Yeah, I've read it before. It's not the first time I've Googled it. I've talked to you to Flat Earth.
Yeah, Donald. It's not the paper. It's the abstract, which gives you a succinct explanation of the entire paper, which it does, and it's saying that directly measuring Earth's acceleration. It's only measuring gravity as approximate to it, to approximate that measurement.
Well, all gravity measurements are approximate to a point. Because I mean, we can measure it infinitely to the decimal points. We've actually measured it out to like 15 or 20 decimal points.
It's cap, bro.
Captain, Donald is a
You're
Captain
Yes,
That's a fucking evil.
You just saying
genius
that
laugh
a
right
cap
there.
does not mean anything. These
This
evil
things are
genius
published
laugh.
for
reaction,
review.
yes, this reaction means a lot. Yes.
You don't know, flat earther.
That's not what I said. You just saying that it's capped does not mean anything if I have peer-reviewed
Yeah, it's capped.
papers that are published.
Yeah, it's capped because the highest precision measurement is the charge of an electron, and that's 13 decimal places. So you're making
We're talking
shit up
about
on
gravity,
it.
not
Yeah.
electrons.
Bro,
We're talking about gravity,
The
not electrons.
highest precision measurement in physics, period.
Well, demonstrate that. How do you demonstrate that? What's your source for that?
It just looks like Donald, Mushkane's walking away with his W, man. You're just gonna be left with the big old.
I mean,
L.
you just saying that doesn't make it true.
It is,
Yeah,
dude.
no,
He demonstrated like what he.
Hold on, you're just
You
saying
didn't demonstrate it. You just said words.
Here we go. Yes,
Donald.
yes, Biggie.
Donald, what did you do?
I posted papers.
So you
Those
the
papers
25
agree with what I
significant- So 25 significant digits. That's what you posted.
That's not what I posted.
That's what we're
And I said
asking.
15 or 20. I think it's closer to 15. But you
Post
guys,
that shit.
Wow.
Post it. All right, Mushkane, appreciate you. The fight was won by Mushkane. Thank you very
well,
much.
I mean,
This was-
that's your opinion. You're
This was
wrong.
Globe Fights, brought to you by 24/7. Yeah, we
Globe
do the best we
Fights.
can.
You
Yeah.
just moved
Let's,
Big old W.
let's test Donald. Donald, what's the difference between precision and uncertainty in a measurement? So when you
I
see
think
the
you mean
number,
the
right,
difference
and then at
between,
the end it says plus or minus some value, what does that mean?
you talk about margin for error. I think you mean precision
No.
and accuracy. What's the difference between precision and accuracy?
and uncertainty.
Well, they have nothing to do with each other. Uncertainty is the amount of a system that we cannot measure. Precision is how close to a measurement you get when you compare, how close to a prediction you get when you compare it to reality.
So, Donald, since you're expert at Google precision and accuracy in measurement.
Well, that's different from what you said. So accuracy is different from what
they're
you
always,
from
look, in science, they're always
uncertainty.
presented together because they are similar. They're similar because you get a measurement output, you have to consider both, right?
That's
So,
exactly what I said. What are you talking about?
this guy. Dude, you're an embarrassment to Globers, man.
I'm embarrassing.
Yeah,
You're the lowest on the totem pole for Globers, man.
Oh, the lowest is the most powerful. So thank you.
I don't think so.
Use analogies you understand.
In the pecking order of Globers, dude, you're like way down there. You're like number
That's
155.
insignificant. I couldn't care less about your opinion of my pecking order.
Yeah.
It is gravity measure.
Because you're like those that just throw shit at the wall. Hopefully you see something
That's
stick.
not true. I can demonstrate everything I've said.
Mushkane actually thinks about what he's talking about.
I did demonstrate everything. Have you muted me at all? I don't know.
No, you're not muted, man.
I will put him.
I was just on something else. So, how many digits is gravity measured?
Uh-oh. He's looking up what India was asking him. Fucking hell, bro. You just made a claim, and then now you're coming back around to look up the answer and see if that's true or not?
Oh, man, it's only 6.
Donald, what are you doing, bro?
I was wrong.
It's a bad look. I know. That's what India was telling you. Duh.
No, that's
We measured gravity to 6 significant digits.
Look, I'm not saying he was wrong. I'm saying he made it up. Straight up.
I didn't make it up. I just misremembered.
Nobody told you. Well, nobody told you that. You didn't read it anywhere. So you just made it up. Which means
You guys talked about electrons after I was talking about gravity.
You're like a guy who gets caught cheating. He's like, no, that one thing. No, I wasn't. Really? Nah, that wasn't me.
Do you have a source for that?
I just misremembered something, and I was only off by 5.
Yeah.
I guess I was off by like 9 digits, but still.
You're going to give us an excuse. You're tired or some bullshit.
No, I just misremembered. That's all. I'm not giving you any excuses. I misremembered.
So you're just wrong then, right?
That's cap.
I was wrong. I said that at the beginning of all of this. I said I was wrong.
Can we take a victory lap now, Donald?
Y'all were not right. Y'all said nothing that was correct.
Let's take a victory lap, guys.
Just because I was wrong doesn't make you right.
Let's get some L's in the chat for.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Donald said I'm only out by 9 digits. That's a trillion, dude.
No, it's decimal points. It's 9 decimal points. But it doesn't matter. I just misremembered. That doesn't matter how far off I was. I misremembered. That's all that matters.
Yeah, we got L's flying in the chat.
L's.
Never read that anywhere.
Look at the L's, bro.
Dogs, the chat is flying right now with L's, bro.
I don't care. It wasn't a debate. I was just talking about gravity, and I misremembered.
I beg to differ, sir.
That's cap.
I couldn't care less about your opinion.
Well, I think you do, because you're getting upset.
No, I don't.
The chat's never wrong, bro. We got
So
L's
we
flying.
won. You lost. We're taking a victory lap.
Is often wrong.
We're taking a victory lap. Yeah, we're doing
Just because I was wrong does not make you right. Just so you
But
know.
that's exactly what that means. You're wrong. We're right.
Y'all were not on the opposite of what I said. Y'all
yeah,
were
we
not
are.
on the opposite of what
We're
I said.
so on the
Y'all
opposite
did
of
not
what you
say
said.
that we have only measured gravity to 6 digits.
Yeah. We're
Y'all
so
never
right.
said that we had only
You're so
measured
wrong.
gravity to 6 digits. Y'all were not right.
You just admitted that we were right and you were wrong. You
No,
just said so.
I did not do that. That did not
yeah.
happen.
Yeah.
Did it not do it?
Yeah.
I did not do that.
Yeah. But we all witnessed you say that you were wrong, so that means we're right.
No, because you were not on. It was not a dichotomy, and you were not on the opposite of my.
So if you're wrong, then what does that make us?
I can be wrong, and you be wrong
And
at
what
the
does that
same
make
time.
us? Yeah, what does that make us if you're wrong?
It was not a dichotomy. Y'all did not say that we had
But
only
if you're
measured
wrong,
gravity.
what are we? If
Oh
you're
my-
wrong, what are we?
It is not a dichotomy, so it does not matter.
But what is it then? What are we then? If you're wrong,
Y'all
what
are
are we?
still wrong because you didn't say the right thing. Y'all didn't say the right thing. I didn't say the right thing.
So
We
how
were
do you know
both
that if you
wrong.
were? How do you know that if you don't acknowledge that you're wrong? If you didn't
I did
acknowledge that you're wrong,
already-
then
I did already acknowledge I was wrong.
yeah.
many
So that
times.
means that what are we then?
Still wrong.
That means we're right, right and
No,
wrong.
it doesn't because it's not a dichotomy.
Yeah,
The only
yeah, it
way that
does.
would work, dude. The only way that would work, dude. The only way that would work is if it was a dichotomy. It was not a dichotomy, so it does not matter.
Yeah, we're so right and you're so wrong. Yeah, we got it. Thank you.
You are
Thank you, Donald.
silly. You're silly.
are.
We're so right. Yeah, I know. You just want to say it, but
No.
you can't because you're pride.
You're not right. It was not a dichotomy. Just because I'm wrong.
Yeah, a
does not
flat earther proved you wrong. You admitted it. You
No,
said you're
that
wrong.
did not
Flat earthers are
happen.
right, and you're wrong, Donald.
That did not happen.
It did. You admitted it.
I just misremembered a significant digit.
So you were
That's
wrong.
it.
Yeah, so you're
Yes,
wrong.
I was wrong, but that does not make you right because I was wrong.
Yeah,
It's not a
because
dichotomy.
one person is wrong, the other one's right.
It was not a dichotomy.
It was.
It was not. Okay, what was the dichotomy? Tell me the dichotomy.
Who pointed out that you were saying it incorrectly?
Well, y'all were just guessing, but it doesn't matter. It was not a dichotomy. Just because I'm wrong doesn't make you right.
Oh, we're so right. We're so
Alright,
right.
So does
and you're
anybody
so
have
wrong.
evidence of flat Earth, a measurement? Because I've measured the curvature of the Earth personally. a minute ago.
Oh, he wants to run.
Yeah, he's going to another topic.
I
It's
thought we
nice.
had settled this. Everybody was wrong, so it doesn't matter.
Not everybody.
Well, we
No,
settled it
just
that you were wrong and we were right.
Yeah, it was just you.
It was not a dichotomy, so just because I'm
Didn't
wrong...
you? Or are you the only one that said you were wrong? You're the only one in this chat that said you were wrong. Everybody else didn't say they were wrong. Just you. Ooh, uh-oh.
But it was not a dichotomy, so me being wrong does not affect
But it
you
was
being right at all.
But it was because you said
It was
you were
not
wrong.
a
You're the only one that
dichotomy.
said that.
It was not a dichotomy. What was the dichotomy?
That
What
you
was
said you were wrong.
the P and not P?
You said
What
you
was
were
the
wrong,
P and not P?
and we were right. You said you were
What
wrong.
was the
we
P
were
and not P? What was the P and not P?
Yeah, you're saying that you were
What
wrong.
is the
and we were right.
dichotomy? What is the dichotomy?
The information you brought forward was incorrect because by you stated that, oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Okay, so you were wrong. and we were
Misremembered.
right.
I said misremembered.
Yeah. So you're
So
wrong.
it's not a dichotomy, not remembering the correct significant digit.
You just
that
gotta
we
own
needed.
it, dude. Own it that we won and
I
you lost.
have. I was wrong, but that doesn't
you
make you
lost.
right.
Yeah, it is.
No, it doesn't. It was not a dichotomy.
Uh-huh.
You are. So you're just lying now.
No,
so
I'm
I'm gonna
just
go
right.
smoke a cigarette, and when you're done lying, I'll
Yeah.
talk to an honest person.
After all that, you can smoke 10 cigarettes, dude. We're still gonna be right after all 10 of them. Sorry.
Like, how is Donald even smoking? Doesn't he give a shit about, like, science and, like...
Did he deafen himself? Did he put himself in the corner again?
Yeah. Well, the body's not his temple, Grit, so.
He was accusing you guys of lying.
How much Kane over there strutting his stuff?
Yeah, every single link that he posted said the opposite of what he said. Because it was measuring the acceleration of gravity.
Here's just another evidence of you understanding how good it feels to be a flat earther, man. You see what I'm talking about, bro? It's just like when you're on this side, you're winning all the time. It's like you wake up winning, dude. It's like nonstop winning. Why? Because you're on the right side. Truth, huh? On the other hand, if you hang out with these scrubs, man, you're gonna sound just like Donald. Struggling, looking for ways to frantically search for answers, and there really isn't one for liars. So, by the way, wasn't Donald banned from this group? Is he back from his ban?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, we're rolling into Speculation Sunday later on tonight, so I think everybody's gonna let their hair down. There's a couple of speculations people have kind of penned up. What else we got? We got the culture department in here. We got.
Yes. Just I'm listening in, making sure the vibes are good and culture's on point, and I approve.
Are you going back out to the ocean anytime soon?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I got the weekend off. The weather, I'm still in the patio right now. It's so nice, bro.
So, hey, does anybody have any measurements of a flat Earth?
Yeah,
just like every surveyor on Earth, but other than that,
every surveyor on Earth measures a curved Earth. Just so you know.
Really?
Yeah, all of them.
How do they do that? How do they do that?
With like theodolites and auto levels.
What's the method for that?
The method? Well, you use a target, and then you measure the difference from the zenith angles.
Angles? How do you have angles? Go ahead. What are angles? What's an angle?
Angle is the vortex between two lines.
Two straight lines, huh?
No, they don't have to be straight. No
straight lines. Really?
They don't have to be straight.
So an angle is not two straight lines in.
On a curved surface, an angle would be have curved lines.
Dude.
Do you think that you can't draw angles on a curved surface?
Okay, this is a right and wrong kind of thing, man. You're so wrong. So you can have an angle with a curve.
What is non-Euclidean geometry? What is non-Euclidean geometry?
So an angle has a curved baseline?
What is non-Euclidean geometry?
You're going to answer my question? Does an angle have
what's
a
your
curved
question?
baseline?
Because I asked the question first, but
you're talking about Euclidean geometry. But I'm asking is when you talk about non-Euclidean geometry. Yeah. All right. So when you're talking about an angle, are you saying that the baseline for that angle is not a straight line?
It doesn't have to be. So
is it or is it not? Like I
just said, it does not have to be. On a curved surface, the lines will be curved. Are you saying that you cannot draw an angle?
So you can you can get a 90-degree angle with the curved baseline?
You can get any angle on any surface.
Well, I'm asking the question. Can you get a 90-degree angle with a curved baseline?
Dude, you can get any angle on any surface.
Donald?
The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
Oh, really?
You can get any angle on any surface. Any surface can have any angle. Look at a basketball. The lines on a basketball make all kinds of all kinds of angles, right? There's angles on a basketball.
A curved line equals a 90-degree angle? How'd you do that?
I didn't say that.
What type of sorcery is that?
That's not what I said. I said you can get any angle on any surface.
A 90-degree angle?
Yes, on the surface.
On a curved surface.
With two lines on a curved surface, you can get 90-degree angles.
Yeah. Oh, so now you're saying two straight lines, huh?
No. I never said that.
So a curved baseline can give you a 90-degree angle.
Oh, can somebody post a picture of a basketball?
Nah, we don't need that. We want you to answer the question.
I did 5 times.
A curved a curved baseline, the line at the bottom is curving, and the other line is not. It's a straight line. Can you get a 90-degree angle?
There's a 90-degree angle drawn on every basketball. There's
Now, I'm
several.
not
of them.
worried about a basketball. I'm talking about the specific question I'm putting to you. Can you
The answer
get
is
a
yes.
90-degree? So the answer is yes. You can get it. So go ahead and post the citation what a 90-degree angle is. Post it.
Look, there's a
Right, but
90-degree angle on that basketball right there.
No,
where
I don't
those
care
two
about that.
lines
I'm asking
intersect.
you to post a definition of a 90-degree angle. What's a 90-degree angle?
It's where.
What? Yeah, post it. Either I'm right or you're right. One of us is going to be wrong, and then we're going to take a victory lap if I'm right.
90-degree angle.
Post it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, he's looking. His brain's
Here we
moving.
go. Here is the definition.
Of a 90-degree angle. Yep, let's see it.
Yes, and it has nothing about straight lines in it, just so you know. There. That's the definition of a 90-degree, right above the certificate of appointment. So a 90-degree angle, also known as a right angle, is formed when two lines or line segments intersect, creating an angle that measures exactly 90 degrees. Nothing about straight lines in there, buddy.
So there is no straight lines to form a 90-degree. How do you get a 90-degree angle?
You can
without it
form
being-
90-degree angles with straight
No, you
lines, but
can't.
it's not the only way.
Yeah, that is the only way. You big
Look at the
doofus.
basketball that I posted. Look at the basketball.
I'm not- I don't need to look at the basketball.
90-degree angle right there. There's four of them right there.
4 of them.
Yes, where those two lines intersect, there's 4 90-degree angles.
They're
On
not
that
90
basketball
degrees.
that I posted.
They're not 90. On a curved surface,
They
you can't
are
have a 90
exactly
degree
90 degree
No.
angles, just so you know.
Really?
Yes. You can measure them. Get a protractor and
They're
measure.
not 90 degree.
They are absolutely 90-degree angles.
No, they're not.
You're just saying nuh-uh. How are they not? How are they
Because
not?
the line, the baseline, and we're not talking about what you're showing right here. It's like on the surface of the Earth, that it has to be from the observation of something in the sky to the ground.
Not only, you can do it from the ground.
That's what we're talking about. That's exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, I thought you could not tell anything about the surface from looking at.
Yeah, the surface is flat.
Can you do
The
that now?
surface, horizontally, the surface is flat. But what is? Somebody want to post it? What a 90-degree angle is?
No, it's not. I've measured the surface to be not flat.
Yeah, see, that's your problem. You think you can do it with a curved baseline, and you can't.
I don't need a baseline. I can use a vertical.
Yeah, you do.
I can use a vertical.
Yeah, and what is a vertical meeting?
It's the down. It's
Yeah,
down.
and what does it touch?
Nothing.
So how can you have an angle with just one line? Is that an angle?
You don't. You use the sun for the other line.
The sun is the other line?
Yeah. Well,
So
the line to the sun.
then how do you know what the Earth is if you're only doing it from the sun and vertical?
So you can measure the surface of something by things that, like looking at the sky. So I can measure my room by the light in my ceiling. It's even easy.
You're such an idiot, dude.
That you don't understand that.
Yeah, you need a flat
What
baseline
you
to do
said
that with.
was projection.
You need a flat baseline.
You don't.
Yep.
I can
Because
use
one
a
of the lines is straight, it's vertical, and the other one is towards the sun. Yeah. So how much is the Earth diverting away from that baseline? The baseline would be the one going to
thing
the
that
sun.
You're
Yeah?
measuring. That's the angle that you're measuring.
Yeah. So what? We're trying to figure out what the Earth is.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you do that with those angles? With that angle?
So you take a measurement at the same time at 2 different latitudes on the same longitude on let's say a solstice or an equinox, like the one that we just had 2 days ago.
Sure.
Right? So you take an angle measurement from a plumb, and then you do that at 2 different places at the same time, and you solve the triangles. And then you can get the angle of the triangle that's on the surface, and if it equals 180 degrees, it's flat. If it equals more, it's like a sphere. If it equals less, then it's like a donut.
Yeah. But the problem is you have triangles, and what's a triangle?
Triangle is a 3-sided object.
Okay, and what is it consistently made of?
Line and angle.
Yeah, just any line? Just any line?
Yeah, 3 lines is pretty much all you need.
Straight lines is pretty much all you need, which means that
No,
straight lines.
that's
You
just it.
you
Click,
said
that's
it.
only
You
one
said
line.
it, Donald. No, you said it.
I never said.
Yeah, you said straight lines. You know, you can't
I
backtrack.
never said
No,
that.
you said it.
Don't tell me.
You said
Don't
it.
do that.
You
Don't
said
do
it.
that.
I got you.
Don't do that. I
Gotcha,
never said
bitch.
that.
Gotcha,
I
bitch.
never said
Yeah,
that.
you said 3 straight
Don't
lines.
do
Yeah, you
that.
got it.
That's
You said it,
childish.
Donald.
Are you a child?
No,
Are you a
you
child?
said it. No, yep.
I
you
never
said it.
said that.
Victory lap.
You
Ready?
can have.
Here we go. Victory lap. Victory lap. You said 3 straight lines. There we go. Thank you, Donald. That'll be all. I was just waiting for him to. I was waiting for him to slip up. And he did.
Yeah, he's correct. It is in fact 3 straight lines.
Yeah, I know, but he was trying to make it sound like it wasn't. So he goofed up. He was trying his best not to say 3 straight lines. But I got him.
Yeah, he tried to say a 3-sided object. That's fine.
He thinks he's smart, see? I've outsmarted him, see? Let's see here.
Does anybody know if Darth Baby Panda is a globey, or if they think the Earth is flat?
Wait, are we still live?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sounds like I'm about to leave, so. If anybody else wants to take over. That was fun.
W's in the chat, guys. Let's get some W's going.
Catch you guys on the flip side.
All right, Miggy. Have a good one. Well, that was a rare Glober W for Mushkane, so shout out to him. I'll just quickly go through the panel and see who's here, and then we'll go from there. Congrats on the top slot. We have Necros here, top of the panel. I'm seeing Bushel. And folks, we are live 24/7. We are on YouTube. We have DJ. We have Clint0562. Not sure if we spoke before, but welcome. There's Crit. Clinton as well. Clinton Crit. Clint, what's up? No pressure either way. Also, there's Darth Baby Panda. We'll come back to Clint. Darth Baby Panda. We got some 304s in there, potentially. Demok. We have Dr. Astro Bullshit. Very nice. I think that's somebody from our home server. Welcome back. Elbow TV. Long time OG. There's Effie Batman, Flat Earth Ranger, Flatsy Klein, probably in the kitchen. We got Flatlord Writes Backup Bot. Shout out to him as well for putting together the YouTube. Hammer, Skybound Explorer.
What up?
That's a cool name. Skybound Explorer.
Flying the friendly skies.
Number one FPV pilot in the Flat Earth debate.
Yeah, don't let anybody try and tell you otherwise.
So you fly, bro?
Yes, sir.
So you must have seen the curvature of the Earth then.
Big negative.
That's cool. What's the highest altitude you've reached?
My drone?
Oh, that's what FPV means?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a FPV pilot.
That's cool. Yeah, so then what's the highest the drones got?
Yeah, they limit us to only like 400 feet, so not very high.
That's actually an argument I use when Globers are like, well, why don't you just explore the whole Earth and go wherever you want, like it's GTA, and make a map of the place and all this stuff, right? It's like, dude, you can barely fly a drone like over 400 feet. Like, just, I don't know why people think you can just go GTA and roam around reality like that. It's crazy.
It makes I don't know. It may seem kind of a cop out. It's always a cop out when they say it, like, "Oh, the Earth is so big, this and that, and this and that." But like, why is that not an argument? You know what I mean? Like, Earth is pretty big. You're just expecting one guy to go out and just make a whole map after learning that he's been lied to, and
right. Yeah, that's
gonna take some time.
That's a good point right there, and like. I think they're too quick to compare a globe to flat Earth, where on the globe you could kind of explore the whole thing, where their true reality, which isn't just the globe, of course, it's like this huge universe, whatever, that hasn't been fully explored. So when they come in here like, no, you need to have explored everything, it's like, you haven't. So what are you talking about? So yeah, that is a good point that you make there. They want you to give them everything that they don't have.
Constant double standard on their side. Hypocrisy.
Yeah, and as the cultural development team, like we don't approve of double standards like that. I always try to jump in and correct that when I can. So awesome, man. Well, W, good for chiming in. I'm just gonna roll through the panel, see who else is here, and then I got some stuff I need to do as well. But we're gonna keep this ball rolling. No pun intended. Guys, we have Indio here as well. Dude was cooking earlier, always cooking. We have Majin, Mark J, Mushkane got the nice dub there. It's got to feel good. We have Quad.
What's Kane deal?
What do you do?
Yeah.
He had a little spar with Donald.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, you just missed it then if you just popped in. It was pretty interesting. Mushkane, you want to give a recap?
Yeah. People just don't really understand acceleration and how you measure it. And he was saying you could measure, or he was claiming you could measure Earth's acceleration with a cell phone.
Oh, yeah, he does that quite often.
Yeah, he said he had a freaking app, and also welcome Bull Knight.
Yeah, but the papers explicitly said they were only measuring gravity.
Like if the app will upgrade the hardware. If you got an accelerometer, that works, that can detect that sideways motion because of the spin, it will detect it with any app. It's not the app that will upgrade the hardware. No.
That's funny. That's a good point.
Like if you have a 1 megapixel camera, use a new app, then you will have 100 megapixel camera. What the heck is that?
Sorry to step away, but yeah, that was a good point you made there, Necros, about like apps don't upgrade the hardware. That's funny. So, and then he's trying to say that if you just put a bunch of phones together, then you'll measure the curvature. Like, what? And then Mushkane jumped in and was like, it's not a cumulative thing. All right, let's keep rolling through the panel. Quetzalcoatl. We got Rayleigh Criterion, Ripcord, Sunny, T-Dub, Top Cat, Trinity Loves You, the Ultimate FE Final Boss. That's our boy T. We have Carr, and congratulations on the bottom slot, Ethergris. Pause. That's the panel, ladies and gentlemen. Donald, he had a full meltdown there. Almost not a full meltdown. I give him like a half meltdown.
I think the full meltdown was, Earth's not a planet. Ah!
Yeah. I mean, he almost did that. It was pretty close to that. He almost went there. But yeah, that Earth's not a planet thing is so iconic. Clipcord, I'm glad you grabbed that, dude. It's these self-soothing coping behaviors that they display that I find the most interesting. Earth's not a planet. It's like, who are you trying to convince, dude? Like, yourself? it's got to freak them out a little bit. The Earth's not a planet. Space is fake. That's got to be a little. They're like so confused. What? Space is fake? Nah. But I always say, which is more like if they think that's crazy, is a flat Earth in outer space with all other globe? Is that more or less crazy? And oftentimes they'll say that the space disk is more crazy. And I'm like, well, there you go. Why would we believe that? So there's no space. It kind of helps them swallow that a little bit more. Pause. Be right back.
technically the Earth? And so the question is for the Globers, is the sky part of your definition of the Earth? We had a guy say the moon is technically the Earth. Is the atmosphere part of Earth?
Paradox.
NASA says that the moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere.
Atmosphere is paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. If you think they do, you would literally fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Do I have to pull Christy Bodak out from Southwestern University to tell your dumbasses that? John, I'll tell you what, John. Yeah, you better left. You better change your fucking name. I'm telling you. Do I gotta pull Christy Bodak out?
Do it, but why does she come in press like that?
Why does who come in press like that?
Like, who just left?
John. He didn't change his name. I was about to take a big giant dump on his ass. You want me to go get Christy Bodak? All right, I'll do it. Of course, everyone that can fog a mirror already knows this without me going to get a citation to prove it. Sorry, I got the hiccups, Matt. Oh, man, they're kicking my ass. That's why I didn't come back. There she is right there. How you like that shit? Right in front of me. Well, scroll up, motherfucker. My God. All right, here we go. U.S. State Department, you're a retard. Remember last time? All right. From Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. Grade level. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume. See? See it? Anything else? I didn't think so. Where'd everyone go? Shit.
They run away.
Question. What do they mean by... hold on a minute. I'll pause the movie.
Say again. I didn't catch that.
I had a movie playing. I was gonna ask a question. When I've looked this up or whatever myself, on Google, and I believe it was masses. Gas has mass, but no set shape. If I'm not mistaken. Like, what do they mean by mass?
What? I don't know what they mean by mass. They're gonna have to define it. Go get them or there and have them define it. And then we'll take a look. We'll look at the definition, then we'll look at a gas, and we'll see if they match. How about that? Fair?
Fair. I'm probably not going to do it. But not because I don't think you're right. I just don't. I just had the question because you were talking about gas not having a shape, and I was just remembering that from Google. Because it seems they want mass to be weight, but then they want it to be a quality of something or a quantity of something.
No, not even in the Baltard paradigm. Gas, weight and mass are two different things. Whatever mass is. Yep. Gas doesn't have weight either. Whatever they define weight as, they got to define it as W mg. Mg, love you long time. Of course, that was falsified in 1920, circa 1925-ish, when Newton's F equal ma was falsified. Because W equal mg is derived directly from F equal ma. So if F equal ma is false, and W equal mg, love you long time, is derived from F equal ma, heretofore W equal mg, love you long time, is also falsified. Fucking idiots. And by the way, gas has no weight.
So it's kind of like grandfathered into obsolescence. Or
obsolescence, yeah. Gas has no weight. And we could prove that easily. So, take a book, get a vacuum chamber. You know, the ones we trip around in nature? Get a vacuum chamber. An unevacuated vacuum chamber. Make sure it has all the fairy tale atmosphere they can have in there. And weigh a book. Let's say it weighs 2 kilograms. Let's say it's encyclopedia. 2 kilograms. Then evacuate the chamber. Take all the fairy tale fuckwit atmosphere out. And then weigh the book again. They would say, the idiot globetards that say gas has weight, they must say that when the book is in there with the gas, so you got the book and the gas, then that would add up to, let's say, 3 kilograms. Let's just say, for example, the book weighs 2, the Atmo weighs 1, just to make it apparent. So that would be 3 kilograms, right? But evacuate that chamber, get all the air out, they would have to say that that book would weigh less. Guess what?
It weighs more.
It weighs more. You got it.
It weighs more.
Yes, it does. Thereby, say again?
Is there a why for why it weighs more?
I don't give a fuck why. It just does. It destroys their claim. Yeah, it's all over. All over. They're fucking retards. Every single last one of them. Bring a globetard in there. I'll show you how much of a retard they are. I triple dog dare you. I've been doing it for 9 years. Hasn't failed once. Absolute retard. I'll leave them with that just pump the neighbor's cat look on their face. Every single time. Could do it in my sleep.
Okay, so let me say it like half a retard. Okay, so you take the atmosphere away from something, quote unquote.
Atmosphere, that's a paradox.
Quote unquote.
That's a paradox.
Then it weighs more.
Atmosphere is a paradox. You can't take a paradox and do anything with it. So try again.
Take the air out.
Okay. Take the air out of the vacuum chamber. You're weighing something in the vacuum chamber. You weighed it previously. Let's say it weighed 3 kilograms. You take all the air out. You evacuate the chamber. That object, whatever it may be, 3 kilograms, would weigh 3 kilograms and more. Yep. That's what I'm saying. Look it up. If gas has weight, that some bitch has to weigh more. Or has to weigh less because you took the air out that has weight. So if you subtract weight, it's got to be less than it was in the evacuated chamber. Correct? Follow?
Yes.
You can't subtract something and have it weigh more. Let me show you something. Look it up. I don't think I have any citations. Maybe I should get a citation on that. Just to rub their noses in it. Should be easy. Objects in a vacuum chamber weigh more. Yes, objects in a vacuum chamber weigh more than they do in air. Thank you very much. Duh. Why would they do that? That was your question?
Yeah.
Gas is moving all different directions. What's weight? They would have to be beaten down on that scale. Well, you got a fucking problem if they're moving in all different directions. See Brownie in motion, morons. Not you. The general you. Oh boy. Am I going to be able to get a citation here or not? Probably not, but because the Globetard morons are fucking scared. Same thing with their bullshit parallel light rays. Same thing with their gravity horse shit. Same with the Coriolis effect that no Baltard has ever known in 9 years. Have never given a definition for the Coriolis effect that was correct and coherent. Not one. Doesn't know what mass is. Not one correct definition in 9 years. Refraction, they all fucked it up for 9 years. Not a single person. They're all retards. They're fuck sticks. Is what they are. Pretender clown frauds, in other words.
Well, it proves it's like when you send an email, you want to find the leak, the source to the leak. Like, who are the retards saying all this retarded shit? And it's like, wow, it's coming from these couple of few individuals that, you know, a USAID funded on the fronts of, algorithms on YouTube. It's absurd stuff. Like, even like intellectual people should be ashamed, but that's what's so funny is that they've flocked to it like moths to a lantern. It's disgusting.
Why the fuck is this buffering? Why will it not give me the citations, you fucking pretender clowns? Will not do it. Just buffer. That's what the Globetard is. It just buffers.
So if in the vacuum chamber you made me think.
Transistors?
What happens if you put gas inside a container, like a propane gas? Does it get way more with the gas?
Yep.
So the gas
It'll weigh
might be
more
changing
then. You gotta have a
state,
container.
but it-
Yep, it'll have a weight then. Whatever weight is. Yeah, because you have it in a container. Let's try this again. Is it going to give it to me? Still buffering. My word.
Okay, but if you put the container empty and then you fill it weighs something 3 grams, and then you fill it with the gas, it's gonna be 3.5 4 grams.
It'll weigh more because it's in a container.
Is that changing the state of the gas maybe to some liquid inside of the container?
Could be. Yep. Depending on the gas. Yep. Depends on the temperature and pressure. Yep. Could.
Yeah, would you have to add more pressure for it to be?
Okay.
Let's say you're at sea level, and you put 14 pounds of pressure in there. You kind of level out with the air in the container. Would it weigh more?
You haven't given me the full.
So in other words, would it, if you equalize the pressure instead of having to actually add more compressed air in there, like in other words, you're adding more air pressure in it than this the air that's outside.
Sorry, I had my attention elsewhere. Trying to get this citation, it won't do it.
So in other words, if you add the same amount of air pressure that's outside inside the container. In other words, you're at 14.5 psi, and you add 14.5 psi. Would it weigh anything? I mean, would it, or just weigh? Because it wouldn't have like more compressed air in there. It would have the same amount of compressed air.
If you have the gas and it's pressurized in a container, then it will weigh more. Not in the vacuum chamber, it won't. If you follow my scenario, it won't. If you evacuate it, the object will weigh more with the gas evacuated, which contradicts their position. You follow?
Yeah.
And I am not getting this citation. It sits there and buffers the shit out of me. You fucking clown globetard idiots.
You should get the Starlink internet.
I got fucking fiber, dude. High speed fucking fibered homes.
Yeah, but Starlink for backup.
Fuck a Starlink for backup. I got the highest of the high speed, dude.
Just had the little argument with Omnivore because of the gravity
Is this
or whatever.
Fucking idiot Omnivore.
No, he's not here.
Oh, I thought you said Omni. All right.
He was in Atlanta. Oh, he is in here. Oh, no. He's in Atlanta Misfit Toys. I just clicked on that. So
he's in the land of misfit toys.
He was trying to say that when you put when you weigh yourself on a scale, it's gravity. And I said, it's just pressure. Oh, what is pressure? Well, so what's the formula for pressure? It says force over an area. Okay, so no gravity. Great. It's like, no, you're invoking gravity when you say you have weight. It's like, I'm not. So if I put a scale on the wall and I put pressure on that and it registers a weight, is it still gravity? No. Okay, then. So silly.
Yep, I cannot get that citation. I'll try tomorrow. Unbelievable.
Everything I'm clicking on Google will not load either.
Mm-mm. Well, is Google down? Did we break Google?
I think the AI became aware.
Let's see if I can find it independently. Not working out. Let's try by just think I got it. Did you guys try to load anything in Google right now? It's not doing it. So whoever said that, you're correct. I just clicked on it and it didn't load. It's not loading. And I got ludicrous upload speeds. Nope, you're right. Whoever said that, you're correct. It's not loading.
What, for me? Yeah, it wasn't loading for me.
Nope, it's not loading for me either.
It's creepy, isn't it?
Yeah.
And tomorrow it will be back up, but it'll be different. That's just my conspiracy brain.
Let's see if I just try anything.
Patterns aren't a conspiracy, so don't indict yourself.
Let's try this. Let's see if this loads. Britannica. Britannica loads. Yeah, not a problem. Yeah, I'll check it. I'll do it tomorrow. Fuck it. All right, well, it's 11:32 and there's no action. Flatsy, I have to change the position on you. I just seen you in here. Go ahead and unmute.
What's that?
Yeah, Jemsy in here? No, he's not in here anymore. Something has superseded.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jemsy. Something has superseded my precious from the ribeyes.
Okay.
Buy some ribeye.
Nope. Any other guesses?
Nope.
Brisket?
Nope. I made the official change. I told the wife. Too funny.
All right, now. You gonna tell us?
Yeah.
Impossible ribeye.
Nope. Lamb chops.
I was saying, bro, you interrupted me. I said lamb before that.
Really? I didn't hear
but
you.
I was gonna say lamb ribeye, but you said lamb chop. I was gonna say lamb anyways, but yeah. That sounds good.
Lamb chops. It's over. It really wasn't any competition. I said, okay, let's do it. So we had ribeyes yesterday, and then we had lamb chops today. It wasn't fucking close.
A bit more expensive, the lamb.
No, in fact, the lamb chops are less expensive for me.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Where are you, Australia?
Nah, I'm getting them from Sam's Clubs from New Zealand.
That sounds good.
There,
You buy them by the bulk? Because I know if you buy stuff by the bulk, man.
Yeah,
it's,
we're buying them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Like if you get like they have like the beef rolls, like $100, and it's like you get a shit ton of freaking meat.
It's lamb chops, Lassie.
Lamb.
Oh, and they have the corner of the lamb chop. It's almost like a fucking ribeye. It has a My Precious section.
It does. Yeah, it does. I can picture it. I've seen it many times. I've tried it. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
I'm trying to get my son on board. He struggles cutting the meat off him, right? Don't struggle, right? All you have to do, it's like less than a micrometer of absolute fat on the outside. You got to be like a surgeon, right? That I'm all about that shit. So you got to be like a surgeon, and you cut just because I can't stand pure meat fat, just pure. I can't fucking do it. And then you cut that little strip off, and then you don't need the fork and knife at all. You just need to eat at the Y. Oh man.
Because it's like a little meat lollipop.
Some people say that they don't like the I don't want to say smell or the odor of it.
Of what?
Like
lamb chops?
They complain about it. Kind of like it's a different like.
It can smell like burnt hair.
Yeah, it smells different than the beef, so people can't pass it just because of a different smell.
I haven't noticed it. I'll just continuing on. All right, but it has superseded. It's not close.
Maybe your wife cooks it good. So
Well, she does. She grills it. She puts a little bit of seasoning on it, not too much. We don't marinate them. I don't like that shit. Pure. I want the meat. So just a touch of seasoning. I don't know which kind. I'll get that. I just don't know what she does with it yet. But
everything beagle.
I took a bite at the Y. I'll tell you what. I nearly collapsed.
That's good stuff. Yeah.
Oh man.
Today I bought 2 bison ribeyes.
You would.
I'm gonna try lamb next.
All right, somebody's posting Wagyu. That's not a fair comparison. That's some bullshit right there. Who was it? Into the break. Don't be posting Wagyu. That's not what we're talking about. All right.
But he won't do the research and go out and measure the curvature, which is all he's got to do.
Well, you have to consider there might be someone in his DMs feeding him stuff, so that's always a possibility.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's always a possibility. That's right. It's not beyond him. He can do that. He's that clever. We're trying to make you believe the earth is flat. No, we're not. We're saying for you to go and check it and find out for yourself. You'll be pleasantly surprised. Go and check it, man. What's going on? Nobody wants to check it these days. Have you noticed? No one wants to go out there. And And all the while they've been living on a flat earth. And that's all the brain has registered and recorded. Nothing but flat earth. It hasn't recorded life on a globe. They just
trying to get him not to believe. Literally not to believe. Hey, go test it yourself. You're trying to get me to believe the earth is flat. Why by testing it yourself? Then it wouldn't be a belief anymore.
Yeah. Because a belief is not knowing anything. You don't know. When you say you believe something, it means you do not know it. That's what you're telling me.
It means acceptance without evidence.
Yes, acceptance without evidence. That means you don't know. Period. You don't know it. So when they say everybody knows it's a globe, no, everybody believes it's a globe. That's what everybody's doing. They're believing. They don't know it's a globe. No one knows the earth is a globe. No one knows. No one. Because the earth isn't a globe. Right, ladies and gentlemen, earth isn't a globe. And you know that now because you've never seen it. You don't even know how to even begin to find those pictures that you should have where you took the curvature of the earth. It would be an unforgettable experience to be on a ball earth. I guarantee you.
Not only have they not seen it, they don't know anybody that has. And those people, all the people they know, also don't know anybody that has.
Yeah, that's right.
They're so far removed from somebody that actually knows the earth is a globe. It isn't funny. And so much for 7 degrees of separation, because that apparently doesn't apply in the case of the globe earth. You're 92 degrees of separation from the person that knows, apparently.
There you are. See? That is the integrity of the situation right there. That's why I enjoy all this. This is why I enjoy it, because it's a continuous test for my brain, because there's the psychological mental gymnastics that these people do, and you've got to undo it. Because you're thinking, it can't be this guy cannot be this dense or this far. But they are. They are that dense in some cases.
But honestly, they're doing it for themselves, these mental gymnastics. They're doing the mental gymnastics in the mirror. That's really what they're doing.
It's coping, isn't it? It's a coping mechanism, as you would say. Yeah? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a big cope. They're trying to cope with the cognitive dissonance, the pain caused by the cog dis, right?
Yeah.
The psychological pain that they've been living a life that's not true, right? They've had this whole view of the world. They've identified with being alive in a certain type of world, and then when they're told the world isn't actually like that, they have to cope in some way because it's too painful to deal with the facts.
Yeah. And again, if I look at myself, ladies and gentlemen, because I always bring myself into it, when I saw the flat earth on the YouTube suggestion bar, recommendation bar, because I was looking at moon landing hosts and it popped up, I thought, and at the time this popped up, I used to get junk mail popping up. So I'd be viewing something and suddenly a bit of junk mail would pop up and you've got the little X where you click to get rid of it. It's annoying. And so I thought, what's this flat earth nonsense? And I'm looking for the X thing and it wasn't there. It was part of the recommendation. I thought, what idiots putting this up? And that's instant cognitive dissonance right there. Instantly. I went into cog dis. I thought, what is this fool doing? Anyway, I ignored it. And this went on for months. I thought my wife's computer was hacked. And then one day I clicked on it for myself, just for a joke. I thought, it's Christmas time now, Boxing Day. I've run out of moon landing host material. So I thought, okay, I'll click on it. I was laughing, I was giggling, and I was saying, what could I possibly learn from this geezer? What's he going to teach me? What could I possibly learn from these idiots, flat earthers? This is a joke. And I clicked on it, and then I was the idiot. And you know what was my action after 30 minutes? I am now going back to last year's videos that I missed. That's what I'm looking for them now frantically now. You see what I mean? That was my move. Frantically trying to find the material that I ignored. And they came up thick and fast. Because back then you were getting served all the flat earth material you could handle. It was just coming in like a express train, loads of them. And I was enjoying it. Yeah. I did 8 hours, one sitting. and I was really energized. I was energized after that, right? Because I was in no doubt that the Earth was flat. I'd already retraced my roots in my brain, so I knew that the Earth was indeed flat because I hadn't seen the globe, no experience. All my life came flooding back to me, and there's no Earth existence there. Sorry, no globe existence. So that was it. I was energized after that. No depression, no sadness, because I'd realised I hadn't gone to the moon anyway. It was more embarrassment because I should have sussed it when I realised they didn't go to the moon. They couldn't have had a picture of Earth from space because they never went to space. But that's what I mean. I sucked at the research there and joining the dots. You see, ladies and gentlemen, keep dropping the ball. But I was energised after 8 hours, and I went upstairs and then confronted the family and let them know. And the kids knew, they already knew the Earth was flat because, again, when they showed me how the aeroplane flies, it was level. Didn't take a curved trajectory at all. They knew. Yeah. So I was very happy with that. My wife, on the other hand, took 8 years. 8 years. And the reason why it took 8 years was because she wasn't interested. She didn't think it was important enough to be looking into for her. So that was fine. But eventually she came round because she knew it was the truth. You know, everything I said matched the lifestyle that she had been living. See, and when you see that, why deny it? No, it's the truth. No matter how odd it is, it's the truth. And then you realize how magnificent God is to have made a flat earth. Wow. I mean, it's just amazing. Just amazing. Flat table. Amazing. Absolutely brilliant design.
Okay, so this one time I got gaslit when I was like in, I think first grade. The teacher had us all go out onto the grass and lie on our backs, and we were looking at the clouds, and she's going, "Can you guys feel the earth spinning?" And I remember lying there clearly thinking, no. But I remember saying yes, just so I could fit in with everybody else.
Yeah, there you go. You see? Yeah. There's the Ash experiment right there, the conformity experiment. That's what you did.
I'm gonna eat it.
Yeah, well done. You told the truth anyway. You told the truth here now, but at the time you said yes, but you couldn't feel it spinning, and that's true. You can't.
You know, we should bring that up more, way more than we do.
I agree.
Especially this Salty dude, right? I should have brought that up to Salty. That he's just like believing the experts, but it's really because he thinks everybody else believes the experts, and that's what he thinks he should do socially, right? He just, hey, everybody else believes it, I should believe it too because everyone else does. I don't want to be the odd man out.
Exactly. That's it. That's what it is. Want to be in with the in crowd. No, I've never been that kind of guy at all. Reality always has to kick in. It's not this. I'm following the crowd nonsense. Nah. Although I did 48 years of believing in the globe. Okay, let's not forget that, ladies and gentlemen. I did believe in the globe, and that's purely because I was being lazy. I should have checked it. Okay, I could have.
You know, Jen, I was going to just say that. I said I bet you it's just because you're lazy.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah,
I'm in the same boat, bro. I just didn't check. I just took it at face value. But I wasn't. But I wasn't like I wasn't attached to it when I started looking into it. It didn't matter to me one way or another. Just whatever the evidence says, that's what it is, right? And I didn't. It wasn't like, man, if the Earth's not a globe, there's no space. I'll never go to Mars. Like none of that shit ever crossed my mind, even for a second.
Same here. It was just that it was a given. It was a globe for me because the scientists and the experts had proven it. So that's what I thought. So I thought, yeah, okay. Well, I didn't even think about the globe. The only time I thought about the globe was in 1988 '89, I tried to buy the Blue Marble T-shirts. Okay. Now, before I thought about buying, remember this is in '89. I'm not a flat earther, am I? But I love the Earth. I thought, you know what? I want to promote the Earth, man, because this is where we live. It's a great blue marble. And before I could see these T-shirts everywhere, the day I wanted to go and buy one, I covered about 60 miles on the motorbike here, 60 miles, and I didn't find a single. I didn't find it. I ended up buying the African National Congress Fight Against Apartheid T-shirts. That's what I bought with the African shield and that. That's what I ended up buying because I could not find the blue marble T-shirts anywhere. And I asked the shops if they had a sister branch. Yeah, okay, can you ring them up to see if they've got them? No? Okay, let me go down there and check then. They didn't have it. I spent all day trying to get the Globe T-shirts and I never got it. Never got one. You know what I mean? But I've now got a Flat Earth T-shirt instead. So isn't that funny? You know, that I put my heart on my sleeve and I desperately tried to get the Blue Marble T-shirt because I used to see them everywhere. The day I want one, couldn't find it anywhere. Couldn't find it anywhere. That was odd. I found that was odd for me that day. How is this? I'm not able to get a Globe T-shirt. When I don't want one, they're everywhere. When I want one, they're nowhere. What's going on? So it was weird. And I ended up buying these National Congress T-shirts, as I've said. And then I went on to go to the Nelson Mandela concert, right, for Nelson Mandela to have him be released. Okay? It was held in Wembley. A star-studded cast, loads of musicians from around the world. Yeah, that was great. And I bought all the posters and that. So that's what I did in the end. Never got that globe. I'm thinking maybe that was divine intervention. Maybe. You know? Because I was going to promote that globe all the time. And I'm glad I didn't. Glad I didn't get the T-shirt because it's not a globe. Wow, such is my belief into the globe, yeah? That I was going to promote it. Wow. And I couldn't get a T-shirt for the life of me. Wherever I went, there wasn't any on sale. But wow, okay. Strange. But there you are. The Earth was never a globe, ladies and gentlemen. And I went to everywhere I knew where I'd seen them, and no T-shirts to be bought that day, except for the African National Congress Fight Against Apartheid. And I liked that. That was good. I was proud to wear those T-shirts anyway. And I was proud to go to the Wembley concert for the release of Nelson Mandela. And then a few months down the line, a year, Nelson Mandela was released from prison. Yeah. There you go. I was destined to be a flat earther. That's the real situation. It's not a globe. Don't know the shape, but we know it's not an oblate spheroid. It's not the blue marble. Yeah, God did that. I think that was a divine intervention. Remember, they never went to the moon. It's what makes me a very good opponent for the Globers, because I'm bringing everything into it. Lifetimes, anecdotals, experiences. Because when you hear me talk about my experience, you're going to relate, ladies and gentlemen. Because all you've uploaded, flat earth, horizontality everywhere. You've only got to start to go back, rewind your life, and you will see what's missing is the curvature. That's when you know. It's that obvious. And that's simple at the same time. Start rewinding your lives. Look at your family photographs. Look at the family albums. Start looking back. Look at your parents' family albums and have a look at their pictures. No curvature and notice it. That's when you're going to start to realize, wow, the flat earthers have got something there. Hello and welcome to the server. What brings you in today? Oh, okay. Welcome to the server. How are you doing and what brings you in today? If you have any questions dealing with the flat earth or the heliocentric model, globe earth that you think you live on, please ask the questions. My colleagues and myself will answer your questions.
Guys, flat earth is a joke. Go to fucking sleep, man.
Yeah, I did welcome you to the server. If you've got any questions, please ask. You know, my colleagues and I are here to answer all your questions. So why don't you ask the questions? Come on, we're waiting. What do you
Flat Earth
have?
is a bulk. What do you call a spinning water pair in a vacuum? Flying around at 1.5 million miles per hour. What do you call that?
I call that fantasy myself. And fantastic, as in unbelievable.
kind of get me with that.
The world is changing.
And you work through the whole day and you get hungry when it's about lunchtime.
One man stands alone.
And then at the end of the day, you start to get a little sleepy-eyed, and by the time you're ready for bed, you just fall asleep.
Don Pettit is I'm Don Pettit, an astronaut without a mission.
When you rip open a pouch of stew or something, you can smell a little roast beef.
They took his friends. They took his life, but they won't take his home. Introducing Charles Bronson's wig as Mission Control. Don Pettit in Space presents The Cupola.
What got me interested in science? I think my backyard back in Silverton, Oregon, you walk outside and you see Earth. Seeing things, you see a row of ants walking down the sidewalk. It's like, whoa, look at that. Why are they walking in a line? What happens if one of them gets lost? Where are they going? It's telling you a story, and the answers aren't in the back of the story. You have to figure things out yourself. So I got interested in science because of Earth. We conduct science on the International Space Station because it is an environment where human beings are not innately meant to be. And because of that, you can learn things about human physiology. You can learn things about physics and chemistry that are impossible to learn on Earth. There are two main categories of science. You have the programmatic science. This is well-planned, well-thought-out peer-reviewed and uplinked to station with the supplies needed. And then you have what I call science of opportunity. And this is science that comes to mind while you are there, simply because you are there and you can do it because you can. Scientific disciplines that I've dabbled in on the International Space Station: fluid physics, classic physics, chemistry, biology, plant growth, Earth observations that are unique from an orbital environment. A number of my science of opportunity investigations have resulted in peer-reviewed scientific papers. One is growing sodium chloride crystals. And a salt shaker won't work in weightlessness, right? It'll be a mess. So the NASA food people have a little squeeze bottle of a saturated solution of sodium chloride, and you can put that on your food if you want to add salt. And I was using this saturated solution of sodium chloride to do aqueous phase crystal growth of sodium chloride crystals. And there were a number of fascinating observations that could be made by doing this in weightlessness, and resulted in these 3 publications. The particle agglomeration. I had bags of various kinds of powder. You've got powdered milk, and you've got freeze-dried coffee in a bag. And instead of putting water in it, you can blow the bag up and you can look at it and you can see what happens when you shake it up. And I was playing with all these bags, and in every case, these particles, millimeter size, just floating around, would rapidly, in tens of seconds, form centimeter size clumps. And I thought, wow, isn't that cool? All these different particles. I filmed it, and Stan Love, who's an astronaut in the office, who is a planetary geologist by training, he saw that, and he said that this has implications to planet formation. How you go from something that's 1 millimeter to something the size of your fist, it has not been really understood. And these simple videos that I downlinked helped scientists understand what that process is. And it doesn't get any better than that with casual observations, simply because you are there and you can. Calling it science of opportunity leads to opening up a whole new level of investigation. We had some educational demonstrations with Legos, making various things for student downlink. And after that was all done, I said, hey, can I use the Legos to make something that I'd like to make? And sure, go ahead, use the Legos. And I used the Legos to make a Van de Graaff generator. And this allowed me to have a source of static electric voltage, and I did a lot of observations with water and other solutions, making these Taylor cones in the weightless environment. And then one time I was giving a presentation to university level students, and we started talking, and we had this collaboration, and using my data with graduate students, published a paper in Phys Rev Letters. And the neatest aspect about this paper is in the experimental section, it says roller and belt Van de Graaff generator was made on space station out of Legos. And it's like, wow, Phys Rev Letters, peer-reviewed scientific publication. And part of the data came from a piece of equipment that was made from Legos. That's science of opportunity. It's inevitable when you have a laboratory, whether it's on Earth or in space or on the moon, there will be science of opportunity because of the people that are doing research. They will have other ideas, and they will see things simply because they are there and they can, and they'll mess around a little bit, and maybe most of that won't go anywhere, but every once in a while there'll be one of those that turn into the next generation of programmatic science. I'm Don Pettit. I'm a NASA astronaut.
Subscribe for more space.
We'll take a question now from the phone bridge. We'll go to the Associated Press with Marcia Dunn. Yes, welcome back, Dawn. I'm wondering, you looked a little peaked, a little limp at touchdown when they were taking you to the medical tent. What were you feeling then? Like, did you feel as bad as you looked? I'm sorry to ask. And you said you have a few creaks and groans in your body back on Earth, but what about weightlessness alleviated any creaks and groans, or, what was special about space that made you even feel physically more fit than perhaps you do on Earth? Thanks.
And Marcia, you've always asked good questions. I think you were there when I came back from my first flight. So you understand what it means to have jumped 20 years into the future. Creaks and groans right after landing. I didn't look too good because I didn't feel too good. I was right in the middle of emptying the contents of my stomach onto the steps of Kazakhstan, and that's my new way of explaining what I was doing. And fortunately, just the way the cameras are set up there, they're polite, and they don't have a camera shoved in your face when you're in the middle of doing that. And they cut away to give you a little bit of privacy when you're not feeling too good, because after all, nobody wants to be on camera when we're doing that. But yeah, I was not a happy camper, but it was within family of what it's like for me to come back to Mother Earth.
And then I think the part 2 of her question, did you find that space flight alleviated any?
Oh yeah, space flight. I love being in space, Marcia. It makes me feel like I'm 30 years old again. And you sleep in your bed, you wake up in the morning, and your shoulder, it's like that. This neck is stiffened. And all that kind of stuff heals up because you're sleeping, you're just floating. And your body, all these little aches and pains and everything heal up. And you feel like you're 30 years old again. And free of pain, free of everything, and ready to do your mission work. So I love being on orbit. It's a great place to be for me and my physiology.
Have we ever had Calypso in here? So there's an event live now called Stargazing.
Retreating a little bit further. Okay, I'm gonna go stargaze. What am I looking for?
Well, it says, join us for a night of cosmic exploration. We'll travel through galaxies, explore star systems, and enjoy close-up views of planets and moons using Stellarium, Celestia, Space Engine, and other cool space tools.
Oh, so we're
Created
not
by
actually gonna see shit. Just some dude's gonna have his computer running Stellarium. What fun is that?
Right. Apparently it's created by Calypso. Ask a teacher. That's the person's name. I'd love to get that person in here. I don't think we've spoken with Calypso, have we?
I don't know. Yeah, I want to hear all about this computer program he got. Who wrote it? What language did they write it in? Are they using Unity? Are they using something else? What are they using? Real Engine?
I'm not sure. Yeah, probably something like that.
have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah. Because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky
you
Way
see
galaxy.
the Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa. Whilst
from
Mark
space,
Cameron. This is from Mark Cameron.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky Way
you see
galaxy.
the Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. The only limit to a human future is in our own imaginations.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. The only limit to a human future is in our own imaginations.
The only limit to a human future is in our own imaginations.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. But going to Mars should be one of the next series of steps that humans do. The first step should be going back to the moon for a number of technical reasons and exploration reasons, and then after that Mars, maybe a high orbit in Venus atmosphere, maybe going to Europa. There's all kinds of targets to go to places of interest in our solar system. The only limit to human future is in our own imaginations.
Was bestehen kann vor den anderen. Und darum bitte ich dich nun, deutsches Volk, darüber gib nun dein Urteil ab. Der Welt unterstelle ich mich nicht. Die kann mich nicht richten.
Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
Clouds.
You hear me?
Yes, clouds are up. That's what I saw today.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said clouds are up. You said what's up? Clouds. That's what I saw.
Clouds.
Yeah. So if I look at a cloud, can I tell how high it is? Hello?
Yes, sir, I hear you now.
Yeah. So when if I'm looking at a cloud, how do I tell how high it is?
You actually like American people, right?
Do what now?
I live in America right now, so I'll be in a cloud.
So if I'm looking at a cloud, how can I tell how high it is off the ground?
Hmm?
You gonna answer me or no?
But my English is not that good, but I think you speak so fast. I can speak sometimes fast, but I can't
Oh.
understand when someone speak fast. Professor.
Got it.
Yeah. What's the problem? I hear in this group to practice in English and to connect with people with speak.
Do you know what clouds are? You know what the sky, clouds in the sky?
نتكلم بخمول.
What happened?
مالديفز، نعم روسيا، نعم اندونيسيا، نعم ماليزيا، نعم استراليا، نعم اليونان، نعم بنغلاديش، نعم. سافر البطوط.
Finally, all friends, sorry. Finally, I just ايه؟
بس وش الوحيد انت بتطنشني خالص.
طنشك ايوه يا ما بطنشك خالص ايه والله.
I don't know. قولي.
تفتح وتغطيه وسيب السهم له هنا. لو سبتها مكشوفة عليه العوض فيه.
العاطفة ولا عاملين؟
سمعتك في الايس بوكس رايك فين؟ انا
Not sure if I have a bad connection or if somebody was hot miking.
Hey, new people, did you know on July 8th, 99% of the world's population will have sunlight or daylight? There you go. I posted it for you.
But, sir, that would be impossible on a globe. How is that possible?
Oh, because the Earth is flat.
Really? Maybe somebody else will come in and ask you to tell them more. Let's hope.
Two of them couldn't deal with it, and they ran away and then went into side chat. Well, now there's only one left.
I am curious. I'll go ahead and speak out a little bit. Curious why a scenario like this would, I guess, what's the best word to describe it? I feel like debunk might be a strong word here, but why would this 99% daylight thing debunk the globe Earth?
9% of what?
Well, 99% of the human population.
You still there, Rabwin, or you got a Jedi?
No, Jedi. Jedi can take it. The July 8th, 99% of the population thing. Every July 8th.
Okay, so in and of itself, that doesn't necessarily say too much, but what it does do is it leads you into asking this question: how much of the surface of the Earth should be at any one time be illuminated by the sun? Now, what we're going to have is 50%, right? 50% of a spherical surface with one light source is going to be illuminated by that light source. Let's look at the moon, for example, right? That story that we're told. When we look into how much sunlight coverage there is on the Earth at any one time, we understand that it varies throughout the seasons, right? In the north and in the south. Problem is, sometimes it appears to be over 65% of the surface of the Earth is covered in sun. Now, that's a bit of a problem when you've got a sphere that's supposed to be illuminated by one light source that should only really have 50% illuminated by that light source. At times, it's over 65%. So yeah, there are anomalies like almost 99% of the Earth's population are going to have sunlight pretty much at exactly the same bloody time. But yeah, that leads you to the question of, well, how much of the Earth's surface is illuminated by the sun? And we get values of around 65% at times. Problems.
Ooh, 65, a lot of times, that's more than 50%.
Shit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would, 65 sounds large. I might want to look into it myself and see if that sounds accurate, but I probably would say, even on the globe Earth model, I would expect, like, if you include twilight areas, I don't know if you're including twilight areas, but if you do include those, I would suspect even on a globe you would get at least a bit more than 50%.
It says daylight. That's from timeanddate.com. Daylight, whatever that means.
Yeah, I guess I would have to look at what their definition of daylight is for measuring that, because twilight does cover a fair amount of the Earth's surface at any given point.
Yeah, there's lots of different areas around the world that have different types of variations where the supposed terminal line is, right? We've got civil twilight, we've got marine twilight. I think there's a variations at celestial twilight as well. Yeah, there's a few of them. So it's very poignant that you bring that up. It's, important to be accurate, but it's interesting when you start looking into it. 65% of it's in daylight. You can chop that daylight up, I guess, if you want, but it's daylight. But yeah, please look into it, dude.
Thank you for sharing.
Well, I mean, since it is July, we're going to have to push it for 3 more days. Fatty, don't be shy. I saw you typing. You can just ask away. I think people don't ask the things. They just come in here in hopes that they don't ask because they don't want to really know. Who's having a hard time?
Oh, I see. What I'm assuming are like pictures of this that you're posting. I guess like I'm thinking it's the impossible eclipse that a lot of these photos are referring to.
Yep.
Like especially the last one that last image that was posted seems to be the impossible Selenalian eclipse.
That's correct.
Impossible.
I am planning to witness this myself if I'm able to.
You got hours to kill like that? If you got hours to kill, do a time lapse.
Oh yeah. I'm very eager to capture a video of it. At the very least, be able to confirm that I'll see both the sun and the moon at the same time. Because it just so happens I'm in an area where I suspect it's possible if I can get to a high enough elevation, I should be able to see it. I have to be pretty lucky. I don't know. I just was looking through some like data on the lunar eclipse predictions coming up soon. There's one coming in September, and all of the numbers are lining up just right for my area to be in a place where I don't know if it's going to be the impossible one. I don't know if I'll get the upside down. I think it might be a little bit slanted, but pretty close to the upside down one.
Yeah, you shouldn't get any curved shadow on it at all. Curves on curves don't make curved shadows.
So, I'm eager to give it a shot. I won't even have to travel far.
They make curved shadows, but they're all wacky. It's not like a ball shape. No, it's like whatever kind of wacky curve. So if you don't see a wacky curve, it's not two balls.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Ross? What do you think about like if you get a ball, like if you get a light source and then you get a ball and another ball, right? You can't replicate what we see during the eclipse with two balls when you try to do it on a smaller scale, right? It makes like a sine wave, like sort of shaped shadow. Like it doesn't make what we.
Oh, okay. So if you got a point source of light and then line up one ball to cast a shadow on another ball, is that what you're trying to illustrate for me?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people try to like replicate that, right? And it never looks anything like what we see during an eclipse. I haven't tried it. I've just seen some videos, and the videos I've seen done, admittedly, aren't that great either in the setup. But
okay, yeah. I mean, yeah. I wonder if I could try to replicate that myself. I would need a pretty because I think one of the problems is like trying to get a point source of light, because a lot of like light bulbs are typically have a pretty large angular size compared to what the sun is. So I'd have to get pretty far away from the light source to get it to a similar angular size, and then
so sun rays are not parallel.
Not exactly.
So, well, no, wait a second. They either are or they are not.
They're not.
Perfect. You're now geeks. You're really getting yourself into a corner, but that's okay. Take your pictures.
Who was the Greek? Aristosthenes. What did he assume? Parallel light rays.
Yeah, he assumed parallel lines. The thing is, even though I acknowledge they're not exactly parallel, they are. I would say that, using the numbers that are used for the distances of the sun and the size of the sun, the rays are. I actually worked out the math just the other day. I'm trying to remember what the number was for how much they deviated. I think it was like maybe a third of a degree at most. And that's looking at like how the sun shines on like complete opposite ends of the globe Earth. Like the rays hitting like one end of the Earth would be a third of a degree different from the rays hitting the opposite end of the Earth. If you're standing in a fairly local area of the Earth and you're just looking at that, I suspect the angle would be even smaller.
Okay. What about the light from the moon? Is that light parallel or is it divergent, being it is a curved surface that's reflecting light, wouldn't you?
I would suspect they would diverge a little bit more than the ones from the sun. Actually, I'm not.
Do you think that we could do
if I were, again, to consider opposite ends of the Earth, yeah, it would diverge more, but I think in a more localized area of the Earth, they might appear just about the same level of parallelness as from the sun.
Because we can do the Eratosthenes experiment. We can just swap the sun for the moon. Same result.
That would be interesting. I don't recall. I don't think I've ever been in an area of like low enough light pollution to observe my moon shadow. I don't think I've ever experienced a shadow from light cast by the moon.
Yes, you have. Really got to wait for a full moon till that happens, and you're only going to get about 3 days. So yeah, it's hard to get those conditions, but it can be achieved. I've done it.
Yeah, I suspect I would have to go to a pretty dimly lit area at a full moon.
Light pollution, the better, of course. But the same thing applies, right? Light in the sky, measure the shadow from the light in the sky of a stick. We've got parallel light rays, we've got divergent light rays. Basically, all we're just doing is measuring the elevation angle to the thing in question. Sun and moon should, if the light rays are different, parallel and divergent, obviously cause something different to happen, but we get the same result. But yeah, man, keep measuring those angles to the stars.
And then explain how the ground position of that star is down around the ball when you're measuring it from a flat surface. So since you're going to do this eclipse thing, go and you should, I would imagine, you're going to be at night. You're going to be at night when it starts. So you should get a moon shadow. Make sure you take your laser thermal tester like I have, and you can go ahead and check shade versus no shade, and you'll see the difference.
Actually, I'm going to catch it on the other end of the eclipse. I'm going to catch it at sunset.
Okay. So I'm not sure if you. Yeah, I'm not sure if you get that during sunset.
I'm gonna try. I don't have any source confirming that a stellar would be possible here in Dublin. I just kind of looked at the data as to like the predicted like altitudes and timing of like where the sun and moon would be at my location at a very specific time during the eclipse, and they look like they're gonna be like right at the horizon at like I forget what it was, 8:15 I think p.m. Like precisely at that time in my local time, there's going to be the predicted, there's going to be the lunar eclipse happening, and at the same time I'm going to have a vantage point where both the sun and the moon are almost right at the horizon. So I'm hoping if I get maybe a little bit of altitude and I look out, I'm hoping I'll just be able to see it.
So take a thermal laser with you, so you can anytime when you just pick one up, $20. Like I have mine for work. It's a good one, but so shoot the moonlight and shoot the moon shadow, and it's going to be colder in the moonlight. I don't know why, but it is. And it's not just something somebody put on YouTube. I went and did it myself. Facts are facts. I'll do it again. I actually shot a video. I can't find it. I was on a device I didn't back up and it got wiped.
Have you guys gone over the main key point here is that when the globalists say all this stuff in the sky, perfectly predicted by NASSholes, except it's not. No one predicted, even though they had records of a selenium eclipse going back to like the 1600s, they still have yet to have an explanation for why it happens. They have yet to be able to predict them. They have yet to even offer some reason for why they don't have this stuff. Their current model is a non-working, non-functional exposition of the hubris of mankind. And the best thing they can say is that their best answer is just to throw in massive amounts of refraction that only say why it was visible. They still yet to even say why it's upside down.
Wait, did you say you haven't heard an explanation for why this Selenium eclipse is upside down?
Yeah, they give you an explanation for why you would see it, and that's called refraction, that both the sun and the moon are refracted up, over, and around the curvature of the Earth. But they have yet to give any explanation for why it's upside down.
I mean, I visualize it in my head how that works. Although when I have like worked out the math and like what.
Oh, you did draw a diagram. Sorry to come in hot. Draw a diagram. I want to see it.
Actually, I didn't. Well, I drew like a very quick diagram. I could actually no. You know what? Let me show, because I drew a diagram like the other day and I shared it with y'all. It kind of got laughed at because, I don't know, maybe I'm just really bad at drawing what I have in my head.
You're missing it. This observation is not possible in heliocentric. And they had to try to destroy human history, that people had to look into it and try to find out when was it first observed, when it was first written down. And they tried to say it was a one-off event, it'll never happen again, something weird, something errant. And now that they do happen, and they do happen at a regular basis, they have to, instead of explaining why their model failed to predict, they just start throwing in refraction, endless amounts of copium refraction that never address the point. Why is it even visible in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, I created a better diagram on, some software that can draw better than I can. I haven't drawn, I didn't use this to draw the lines of refraction, but, let's see if I can get it.
Let me find another song. Hey guys!
Hopefully I can illustrate it better with this diagram.
Yeah, I think. I'm recording you guys. Oh, this is public indecency. Mama? Baba? Oh, shit. Baba, are you gonna go now? Are you going now?
Hey, you're hot micing. Whoever this.
What does hot micing mean?
Means we can hear you just talking to everybody.
Jonas would be, what's that number? 96 million.
Bro, I'm doing it again. Stop it.
400 calories. So probably if you ate all the donuts you stacked up, you'd get diabetes.
Stop hot miking it.
I think you get that from the Globe.
It's like I hate having to tab in to just mute some idiot who's hot micing. I mean, seriously. Is it that hard? Is it really that hard to use Discord?
They did mute themselves, then they unmuted to start talking again. So Fadi said that timeanddate.com is a liar because ChatGPT said so. So I fed it to ChatGPT and it just debunked the globe. I don't know what's going on with ChatGPT, but mine seems to think that it even said reality check and daylight doesn't curve. What do you think of that?
Oh, hold on. What's this? I think the settings in the chat have changed. I don't think I'm able to post images on the chat in the side chat anymore.
Really?
What?
Hang on, let me try again. Maybe I just didn't hit copy.
Yeah, you got stream mute slash
okay, yeah.
media.
Okay. Yeah, something just went wrong. I fixed it. I don't know what happened.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, here's my new. I have the sun. I actually drew the sun in my diagram, but if I zoom out far enough to actually see it, then you won't see the Earth and the Moon. So I just wrote the word sun out onto the left side, so you know it's like way out into the distance on the left side. But yeah, that larger one on the left that you see there is the Earth. The smaller one on the right is the Moon, and I have drawn this to scale, at least very close to it. So and then those lines, those dotted lines, are like the path of the light that would like serve as the boundary between what would be illuminated and what's under the Earth's shadow. So I placed the Moon squarely in between those lines, which is what the like a total lunar eclipse would be. Now I can move where the Moon is on the path, like let's say here. I'm going to take another screenshot. All right, and then this is, and then, oh yeah, I drew a red dot on top of the Earth because I'm trying to represent where the observer is that's observing the eclipse. Where would they would have to be to view the Selenalian. So yeah, here's a second picture. I've moved the Moon down, so it's like in a different location in its orbit, you could say. And it's like right on the border of where you have sunlight and where you have the Earth's shadow. So this is where the Moon would be. It's where it would have to be for the impossible upside down Selenalian to be. If we assume the globe Earth is accurate, that is where the Moon would have to be for this to occur.
So you need to look down. So now you need to look down, not up.
And that's the problem. It's below the geometric horizon.
Yeah, you mentioned
so we have to look up in the sky at it. So what did you draw?
Yeah, you also messed up too. That would be looking into the night sky. This was morning. This was daytime. The observer would be looking the other direction. It was the sun was coming up. This was at the very end. This wasn't the middle of the night. This person would be looking down, and that would be the night sky. The daytime sky would be behind them. You still got it wrong.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what right, when you can view both the sun and the moon, this is what it would have to look like. But behind you, it would have to be the sun.
The sun is rising for them. The morning sky is not quite morning, it's almost morning for them. This is telling you that you're going into the night sky. That would be the start of night, not the start of morning. Your observation is 12 hours off.
No, I mean, I could mirror this image upside down if that helps you visualize it. It would.
Well, if you do it the right way, let's start there. So do it the right way first.
Like to flip it the right way from your perspective, I just have to make a mirror image of this up and down.
No, it's not the right perspective. It can't be the right perspective 12 hours in the wrong direction. That's not the right perspective. You can't say, hey, so this is the observation at noon and it's midnight. You feel me?
Well, yeah, I mean,
because the orientation of the sun and the moon and you are going to have a different relationship. So just go fix it. Mirror, do whatever you think you got to do.
No, this is the correct.
So then mirror it, and then I want to see your name on it so that we can critique that. Go ahead, do that.
You want me to mirror it and put my name on it?
Not put your name on it. Just post it. Just do it.
Oh, okay. Here, okay. I'll mirror it. The angles are gonna be the same, but I will do it. Let's see. Because I do want to point out. Let's see. How do I flip this? Up. Flip. Vertical. Select. Copy. Does this work better for you? So the thing is,
are you about to say the same thing? So the observer is still looking down. So it's the same problem, Kurt. Just
right, yeah. So the
no, not
I do acknowledge that's a problem. What I'm trying to get at is refraction would account for
you're wrong
some
twice. You're wrong and wrong mirrored. You're wrong and wrong mirrored.
And now he wants to claim refraction. So now what we're looking at is not actually ever there. So now we can't go to the moon. We can't do anything because of refraction. Do you see what kind of hole you're digging?
No, I don't. Because refraction would have its greatest effect toward when objects are viewed near the horizon. But unfortunately, refraction can only take you so far here because it's typically about half of a degree. Whereas I've actually done the math on this diagram here, which is drawn to scale, and you actually would need, I think, at least a whole degree of refraction for this to be viewable. So at least from the surface of the Earth, which is why I've I remember I was talking to some of y'all the other day, and I said, a Selenalian, the impossible Selenalian, should be visible at every lunar eclipse. And I do want to actually backtrack on that. I want to apologize for anybody that I tried to insist that upon, because I now think that it does require you to have a pretty decent elevation, so that it's not just refraction that is needed to bring this up. You would also need a dip to the horizon, a pretty significant one. So that's why my new stance is really you need to be in the right place where both where the sun and the moon are, in opposite directions at the horizon, and you also need a decent enough elevation to get the dip to the horizon needed, because refraction is not enough to fix the issues with the observations here.
So when I show you the time lapse of the eclipse, you're going to tell, and I show you a time lapse of refraction, where you're going to tell me where the moon is starting to go wibbly wobbly, squishy squashy, and all that in order to claim refraction. So you're done with that.
Right, where it goes squishy, squashy, and wobbly. Yeah, I mean, I do believe that refraction is causing that.
Oh, so, right. So when I show you a selenilian eclipse that doesn't do that, you can't claim refraction, correct?
Well, I mean, I don't believe refraction always would cause that. I think that's where there's like maybe more turbulent.
So do you say that the shadow, it's just upside down image now? We're just seeing everything upside down?
I mean, it's not like the image is getting flipped upside down. I think the image is being preserved. We're just seeing it upside down because we're looking at where the moon is so.
It's being like shot up in the air like 45 degrees for us to see it.
So
maybe 60 degrees, about 60 degrees for us to see that upside down shadow. So it's not really there. So theoretically, we can't use the moon for anything because it's not there, unless you're going to claim the sun is not there also.
Oh shit, that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would claim is that the sun and the moon are shifted, like the image of the sun.
60 degrees, about 60 degrees, right? About 60 degrees, maybe more, 75.
No, I would never say that they would get shifted by that much. Only half of a degree.
Ooh,
at most, near the horizon.
That's out. Then you're out.
Yeah.
But like that's where the selenalian, like the impossible selenalian, would occur is near the horizon. I'm not aware of any selenalian observation where the moon is more than like a degree above the horizune.
Oh, a degree above the horizon? No, it's more than a degree above the horizon. I saw one in June, July of 2019 in the UK. So selenalian eclipse, the shadow was upside down, and it was much more than the degree off the horizon. I'll give you probably about 15.
Yeah, honestly, I would be surprised if it was 15 degrees above the horizon.
Dude,
I might have to.
Man,
you don't have the image anymore, do you?
No, I know it's on the old server somewhere. I'll see if it's probably under bloody moon or something.
I can't find it. I look for it, but you probably know what you're looking for more.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, 10, 15 degrees above the horizon. I remember the picture. It's not just skirting the horizon. No way.
Wasn't it like over a parking lot or out of a park?
Yeah.
Something like that.
It's above some trees over a parking lot where the sun's just starting to go down. So it's about, I think it was coming up to 10 o'clock in the evening, so definitely sun going down. But yeah, it was in the evening. It's like freaked the life out of me. Because, the shadow was, I've never seen a shadow on the moon like that before. And I say shadow loosely, right? It looked like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. It looked like that smile. Now, if the thing that I'm standing on is supposed to be causing the shadow, then the shadow should be on the underside of the object, right? Because it's coming from behind the earth, like somebody coming from around the corner. You're going to illuminate the top portion that appears first. Not keep that top portion that appears in darkness and illuminate the still hidden portion. That's ridiculous. But that's what the selenilian demonstrates. It's upside down. Yeah, it freaked the life out of me when I saw it. I'll see if I can find the picture. Sorry for rambling.
Yeah. And I do want to be clear. Like, I do believe an eclipse is viewable at above 15 degrees, but only when both the moon and the sun are above the horizon simultaneously. I would think that the angle would have to be pretty small above the horizon. I couldn't give like an exact number, but I would guess about no more than 1 degree.
Or it's not balls in space.
This moon was well above house roofs and stuff. So well above the horizon, dude. Well, for me, when I saw it, it was above the roofs of houses. In the image that somebody else took it from another part of the UK, it was well above like a forest or some trees. So yeah, it was high, dude. I'm not saying it was 45 degrees or 30 degrees, but it was more than one. I think if I remember correctly, the moon had actually been up for about 2 hours. So yeah, I think it was well above the horizon. Again, that's why it freaked me out. Sorry to keep rambling on, but I saw the full moon earlier in the evening, and then when I looked out my window, half of it was bloody missing. So I knew it wasn't like a phase of the moon. No.
Well, that won't happen on a globe, so. Did you know you were getting an eclipse that day?
No, didn't know at all. It was actually, I was on Discord at that time talking to Alpha and whatnot, as you probably know, and it was the first time I'd ever like witnessed an eclipse like that. I'd never seen a Selenian partial eclipse, so it freaked me out. I definitely didn't know it was coming. I thought it was, like I said, it confused me because the phase of the moon was like full. It has to be, right, for a lunar eclipse to happen. So when it was like almost like a half crescent, it's like moon phases don't change like halfway through the night. That's ridiculous. So yeah, freaked me out.
It's interesting, though, to be able to get a globalist to talk about their contradictions. So, I mean, this is at least a breath of fresh air. You know, normally they'll just come here and freak out. Like, what's the moon? What's the sun? No clue what any of these things are. Then tell you to explain their exposition. And you're like, and meanwhile, you're like, well, sure, how do you show a full moon during the day? How do you see a crescent moon at night? How do you see the impossible eclipse? How are you able to predict these things? And they run from it. They run from their own model because somehow, like, well, unless flat earthers can explain their shit, like the globe shit, explain the globe shit to the globalist, then the globalist is right because you're in the same boat. Not even close. You have yet to show curvature in the first instance. All these things about the sky, okay, yeah, great. Okay, great. Now, curve. Where's the curve of the Earth? Where's that at?
I mean, yeah, the best I've ever seen to show what you're looking for is, you know, like it's something I've heard talked about on here before, and so I already know how like that gets explained away on your side. But yeah, I mean, the best things I've seen is, you know, an apparent horizon does appear to cover up the bottoms of things like boats, buildings.
Listen, it's not explained away. If that's, listen, if we're not saying that the horizon is not Earth curvature, and you're saying it is Earth curvature because it blocks boats, buildings, and etc., then you have to validate that. If I say nothing at all, that's not me dismissing anything. You have to validate it beyond seeing a horizon and saying that's the curvature of the Earth, because in that case, you would only be affirming the consequence. If you can do something besides just say the horizon, due to the curvature of the Earth, blocks boats and buildings, if you could actually validate that, then that would be cool. That's why we're like, okay, well, if it was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the distance to the horizon should be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. I'm sure you've seen all of this. So if you're saying, well, refraction doesn't allow me to make that claim, then you don't have a claim other than the affirming the consequence? Like, don't you guys say, well, how could you flat earthers say it's flat because it looks flat? And that's what you're doing with the horizon. It's a globe because I look at the horizon and I see it cut stuff off. It's not proof that the earth is a sphere. You don't even have a dimension to it to make that claim.
I understand, and yeah, I'd agree. Like, we don't of all the like these horizon observations, there's no. I haven't seen anyone actually like try to measure how far that horizon is.
Well, you want to start with Nat Geo because they did. I mean, but maybe you're not finding it because you're not looking before 2020 when we introduced the Black Swan. There's a million videos about the horizon's distance. The problem is, it's not true.
I mean, I've seen the images of that Black Swan, and like I've also seen images, like I've seen various images of like supposedly the same vantage point at different times. Yeah, and there are times where it looks like, yeah, it's
you know that doesn't matter, right?
The horizon's behind it, and
You know
other
that
times it
doesn't
looks
matter.
like the horizon.
You know that. Listen. You're giving me one cherry-picked example because that would be a true cherry pick. You saying, well, here's the situation where the same guy does this, that, and I don't give a fuck about that. I did the same thing at Coney Island Beach. And there's there's nothing anybody can say to me. Jersey Shore is only 6 miles away, and the horizon is always beyond it, adjacent to the side of it. Always. Unless it's a really foggy day and I can't even see that far. In which case I wouldn't even be on the beach. So there's that, and then there's my example of Nat Geo. What you did is went to this example where the information is unclear. But consistently, I've debunked it personally. Other people have debunked it personally. It's not just some argument where you stick to one location and you're like, well, here's the problem with it. Go to a beach. It's not reasonable to come up with these arguments against something. Listen, either you have validation that there's a distance to the horizon like they've been claiming before 2020, because that's what I said, so that's what we were talking about, or you don't. I don't know why people can't just go, well, that's not the case, that's not possible. I don't know why they said that before, but I don't believe that now. That would be honest.
Guys, I have a question, if I can ask.
Yeah, fire away.
Okay, so you know the map like you sent in the chat? Wait, I will ping it. This one.
Can you repeat that?
This one that I pinged it in chat here. The map. The map about like the sunlight and...
That's a projection, not a map. You don't use this as a map, it's a projection.
Yeah, the projection, like. So my question is like, if the Earth like was flat, why don't like people on Australia see the sun?
It's too far away from that location.
Because they are upside downers, that's why.
The sun is too far away from that location.
Which one
you think it's too far away?
Oh, right here, a time machine.
Yeah.
Yep, we're gonna fix that for you and get you back on track. That it's too far away.
So when it's dark in Australia, right, it's nighttime. The sun is somewhere else. Right, it's daytime for someone else. So this distance is too far for people in Australia to be able to see the sun, just based on how we view the world and the heavens above. So it's out of our field of view. Doesn't cast its light there, it has moved somewhere else.
But like, if you think about it like a flashlight in a room,
What about it?
Like if
you do it that way.
How big's the room? How big's the flashlight? What's the ratio between the size of the floor and the distance to the light? Because eventually you're going to end up with a ratio where the light doesn't illuminate the entire portion of the surface of the floor if the surface is big enough. Right, that's kind of obvious.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a very good. Doesn't sound like a very good plan to take a map, a Mercator projection, then ask why Australia doesn't see it, and then say, "Here's a flashlight in a room."
I mean, guys, like if there is like a big ball, big shiny ball, that's called illuminate. Like
it's not
half the
Yeah,
planet.
it's not. It's definitely not a big shiny ball illuminating. You know that right from the very beginning.
How big do you think the sun is, dude?
I mean, guys, like in dark, like if you put like a fire, you're gonna see it miles away.
Yeah, he ran
I'll
away.
just ignore your next question then, I guess, if that's how we're going to play it.
How big? Answer.
did you ask me
How
a question?
big is? You said the Earth, the sun is a big ball of light. Okay, quantitative that. How big? Doesn't know.
Bigger than Earth.
Because why? Why is it bigger than Earth?
I don't know why.
Someone told you so? Did you see it on TV?
And what do you think? What's the size of it?
About the same size as the moon.
And how did you know that?
Because I can look up and see that they're about the same size. If that's the moon in front of the sun during a solar eclipse, if you assume that, if you just blanketly assume that it's the moon in front of the sun, they are about the same size. And if you don't assume that, they're both about 0.5 degrees of in the sky. So two ways of getting to some sort of idea that they're about the same size. They're about the same distance away too.
It's also about distance, bro. It's not about.
Yeah, size and distance. They're about the same size and same distance away.
What was your question, Jedi? You asked me something.
Yeah, you said you don't know. That's fine. It's okay to say you don't know.
I think you asked me something and I didn't hear it.
Yeah, you said you didn't know the size of the sun. I asked you how big the sun was. I was trying to get a grasp of when you're asking this question of the sun should illuminate all of the Earth. I'm asking, do you think that the sun's bigger than the Earth or something, or have you got a preconceived idea? That's all.
Okay, it's not like illuminates all the Earth. I'm saying like, you know, like if everything is dark and you light like a fire, everyone is gonna see it like miles away.
Yeah.
You know the effect? It will illuminate like 2-3 meters, but people who are like miles away are gonna see it.
Well, it depends if that is on top of a mountain. We use lighting fires to communicate. We just use trains of light. But eventually that light is going to extinguish through the atmosphere because the atmosphere isn't completely transparent.
Yeah, I'm saying why does like the same thing happen to the sun?
What happens with the sun?
Far away. Like, listen, like the fire illuminates a place. And people who are 2 miles and 3 miles away are going to see it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why, like, the same effect doesn't happen with the sun? It illuminates
because if you go 4 or 5 miles away, you won't see the light anymore. You seem to have got to this distance, right? These people 2 miles away, they can still see the light. So why is the Earth not in? Because if you move the light closer to someone, they're going to see it, and if you move the light far enough away, eventually they won't see it. It's an obvious concept to understand.
I'm saying that on Earth we're only seeing like like the sun illuminating stuff. We've never seen it like from far away, like you see fire. We've never seen like dark and only the sun's shining, like a star.
No, I understand what you're saying. No, I've never been to space and seen the sun, or gone up high enough and seen the sun illuminate in another portion of the Earth while the bit I'm in is in darkness.
No. Yeah, you do. In less humid areas. Yeah, you do see the sunset like that, where you can still see the sun, but it's dark as fuck outside. Yeah, you do.
Can you? I've never seen that. I'd love to see that, dude.
You know, like in the desert.
Oh, of course. Yeah, it does get very dark and you can still see the sun very small on the horizon. Yeah, you're not wrong. Why is my brain not working today? Sorry, dude. Yeah, 100%.
Hey, Fadi, is the sun a fireball?
I don't know.
I'm glad to hear that.
I'm just giving an example.
I know you don't know. You don't want to say, because that's fine. That's the best way to be. Because at this point, you don't know. And that's whatever the stories you were told, they don't know either. They're just stories.
Hey, when it's a smart scientist, best educated guess, that doesn't count for anything. Come on, man.
But guys, like, is there like something we could do to make this final? Like an experiment or something?
Yeah.
To make it to everybody, like, who is
Show a
new.
curve. Show the curve of the Earth.
We did have a final experiment a couple in December or something like that. They went and did a final experiment and they measured angles to the sun and they proved the Earth was flat. That was it. We don't have to do it anymore.
So what's this new final experiment? I'm interested. What's it going to prove?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I didn't say new, like something like solid.
So the answer was yes.
So it will not
and
be
it's by
question.
way of, and it's,
You know?
and the answer was yes, and it's by way of measurement. The example Rabin gave was elevation angles. There's other ways, but again, there's no argument around here's this elevation angle. There's no argument. That's the answer to your question.
Earth is flat.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
I agree. They say the Earth is flat. Good job. You know, the globe has been falsified in so many ways now. It's just a matter of getting people to acknowledge and recognize it. But that's the difficult part, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
People just don't want to accept the obvious truth. I mean, I get it.
Yeah, there's too large a percentage of the population that wants their story replaced, you know. You can't take away my sky story if you don't have another one to give me. So I'm just going to stick with my sky story. Go ahead, go.
It's not a story, bro. That's what scientists say. I mean,
Hello?
Hello?
So you are here proving the Earth is flat?
Yeah, all the time.
Can you prove it to me?
Yeah. You understand that 70% of the surface of the Earth, we're told, is water, right?
Yeah.
Cool. And you understand that Water, when at rest and contained, takes a horizontal surface, right?
So when it's rest and
Yeah, when it's not moving. So a container of water on the surface, like a swimming pool, is horizontal upon the surface. It's flat, right?
Okay.
Cool. So being as 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and water is observed, measured, and used as a horizontal reference datum, then the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
But since there is a gravity pulling everything together, then how would the water escape?
What do you mean, the water escape? What do you mean by gravity? It's got nothing to do with the surface description of water.
Yeah, this is what I believe. This is what keeps water stuck to the surface of the Earth.
Okay, but that would mean that that surface of water would curve, right? Because it's on a sphere, right?
Yeah, it would take the shape of the Earth. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, but when we observe, look at, measure with tools, and practically use for like construction, aviation, all of these different types of things, the water isn't curved, it's horizontal. You understand that measurement's an empirical standard, right? If you measure something's distance and orientation, that's going to be its distance and orientation, right? There might be some accuracy within millimeters or however defined your unit's going to be, but ultimately if it's a measurement, it's going to be an empirical standard. So when we measure the Earth measures flat.
I didn't quite get it. So you mean when we put some water in glass, it will be like, will not take like the shape of ball, right? Or
it will take the shape of the glass, but it'll be level upon the surface. And that glass, the same as a swimming pool, the same as a lake, say 10, 20 miles across, same as a sea, and same as an ocean. The water's horizontal upon the surface.
but the ocean is like, it appears to you is horizontal, but if you can get high enough, then you will see that it's curved. Like
really? What's curved?
It's curved, like it will. You will see like something like curve.
Like on the horizon.
Yeah, you will see. Like it's...
Have you seen that then?
Sorry.
Have you seen that?
Yeah, I seen also more like I think proves that the Earth is a sphere more than the water. Let me tell you what is the thing that once I saw like two mountains, and the one of them, because if is far away and there are some mountains in the front of it, and there is one that I am beside it. So this one has a lot of not that much snow, but it has snow. But the one that far away, it looks away like lower than the mountain that near me. But it still has so much snow. And I was thinking, what's wrong with this? Then I could conclude that because it's far away and the Earth is curved or sphere, then that appears to me is lower.
Okay, so the mountain that's far away appeared to be lower. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. You understand that if you were to look down a corridor, the ceiling that's above your head, when you look down the corridor, the ceiling appears to go downwards and get closer to the floor. Much like the floor that's beneath your eye line, with distance when you look down the corridor, appears to ramp upwards. So the reason why the mountain in the distance appears to descend downwards is because it's changed in angular size. That's just perspective. Have you ever looked down a street at night and noticed the street lights as you look down the road appear to get closer to the floor? They're not actually descending in height. They just look that way because of how the human eye works.
it's not the same for the one mountain. Like I didn't see.
Why? You said it was lower in the distance.
Sorry.
You said it was lower in the distance. That's
Yeah, it
perspective.
was farther, but and with the earth curving, then it appeared like that for me. But for the corridor and the home or the street, I didn't experience the same view.
We're talking about, my friend, things above your eye line appearing to go downwards. So the mountain that's massive compared to your height, with distance, it appears to get smaller in angular size. So the top is going to appear to go downwards. That's just perspective.
I cannot I don't have scientific proofs for this. Maybe you have, but I experienced. I am telling you what
The
I
angular
experienced.
resolution limit of the human eye.
When you also travel with the airplane, you will see like Earth is like curved, something like that.
No. So again, this is just perspective or distortion in the lens or the window that you're looking through. Because if you were to turn around and measure the declination angle from your eye level to the horizon, you'd get the same angular degree measurement. Let's say the descent is 1 degree. You can turn around and make this observation 4 times, and you don't measure the curvature of the horizon. The horizon is just a 360 degree limitation of view for an observer when you turn round, when you look across a horizontal surface. So it's a circle around you, but your limit of vision.
So how do you think we can, like 100%, get that the Earth is flat or not?
By measuring it. By measuring it. So we can, for example, pass lasers. No, okay.
I'm sorry, because I just told him that. That was the first thing he asked. I answered it. If you had questions, why didn't you ask then? Because clearly you didn't understand. But like Jedi said, measurement. So go ahead. I don't just
The measurement. What? I didn't get what your point. But anyway, so I am saying that then if I let's say I go straight to the end of the Earth, let's say, so I would just fall down, or like I will not come back like in the opposite side, right? Because if in the spheric shape, you will go and make around the world, right? But if it's flat, then you will fall down and go into the space or whatever.
Sorry, why would you fall down into space? What are you
Because
talking
it's
about?
flat, right? It's like
Yeah,
a coin,
it's flat.
right?
So why would it's flat, but why would you fall off into space?
I mean, then what will happen then? I will stuck.
I don't know. This is your idea about some edge that you can fall. I don't have this idea, mate. So I don't know. I don't know how
What
to
will
explain something to you that I've got no first-hand experience of.
So what would happen? Like if I keep going straight, so what would happen?
I don't know.
How was that?
I've not done this. Gone straight. Apparently, it's something that you think you can do, and you're asking me what would happen when you go straight. I don't know.
If you already said you have calculations, then your
Calculations, measurements of the surface of water. That doesn't mean I know what's at the edge of reality.
بس بقى دودي
Yeah, hey Matador, what's going on, man? You're interrupting a conversation. Did you want to ask a question? You can after we're finished speaking to Liv over here. Yeah, man. It sounds to me like you want to know what's going on with the water and what happens if you travel beyond what the map shows, right? And yeah, we know water seeks containment, so we know that the water has to be contained by something. So best guess would be that you would reach a shoreline of some sort if you kept traveling in a straight line. But that would be speculation if you haven't been there before, right? What we can confirm is that there is no curvature. so you're not on a sphere.
So you can confirm.
Yes, we can confirm. Correct. We can confirm that. You don't have any measurable curvature over distance. You would need drop over distance to have curvature. Really appreciate you coming in and asking questions. Anybody who's new to the room, yeah, we're having a conversation right now. But if you do want to ask a question, don't hesitate to introduce yourself and say, yeah, when that you'd like to ask a question in the
That
text
one
chat.
got left.
I mean, what do you say about all these technologies and these things built up on the sphere, as like the shape of Earth being sphere, and those satellites, etc. You know, like all these things were.
Oh, the images. Yeah, all the images that show
Everything was built in this way. Like they didn't. Did they taught you in the school or in the university that the Earth is a sphere or something?
Well, they based that all on a radius of 3,959 miles sphere, and that leaves us with an equation that would show drop over distance based on that sphere. And once you do not find any drop over distance, let alone the drop over distance that would confirm that sphere, then you could basically throw all the other stuff out the window, because if they were right about the radius, they'd be right about some drop over distance, right? So if they're not being honest about the radius and the drop over distance, you could basically infer that they're not being forthcoming with the goods, with the real data. As high as we send weather balloons, we don't see any drop over distance. So
I don't. I am not like. I am not that much. Like I didn't go to this field of studying Earth, etc. But what so far, like what they are teaching so far, nothing about the flat Earth. This is what I know. Like,
yeah, they started teaching the globe Earth in the 1950s. Up until that point, education systems around the world, some of them were still teaching the flat Earth cosmology. But yeah, it changed in the 1950s.
Yeah, and I mean, you could put it to the test yourself, Liv. You could look up and see what all the space agencies are telling you, right? They're telling you the Earth is a certain size, and if it's that size, you could use some pretty good math, and you could figure out exactly how much curvature you're supposed to see. And then when you go out to your different locations across the map, you'll find that there's zero measurable curvature over these distances. And at that point, you're left between a rock and a hard place, right? Because now you have, on one hand, you have your educators giving you this data, and on the other hand, you have your real life experience showing you that there's no curvature. What do you do at that point, right? Say, well, my real life experience tells me there's no curvature, but these pictures from the government agencies tell me there is curvature. What do? You know, that's up to you, how you reconcile that.
so basically, it needs from me to invest time and maybe money as well, in order to know for sure. And maybe I can invest time, but money, I don't think so.
Yeah, well, if you have a mirror in your house, you could just take that mirror with you, grab a friend, go to a distance that's pretty flat, like a lake or something that's over 10 miles long, and yeah, have your buddy go on the one side of the lake, and you go and you stay on the other side, and see if you could flash that mirror at you. You know what I mean? That'd be a great way to do it. You could take your phone, take a picture. Yeah, because the light wouldn't be able to reach your eyes. You'd have 66 feet of curvature between you and your buddy. So that's one way to do it.
But you said a lake, so a lake will not be that far enough to prove that, right?
You could go to a plain, right? A level field, right? A level stretch of land. Plenty farmland.
A lake's not big enough to do it. Right, it sounds like a silly question. How big is a lake?
I mean, you need so far, like you need far distance.
How far?
I don't know. So like.
Okay, so you don't know. Right, so 10 miles, 66 foot. You need at least 10 miles over a stretch of to measure 66 foot of descent. He's just told you.
In miles?
Yeah, miles. What's that, about 15, 16, 17 kilometers?
Maybe 10 miles.
So if we can do 20 miles or even 25, 30 miles, the curvature that we should measure should be exponential. It's 8 inches or 7.98 inches per mile squared. That's 8 inches after the 1 mile. Eventually you're going to get to the 66 foot after 10. He said the lake isn't big enough. Shit, if you've got a 10-mile lake from one side to the other, you're well within the realms of being able to measure the curvature based on the radius value of the Earth, which we're told of 3,950.
Or we cannot say that better. I can maybe use some telescope or something that then I can stand on some tall mountain. Then that means I can see the other tall mountain. Like I can this way see all the mountains or from the other side of the world, right? At least if that mountain is big enough to.
What are you talking about? Do you think if you climbed Everest, you should be able to see the entirety of the Earth or something?
Sorry?
Sorry, I do apologise. Are you saying that if you climbed a mountain, you should be able to see every other mountain?
I should see like everything unless that mountain is big enough to cover what is behind it.
You understand angular size, right? I tried to explain this to you earlier. You understand things appear to get smaller in the distance. So even if you did climb a mountain, the angular size of objects well in the distance with just your human eye are going to be unresolvable to you. This is why you get out technology.
With telescope.
Yeah, this is why I was just about to say if you get out technology, you'll be able to see further, but the limiting factor should be the curvature of the Earth. It isn't when you get your technology out and you start seeing further.
Oh, you mean I will not be able to see it?
What are you talking about now?
I didn't quite get it. So
what did you say?
Sorry?
I'm asking you what you said.
I said I will not be able to see it with a telescope, right?
No, because it'll be too far away. The angular size will be too small, and eventually, about 250, 300 miles, the atmosphere, which isn't transparent, is going to cause the light to diffuse. Right? You've been out in a foggy day. Now imagine you're looking through hundreds, if not thousands of miles of gas with particulates in the atmosphere, with moisture, with density, with temperature, with weather. You're not going to be able to see light pass all the way through that non-transparent substance. You can't see down to the bottom of the deep ocean because the light can't pass that far down, because the water isn't transparent. Same with the gas that we breathe. So eventually, it doesn't matter the technology that you use, you're going to reach a limitation of the gas that we're looking through.
Yeah, that could be a thing. Then how would I mean? So basically, I need to make calculations and go to the some like the idea you suggested. Then maybe that way I can.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, start small. If you've got a body of water, or if you want to get up high and you've got binoculars or telescope, just see how far you can see. You'll notice that it'll be the limitation of the technology and the weather conditions. It won't be the curvature of the Earth.
Could be. Then I may reconsider some stuff and some more researches. Okay, it was nice to talk to you. But I think I need to go and check things again.
Yeah, man. No worries. Good talking to you. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you. See you.
But the silence or anyone else new on here got any questions? Feel free to ask. We just try to help you think critically about the world around you. Back you go.
Joker, the globe is a joker. Uh, uh,
I'm Abdur Namakhashev from Dagestan.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
24/7. Wow.
Welcome.
Thank you, bro. So
The Earth is flat and level.
can I have one question for you?
Shoot from the hip.
No. We want one second silence for Diego Jota.
Gravity is not a force.
No, he is a fucking die.
So what about the shape of the Earth? Have you ever thought about this before?
I'm from Russia, so my accent is not good.
Do they have a flat Earth community in Russia?
So you know who is Khabib Nurmagomedov?
Remain civilized and cordial.
Do you have flat earthers in Russia? Have you ever met a flat earther before?
Silent, please listen.
I'm asking you a question, brother.
Or someone else will control you.
Brother, can you turn down the music? You don't seem to be able to hear me.
What is it? Is it drinking time 30 over there?
Let's see if we can try again with him. John, I don't know if you want to lead. I tried to unmute him. I wasn't quick enough.
Yeah, he ran off. Yeah, he was definitely trying to lead the conversation, telling us that we need to be silent and all that. So it's not usually a good start. They come in trying to steer the ship, you know.
Yeah. Exactly. And there's a couple of the things that he did that was just way off. No, that conversation wasn't going to get any better. So I put him on server mute and disconnected him. And when you joined back in, you were about to unmute him. He ran away.
Yeah, I think he was listening to music or something in the background. He wasn't listening.
I think he was trying to. Well, I don't know if that music's copyrighted, and both the bots are here, so I don't care what he was doing, but that had to go. The disconnect was just for good measure because he seemed like a cheeky asshole to me.
Yeah, you know, everyone has their right to be who they are, you know. Just like you said, the most important thing is the copyright stuff, so it's most important to catch that stuff before. So
No, I think he came here to troll this whole channel, really. I don't think that he was being serious about much of anything he was saying. He was just yapping.
we may never know. We may never know.
I hope he comes.
I'll be back. Came for a yappuccino. Oh, John, are you at home, by the way?
No.
I've been meaning to ask. Not yet. Okay.
No, I'm actually heading.
The other John. The other John. Sorry. In fact, I should stop calling him John. His name's Ethergress.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Beans is your John, and you're around a lot now. I should be mindful of that.
Oh yeah. Well, in high school it was all one word, John Luna. That's why I put it like that. No one called me John. They would just be like, John Luna, what's up, man? Here in the States, that was one word.
John Luna reminds me of John Zerka.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on in politics. He was like kind of dead over there.
Just needs a couple of us to get it started, really. It'll soon be busy. Suppose we should move one or two, or maybe one of the bots over there. That usually gets people in as well. So, John, you were about to tell me you weren't at home. What are you up to today? Without doxing yourself. I guess you're busy. Hey, Joker. You fancy getting on the mic, having a chat?
Oh, I'm sorry about that, dude. I thought I was unmuted. I'm sitting here talking to you, and my mic's freaking muted. But no, I got to go to a client's house. I'm about to be doing some grading, some land grading. So it's going to be a little loud. So I won't be able to really chat while I'm doing that portion of it. But yeah, just some random stuff I got to go do for a client. Yeah, and I don't mind doxing myself because none to be ashamed of here. So it's all good.
Yes, sir. Got to make that money. Got to do what you got to do. Welcome, Bardex. No, Badrex.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome to the channel.
Welcome.
Thank you.
What brings you into the 24/7 Flat Earth room?
Randomly, dude.
Very good.
Yeah, that was random.
Have you ever spoken with a flat earther before? Have you looked into it?
Not really, dude.
Nice. Okay, so you've never been exposed to a flat earther or flat earth content before. That's interesting. Where have you been? Hiding under a rock?
No, I'm just like not interested in this topic itself.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So, so what do you want to talk about? I mean, we tend to speak about flat earth in here as a kind of general rule. Do you have any questions or anything?
Not really. I'm just here to listen to the discussion itself. I mean,
well, if you're up for a chat, I'm happy to tell you what flat earth isn't and what it is, if you want to hear it. That's why it's always worth checking first. Hey, Joker, come on the mic. We're not joking. Flat Earth is no joke. It is the observable reality that we all experience. We treat the Earth as flat. We observe the Earth as flat. We treat the Earth as motionless. We observe the Earth as motionless. So where do we go from here? Yeah, Joker, can you come on your microphone? Welcome.
You still there, Rhodes? My mic working?
Yes, sir. What's up, Dave?
Was listening on YouTube. What's going on, man? And I'd like to hear you tell us what flat Earth is and what it is not. Go ahead.
Yeah, happy to do that. I think it's better to start with what flat Earth isn't, because sometimes people don't listen to what it is when they have an idea of what it is themselves. Flat Earth is not an idea or a replacement cosmology with a disk in space. That idea is ridiculous and is usually connected to anti-flat Earth material. They want you to think, we believe the Earth is a disk in space. Incorrect. What flat Earth is a bunch of people who have come to the conclusions and have realized that the Earth is not a spinning ball with a radius of 3959 and a circumference of 25,000 miles. That's what we are. That's what flat Earth is. And in order to get rid of the idea of the ball, you only need to apply logic and empiricism.
I'd say that's a pretty good summary of the main gist of the issue. Good job, Bert. Anybody new here?
I was trying to get Joker on the mic, but he says not now. Yeah, I find a lot of the flat earthers, they really struggle with the subject because they think flat earth is a cosmology.
Yeah, to put it crudely, we're not here to replace any of the unverified stories about the sky or anything. You know, we're just pointing out that the Earth doesn't measure any curvature, right?
Or motion.
Yeah, that's a good one too. I've never felt the Earth move personally. If anyone here thinks they have, besides an earthquake, I don't want to hear about earthquakes. But is the Earth actually in motion, or did they just tell you a story? Think about it.
Yeah, big story. Big story with several motions.
You know, the problem, Roach, a lot of people come in here and say, if you can't replace my story about everything in existence, I don't even want to listen to you. And they never get past that, you know?
Well, that's it. We grow up listening to stories, don't we? We're told the nursery stories. We're told the history stories. We're told the science stories. That's how we learn. And I think that's part of the process of school. They indoctrinate you into believing stories. They tell you stories. And then as soon as you actually start embarking on your own research and you do your own learning, you're no longer learning stories. You're just learning what is and what isn't. And I think that's what's very hard. It takes a very long time to adjust.
Yeah, it's been said many times, but I reiterate it that we're indoctrinated or educated, whatever you want to use the word, to think that men have all this stuff figured out that they really don't. But they give you this assumption that we figured out all this stuff about the sky and blah blah blah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got guys like Just Ross here who believe in the heliocentric model. They don't believe in observed curvature. They don't believe in measurable anything to do with the globe. I believe that the globe Earth, what's Ross said here, I believe that the globe Earth heliocentric model is able to explain observed phenomena. That's great, Ross. That's great. But there are also flat Earth models that can explain phenomena, and the globe Earth doesn't explain everything, especially not anything empirical.
Yeah, we're still waiting on to explain why they can't actually measure drop over distance anywhere. I mean, that's kind of the whole crux of the issue, right?
Yeah. And, I'll give it to Ross. Ross has basically admitted that it's a belief. It's the basis. The model is the basis of his belief, and I think that's fair. But we're also fair to say, that we don't want to be believers. We want to know something, and what we know is that this globe Earth idea is not within nature, is not anything we can verify. So the globe Earth is like a religion. And that's not to put anyone down, Ross. I'm not putting you down. We just want that distinguished. We just want that upfront, honest, because most people don't know it's a religion. They tricked you into thinking it's science, and now people walk around saying science says.
Yeah, trust the sign. That's all you got to do. Trust the sign. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that, Dave. Good day to you, by the way. Yeah, so I was listening to that, and when you're talking about the education system telling stories, one of the other things they're infamous for, in my opinion, is muddying the waters of information and overcomplicating things to kind of distract the mind. And one of the ones I think is most like a clear-cut example of this is the notion of gravity, right? You have so many students and people who've made it through the education system that have a mixed idea of what gravity is. They have like this hybrid version of gravity in their mind, which is part Newtonian gravity, part Einsteinian gravity. But none of the critiques, right? None of the anomalies with these theories are really pushed and taught in school or in higher education. So people are still basing their formulas on these equations that are based off of assumptions, and here they are thinking they're believing in a law of nature. So I think that's one of the things that kind of slides through the cracks of the scrutiny that you would normally like utilize against any idea that's being brought to the table. Somebody brings you a new theory, you're going to scrutinize it, you're going to be skeptical of it, right? Because it's new. But they kind of slid this one in by overcomplicating it and then keeping some of the developments in the scrutiny like under the table, keeping it swept under the rug. And so we have a lot of people walking around thinking that it's a known fact, or that all the kinks have been worked out. When here we are believing it's something imaginary as dark matter that's never been proven or observed, but is necessary for the equation to live on. So I think that's important to shout from the rooftops at this point in our journey as a civilization, really.
I honestly think some of the problem is the use of language. I think the truth is hidden within the language, and I think the way that they've turned relative density and given it a synonym of specific gravity. Now they can just say, yeah, things go down because of gravity, and we've encompassed relative density, and if you look, they call density, relative density, specific gravity. So I think they have ways of changing words, making it sound and seem like it's, it's science, it's provable, it's obvious, it's self-evident, when in reality the opposite is true. And like they say, the best lies are hidden within elements of truth. So I think the use of language and the changing of definitions is how they've done it. The average person doesn't care about, etymology, or doesn't care about the meaning of words as much and enough to figure this out without being told. That's very clever. Very clever, and especially when it's built off a backwards engineered model from what we see in reality. So now you're backwards engineering your phenomena, your natural phenomena, and then linking it into bigger ideas that aren't even, you don't even have a natural phenomena in the beginning. So yeah, it's very clever. Or are we very dumb? That's the question nowadays. Maybe not dumb.
Building a theory to explain away the observed effects, right?
Yeah, maybe dumb's not the right word. I think the better word would be trusting, gullible. These are better words. When it's not about intelligence, it's probably more about emotional intelligence.
Yeah, I wouldn't say dumb, Roach, you're correct, but with the education system that most came through, the large percentage of the population, it just kind of just got told a story and they just believe it. Whatever word you want to put to that. But nobody wants to actually just try to verify anything,
Well, stories are great, aren't they? They're very convincing when you're a kid, especially if they have the traditional start, beginning, middle, end, with a hero's journey, right? Oh, you get a good hero's journey story, and it's believable. Yeah, we had a few people join. I didn't see the names, but welcome.
Isn't that what the globe is stacked with? Like superheroes saving the globe, and if you go against the planet, the globe, you are the villain. So it's in the subconscious of people when they watch too much Hollywood cartoons. The heroes are always saving the globe, saving the planet. Oh, here comes the evil, no globe believers. Those are the villains.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It is a good story is the same format every single time, and yeah, that's exactly what it is. I think the twist. Every good story has a twist. The twist is they're playing the other side. They're able to sort of switch it and backwards engineer the story. That's why it's clever. Now the good guys are the bad guys, right? And I think that's what happens over time. Maybe it was inevitable. A big lie like this was going to sort of take hold of humanity, because as time passes, as things happen, everything gets covered. We do everything, right? So now we are in an era of movies and stories where now the good guys are the bad guys. We've got the anti-hero. We had Superman, Superdog, Supercat, Supergirl. We got nothing left. Now the bad guys have got to be the good guys. Yeah, welcome to the new joiners. Jackie Dung. Oh, they're gone. really is the play, Gemsy. Turning the good guys to the bad guys. They're making us the bad guys. We're destroying the world, right? With our normal, everyday activity.
Yeah, they zoom in. They first give you the imagery. They zoom in. They show you the landscapes, the forest, the beauty, the trees, the animals. Is so beautiful. And then they show you the globe. All of that beauty is in the globe. All of that good people. Everything good is on the globe. So if you try to take the globe again away, the planet, you're a villain.
Yeah,
Don't take the planet away.
Yeah, the important thing to look at too is how, like I said, I bring it up all the time, is the amount of mental energy and hours spent doing, useless thought experiments. Also watching, deep space documentaries about different telescopes that are peering into, hundreds of thousands of light years away, and, people trying to wrap their heads around quantifying these vast distances of light years and what that actually means compared to distances here. So yeah, I was just watching, like, I'm a member of a few different Discord channels that are more geared towards like higher spirituality, levels of spirituality, where people are trying to connect to source or whatever, some type of thing like that. But yeah, most of them are globe believers, and they believe in outer space. They believe in the planets as these large either bodies of rock or gas, and they believe in all these nebulas and all this different stuff that's all linked to this model. And it's hard for people to really wrap their heads around how new this information and these ideas really are. They think that this has been common knowledge for thousands of years, and that everyone's been a globe believer for a long period of time, with the exception of a small group of people who believed the Earth was flat and stationary. So, I mean, I can't help but sympathize for these people. But I was in one of these other forums, just spreading some kindness and some encouragement. And yeah, I noticed somebody had posted a video about James Webb Telescope that was like, I don't know, maybe a few hours long, and they're talking about all the different things that they're seeing with this telescope and stuff, and just how into the weeds people are when they're watching it. So I went ahead and I clicked on the link just to just kind of peruse through the video and see, like, where's everybody at and what kind of nonsense are they spewing to the masses. And really just making my way through the comments section, just seeing how people are just enamored with the idea of these vast distances. And some people are even Christians, and they're sitting there thinking about the Creator, and oh wow, amazing what God's creation and stuff like that. And you have the science, the creationist deniers that are like, oh, putting their own spin on that, maybe even saying some demeaning things to the creationists. So yeah, it's such a complex issue, and you can't help but feel for the individuals who are just like I said, just so far into the weeds with this stuff. It's like what these ideas spurn, it's sad, because if they were to think about things critically and not be so trusting of the ones giving them data, they might never entertain such ridiculous notions of trillions and trillions and trillions of miles in all directions, and how this telescope can go ahead and give them these secrets. It's just it's pretty deep.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the the ones who really can't get their head around it. Definitely, I don't feel sorry for the ones though who are just don't have the balls or the courage to take that step, question the foundations, and ask, how do I know things? How do I know this to be true? I feel like some people do need a kick up the bum just to get the point right.
Yeah, well, if you're already in that mindset that's like, well, no, I just learned about, what the James Webb just discovered last week, and you're so invested. There's a gentleman in here who was like server muted, I think, in a couple of our different guest rooms, and I think DJ had asked me, he's like, hey, do you want me to unmute this guy? You want to try and have a discussion with him? And yesterday we were talking with him. We were speaking with him, and he was invested in the fact that he wanted to become an aerospace engineer. And he was already like willing to even like say like, okay, well, maybe the reason why our surface measurements or our long distance observations are taking place is because the radius is off, but it still has to be a sphere, right? And then we were getting into the weeds about like just what it means, right? And how outer space can't be 100% verifiable, and all the data that he was basing.
That's where the evil kicks in, taking away his dreams. But remember, aerospace engineering has nothing to do with the globe in the realist level, because you could have the real version of that, like aircraft that travel across the air, and then there is the fantasy version that nobody gets to do, which is the globe stuff. But if someone is gonna, go aerospace, develop themselves as an aerospace engineer, they can develop whatever, aircraft engines and technology to develop aircraft. That's real stuff. But in the back of their mind, they're thinking they might one day be developing stuff for outer space, and that's where the fantasy kicks in. And if you're telling them that doesn't exist, that fantasy place doesn't exist, that's you're the evil one. That you're kind of like fighting against their dreams of some sort. Aerospace engineering, there is a realist level of that. Let's not go too far on that one. There is aircraft that goes across the medium.
Oh yeah, I'm not getting
aerospace.
Yeah, I wasn't getting that. Like basically what I was getting at was different alloys, melting temperatures, different gaskets, and different materials that these gaskets would need to be comprised of, different polymers, all of this stuff. And then I think it was Gen CBR1 was the one who was like posting stuff about how things would, what was the gassing effect of on different materials, right? So a list of different materials that would not be able to survive the conditions of a near perfect vacuum, that couldn't even survive in the weak vacuums that we would be able to generate here. So yeah, so there's just like a lot of back and forth with that type of data, and just the unverifiable nature of the claims of the conditions, right? The claimed conditions that outer space would have to be, right? So it's like you can't test the data, but you have to go on faith, right? And then you're sitting here basing equations off of this data, this base data. So it's just like how far into the weeds we are, and we have really bright minds basically doing like fruitless thought experiments due to trust, right, and faith in the ones providing them with the base data, and what a fruitless endeavor it has become. So that's all. Yeah, I mean, there's great designs and stuff, right? But there's been great designers designing these types of or engineering these different capsules and stuff. Like I posted at least twice in the past few days different videos about Auguste Piccard and his capsule and his ballooning inventions that took him up to set the first world record of highest altitude achieved by a man before NASA in the 1930s and stuff. So yeah, there's a paper trail for those who seek the information. But in this day and age, it's very easy to compartmentalize all that data and hide it behind an algorithm, right? So you want to go and type in your ChatGPT or type into your Google search engine or your preferred search engine of choice. You're going to get biased data, It's just the way it goes. Certain search engines are better than others, though.
You'll get that gravity data. Because the Globers, they're not able to sort of look at this data in the same way a logical mind would and say, okay, this data doesn't match. They'll say, oh, no, that's obviously due to gravity. They get distracted by gravity, because remember, gravity can do anything. So if any data's out, it's because of gravity. Gravity is the real problem here. The idea, the misunderstanding of gravity, the assumption of gravity. This is the problem. It's mass attracting mass. It's the warping and bending of space-time. It pulls things together, but it's not technically a force, so it's not measurable. But also it can create orbits, so it doesn't always pull things together. So basically this thing can do whatever it likes when it likes. No natural
Never
phenomena.
once has a theory. Yeah, never once has a theory been so convenient, right? Everything explained away. Oh, it could do that too. Oh, yeah, it could do that too. It's almost like it has a mind of its own.
Exactly.
Almost like magical bendy light. That just bends enough just to make
It's
it
like
all look flat, right?
It's a catch-all phrase. So whenever something is happening, they just use this one word explanation. It's not even an explanation, but they think it is. So when we ask them, about aircraft, how does the aircraft land on a spinning runway? Oh, they say gravity causes, what is it called? I don't know, an equalization of motion, or I forget the word they use. Forgive me. Conservation of energy. And then we'll ask them about what is the conservation of energy? Oh, it's caused by gravity, right? Is that what they say? I could be wrong. I don't know if they have they have all these little phrases that they have no explanation.
You're talking about? Sorry,
yeah.
You're talking about conservation of momentum?
Conservation of energy is the word they say. That's what they say. They say that because the air is spinning around with the Earth, which that makes no sense at all, because we know gases are unbonded. They're inhomogeneous. So there's no gases rotating around on well, of course, we know the Earth is not in motion anyway. But for the Atmo to be Velcroed somehow to the surface of a rotating body, they really have no explanation for that. They try to say gravity. Oh, gravity. Okay, so how does the aircraft move then from one place to another? If the air is moving, so that means if the aircraft is traveling and the air is connected to the rotating Earth, then how does the aircraft go from one place to another then? It makes no sense. Let alone land on a spinning runway at different angles to the rotation. Yeah. The other thing that kind of come up in my mind was, real quickly, is about the millions and billions of miles away, with a telescope. So that's why they asked the question, why can't we see to Paris from New York? But then they'll say, oh, why can't we see forever? But then they say, oh, a boat is disappearing bottom up. What? You just said we could see you think you can see from New York to Paris. How does the ship doesn't make any sense, man. They say that, I know the caveat is, okay, why, if Earth was flat, they always use that. If Earth was flat, why can't we see that far? but yet they're saying the boats are disappearing bottom up at a certain, they don't even say a certain distance. You notice that? They never say what that distance is. They say, oh, it disappears. They have a vacuous claim with no definition. So whenever they say the boat is disappearing bottom up and we ask them how far it is, they don't have an answer for that. But they're willing to go along with that the Earth is curving, even though after the ship disappears bottom up with the naked eye, and we pull out a camera, any kind of zoom lens, and you can zoom back into the ship, they stop talking. And you could ask them. And I've never really gotten an answer once I asked this question. Are zoom cameras zooming in around a curve edge? Because if that were the case, yeah, if that were the case, then if you put your finger on top of a basketball and put your finger around the other side, on the opposite side where it disappeared, then if that were the case, you could take a zoom camera right to the surface of the basketball, and then you could see your finger on the other side of a ball. So anyway.
Yeah, it's like fallacy stacking. They've got and you covered it actually, so my point will follow on because you covered the end of gravity, Coriolis, and basically perspective. They always use these three arguments. It's always gravity, refraction, and relativity. And they just have that holy trinity of bullshit. So they've got a bag of refraction effects that they can just draw from whenever they want, so they can invoke terrestrial refraction. They've got a bag of gravity arguments that they can pull out, whether it's specific gravity, Einsteinian gravity, or Newtonian gravity. All three of their relativistic argument is just the most flexible argument ever. You don't have to know or see or believe, or test anything. It just could be true due to relativity. So they're all extremely flexible. It is the holy trinity of nuh-uh.
Yeah.
It's the goalpost that can never be in one place. It's like that. It's like that significant other that tells you, "Oh yeah, we'll work out as long as you, start working out, or as long as you make some more money, or it's like that same concept of just like, yeah, no matter what, it's never going to be enough. You're always going to be looking to, find the actual aim, but the actual aim can never be achieved because it's a moving target that is so elusive that as soon as you have it in your crosshairs, it's already somewhere else. So, and the movement is so sporadic, you can't figure out where it's going to be in the future. So, yeah, it's pretty ridiculous on its face that someone would consider that empirical.
But it's a complex tool, this trinity of refraction, gravity, and relativity, because the arguments are so complex and so bullshit. Most of these globers can't wield these arguments correctly, so they'll end up using the wrong arguments for a lot of these debates, and that's where the fun comes in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some people find it fun to point out the ignorance of the one presenting the argument, but at the end of the day, it's like it's not constructive, for either side of the argument, right? When the common goal is to find some truth, right, that can be agreed upon. But yeah, these foundations are so shaky.
I beg to differ. I think it is constructive. Exposition is always constructive. It helps the person realize that their position is empty. So what we do here is exposition. So we don't think about it, man. They go away. They're empty-handed. They're upset. They might be getting in their feelings about it, but in reality, they're gonna go away licking their wounds. Like, oh man, that was messed up. How come I didn't have an answer for that? And the audience will hear that too. It's beneficial.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth, AV. The only thing I'd add to that is sometimes, it's the correct tool for the job. You know, if you imagine every conversation as a different job, well, every type of job will have a different tool, you know, and I think that tool, the exposition tool, is great to help somebody realize that their argument is flawed, because remember, they've got a holy trinity of bullshit here. They can be completely flexible with how they approach their nuh-uh. So we also need to be flexible on how we approach their ability to flex.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're not enjoying what you do, then this is just like a straight up job. It's gonna tire you out. The reason why people are here is because they enjoy it. Yeah, and they have friends that walk alongside them, and you know, this walk of truth. So that's what we do. That's why you get up in the morning. You get up every morning, and you know you're going to speak truth, and some people rebut it, and you expose them. They don't have truth within them. And those who want to have a civil conversation, you expose their minds to the fact that the earth is not a globe in a very different way that you expose the other guy. So exposition is always the case. Always. Number one. And we enjoy it doing it too, so.
Well, it's the number one tool in the right environment, right? This is the environment for that tool. I agree.
Yeah.
But I also have fun kicking it with somebody who genuinely is on the journey or on the fence, and you know, just having that general conversation can be fun as well.
Yeah, I was more or less speaking to the ones who already have their minds made up. No matter what you say, they'll just dismiss it with one, something unprovable, right? And then just walk away.
Yeah, but
like
who cares about them, John? Like, who cares about them? Like, they're the ones that are gonna.
A lot of people do.
At the well, you might, but that's just you're sympathizing with them. But the problem is, a lot of people don't realize that this information isn't true. We're not here to soothe them and enable them. We're here to actually expose them that there is no evidence that the Earth is a globe and it's just a giant myth. It's a fantasy. Whether or not you feel bad like for them, that's on you. You want to soothe them and go in the DMs with them and tell them it's going to be all right. You do that. Everybody here is like, truth is not something people want to hear. How about that? Right? If you tell somebody, I'm going to tell you the truth, what kind of reaction are they going to give you? It doesn't matter what it is. It could be the flat earth, could be, maybe that their dog perished, a car ran over it. Like, when you say, I'm going to tell you the truth, it shocks people just saying those words. So, yeah, I mean, some people they want to fall around. Oh, come on, man. I mean, they don't need to be exposed like that. I mean, the truth, just let's have like 5 sessions until they can realize, that they come to the truth. No, dude, the truth is what it is. Yeah, the earth is a planar surface.
Yeah,
that
right.
Makes people upset. I mean, what else do you want to do? Oh, well, ease into it. Let's just, what do you think? Come on, dude. Like, that's.
It's true. It's true. People don't want to hear the truth, even the smallest of truths. If somebody said to you, listen, dude, I'm going to tell you the truth, a lot of people are going to be bracing for something they don't want to hear.
Exactly. They're not going to be like, normal. Yeah. And I don't care how you try to soften that, it's never going to be softened once you get to the crescendo. It'll always be something they don't want to hear. So just tell them. Speak plainly, be concise.
Expect them to push back.
That's obvious. And, just everyone's on different levels with that, pushing back. They might be really aggressive. Some might just be like, oh, well, I don't really care anyway. I go to work tomorrow, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, but I mean, you're still going to lay it out for them either way. Yeah, this 24/7 has always been that way, man. Always. We've always given people the truth. We've never been soothers. We don't come around and stroke their hair and, massage their feet. We don't. That's not our job. We're here to just expose them to the truth. That's it. However that comes out, whatever they, You think I'm a meanie, big old meanie? I don't care.
I'd say we got a stocked panel of different types. You know, we've got the type of people who can do that. We've got the type of people who can deal with those people who are not responsive to that. So for me, I think it's horses for courses, mate.
Yeah, well, that's why people have different methods, right? So maybe I might not reach across to somebody, but you can, Roots, you know, and so on. But just a method. It's still going to be the same truth. It's just the way you do it, you know, will change.
The Earth is flat. I mean, it's
100% for sure.
Objective.
Objective.
I mean, now it's flat because you're not like in the cosmos, or you're not able to see that it's rounded. So now it's fair.
Nobody can take an orthographic view at the Earth and say that. Yeah.
There was a man, independent man who made this investigation, or that sent this whatever that was in the cosmos, and was able to kind of capture that. I mean,
really, who was he?
Some Frenchman or something. He sent the drone.
Somebody somewhere. He sent a drone. How high did his drone go? What's the altitude? Do you know?
It was like you could clearly see that it's flat, that it's rounded. I'm sorry.
You said it right. It's flat.
It was high enough so that you were able to see that it's bald.
Yeah, but this is like either you're wishful thinking or you don't really know the altitude. Which one of this is it?
Yeah, how high?
You don't know the altitude, or is it just wishful thinking?
It's more logical that it's rounded. Why flat?
Not logical. It's illogical, actually.
Why?
Why can't you answer the question? Why can't you answer the question of how high the drone was?
I mean, I forget because I saw that video. I mean, like, I don't know, 10 years ago.
Well, then how come is this supporting the information that you think the Earth is a globe, or what is it supporting? Because it doesn't help your case to say there's a drone that actually saw the Earth as a globe, but I don't know the altitude it went. Doesn't help your case, dude.
Does it really matter? I mean,
there's a hole in your argument.
It does. It does. What do you mean it doesn't matter? It matters, dude. Like, if we don't know the altitude, then how can we confirm that it's the Earth's curve? Might have just been the lens on the camera.
The latitude was high enough or whatever.
Oh, yeah, well, how high is that? Latitude.
I don't know. Does it really matter? I mean, the
altitude or latitude? What? Yeah, absolutely.
Able to see.
Now, Badia, you have to think about this logically, right? Because you say you like logic, right? Logic. Let's think about it logically. If you don't have any math to the altitude, then how can we know that there's any curvature that is attributed to this drone footage of yours?
Okay, why you are going to the west and you are coming, if you're making this far enough, you're coming from the east? Why?
Okay, so you're asking a different question, or are you presenting information that substantiates the Earth as a globe? What are you doing?
A different question.
Yeah, so you didn't have any. Let's get something.
I mean,
yeah, well, if you're open, let's get some facts going, right? There's no drone footage that shows the curvature of the Earth. Let's get some facts. If you did, you'd be able to substantiate it. Correct?
I don't know. Not okay. Well, forget about about this.
Well, yeah. Let's forget about the thing you came in here with, saying that we have drone footage that shows the curvature of the Earth. Now you don't have anything to back it up, so let's forget about it now because you didn't substantiate it.
To back it up. What
okay,
about this?
That sounds good.
The west are coming from the east.
What about going from east to west? What do you want to know about that?
You're going to west and you're coming to the same place you started the journey.
Okay. How do you know that? How do you know that's ever happened?
I personally.
You what? What'd you say? What did you do? Hello? Did I lose him?
Sounds like he bailed.
Okay. Well, he's still in here.
His
but
audio cut in. Yeah, his audio cut out. It might be a connection thing.
Shit, I thought it was me, dude. Like, well, you know, Discord sometimes is wonky. It's been wonky lately. It's kicked everybody out all at the same time. That's happened a couple of times. Badia. Yep. No evidence, Badia. It's all right. Concessions are
Well, there was that
important,
one
too.
French guy, remember?
What? Oh, the one he's talking about?
Yeah,
The drone
with
footage?
with the unstated height.
Yeah, that one French guy, that one time that did that one thing somewhere.
At that height, I can't remember.
At that height? Yeah, at that height and that place. You remember. Okay, let's just say now we know it's logical. Okay.
It's worth mentioning. Yeah.
It's worth mentioning. Yeah. It was far from here, but close to there. You know what I mean?
And it was kind of high, but not that high. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, can you be any more vague? I would hate to get directions from that guy if you wanted to go somewhere. Yeah, so, you know, you go, right? You go this direction, you keep going. There's a stop sign there, but don't stop. You keep going. Like, nothing concise, nothing clear, just...
Yeah, you'll arrive Saturday, near Sunday.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's just a possibility. Well, I'm not saying you will, but if you think about it logically, perhaps. Maybe.
It's possible.
Kinda.
Yeah. Was it, high enough? Oh, how high is that? High enough to see the Earth curve.
Yeah, they always...
Duh.
Hey, do you hear?
Yeah, you're back in. Yeah, we hear you, Badia.
Yeah, so what about that with the poles? You're going to the west, coming...
Yeah, remember I said, have you heard of anybody doing that? What you just said.
Yes, I heard.
Well, who was it?
I forgot, but they were playing...
Oh, shit.
You forgot, huh?
There we go
Somebody
again.
did it, but I forgot. Okay, there goes your evidence. You forgot.
So, do you expect me to remember all the names or something?
No, I expect. Here's how it's broken down, Badia. If you make a claim, you gotta substantiate it. You don't have anything to substantiate it, then we can toss it out.
Yeah,
Pretty simple.
It's just like going to story time. Now we're going to story time, and I'm going to tell you a story about long, long ago, far, far away. How long ago? I don't know. How far away? I don't know.
All right, so Badia, yeah, you can't substantiate the claim.
Do you know people? Do you know people who claim that they went to the west and came to the same spot? Do you know them?
No, I don't. Do you? Hello.
I heard somebody say about it.
Yeah, well, really? Well, go ahead. Who said that?
No, I'm asking you. Do you heard somebody say about it? I mean, it's somebody tell you something like that or asked you about it.
What, pole-to-pole navigation?
Yes.
Oh man, I got cut out. I had a phone call. Sorry. Did you say pole-to-pole navigation?
He's still asking about pole-to-pole navigation, but it's the same answer, dude.
He's asking us, Roots.
He's asking if we've heard about it.
Oh yeah, no. Do you have anybody in mind, Badia? Hello? Is your internet cutting out, or are you just not responding?
It's super surface level, man.
Yes. So do you have anybody to substantiate your claim that this has happened?
I don't even mean what substantiate means, man.
That means that prove what you're saying. Do you have anything that proves what you're saying?
I can easily find those people, but I don't need to.
Oh, let's go then. Let's freaking go.
I said
go
I
and
don't
find
need
them.
to. Why?
Well, then that means you can't prove what you're saying. No?
We're also not looking for people. We're looking for facts. People can't
I'm not
prove
looking for
anything
proofs. I'm
around
not
this.
I don't want to prove anything. I'm asking.
Oh, well
why?
then, well, yeah. Why are you asking? I thought the Earth was automatically a globe. If you're saying that they're doing these things, well, that would prove it, wouldn't it?
No, I'm just asking
No,
why you.
that wouldn't prove it. Well,
Why
yeah,
you think it's that?
we're putting it to you that water is horizontal on its surface, right? And you could scale up to any level. They're saying that there's a lot of this liquid stuff on the Earth. Well, if you got a lot of flat water, then how can the Earth be how can it be a sphere? So go ahead and if you want to, if you want to know what we say, that's what we say. But if you have examples like, pole to pole, circumnavigation, go ahead and tell us who did that.
I mean, gravitation. Do you believe that or not?
Well, do I need to believe it?
I don't know if you need.
Well, you're saying, do I have to go somewhere and find out how I can believe? Are you going to help me believe? What is gravity, Badia?
Logical.
Yeah. What's gravity?
And there's a center. In the center, it's like this power that is pulling
Power
toward it. Right.
Like magical power?
Right, like magnet power, You don't see the magnet power, but they're pulling to each other.
Okay, you got something in the center of what? The
I
center
don't
of what?
know.
You don't know.
There's this power.
Well, according to you, it's a magnet, right?
Hey, you got a magnet. It's in the center of what? What is it? What is it in the center of?
In the center of the Earth.
Oh, really? How do we know that?
Because it's like pulling toward it.
That's great. How do we know that?
I don't know. I guess it's just I have to dig deep.
You have to dig deep. What are you going to find when you dig deep, Badia?
How deep,
I mean, this
Badia?
power is invisible. It's invisible power.
It's an invisible power. And you can dig deep to find it? Yes?
Of course.
Okay. How far? How far do we have to dig?
I don't know.
But you said it's invisible. How do we know we're going to find it when we get there?
Because the power exists.
It exists? Really? How do you know it exists if it's invisible, Badia?
Because when I throw the rock, it falls to the earth.
Oh, that's great. Well, that we see something happening, but what's the cause for that happening? What's causing it?
Okay, so what's causing the rock to fall? In your opinion?
Well, I don't have an opinion. I want you to tell me what you know about gravity. So, what is causing that rock to fall?
Or changing the directions.
Changing what direction? No. I'm asking a question. What's causing that to fall? What's making it fall? Yeah, we see it falling. Yeah, that's the effect.
Okay.
The rock falls to the ground. We see that.
Gravitation, what do you say?
Yeah, but you're just saying a word. You're not describing the cause. I want to know what's causing the rock to fall. You're saying, I see the rock fall. Okay, I see the rock fall too. What's causing it to fall, Badia?
So what do you think it's causing?
Why are you asking me? Are you trying to prove something to me?
I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm trying to find out the truth.
The truth is, okay, here's the truth, Badia. You don't know what's causing that rock to fall. You see it fall, but you don't know what's causing it. There's no magical force or magnetic force in the center of the idea that you live on a globe, because first of all, you don't even know if the Earth is a globe or not. This is where we're coming from, Badia. There's no way that you can tell me what's causing that effect. You see something happening. We all do. You drop a rock, we all see it falling down. Yeah? But what's making that rock fall, you don't know. Nobody does. The law of nature. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. But it's not going to the center of anything. You have to first find out how you know that. Who even told you that? How do they know?
I got it from school, first off.
Well, that's great. Did you ask questions? How do you know this, teacher? What
I
they
have
say?
no idea.
Well, see, I mean, right now you can be curious, right? Maybe at school you were just told to learn this information, but now that you're old enough, you can question things. You can be curious about the world around you, which is where this is all starts. Everybody in here was curious about the world around them. That's why we know now that Earth is not a globe. It's definitely a horizontal plane. It's flat.
I came far beyond that. I mean, now I'm spiritually so I'm spiritually so aware so that I understand that basically deep down on the deep fundamental level, we are all one consciousness, and what we believe to be true is going to be true for us. So you see,
no, that's incorrect.
That's
incorrect.
It's true.
No, that statement you made is incorrect. Because I'm going to tell you why.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you why. Yeah, I'm going to tell you why. Because there needs to be a cause and effect relationship when you're describing things, right?
I mean,
no.
For me, it's not true. For me, it's true.
No. So the Earth is either Badia.
If you're not proving that it's wrong,
okay.
yeah,
Are you
you're
preaching to us? Are you preaching to us about your beliefs? We don't need that. So we don't need your preaching. Okay. What we need is evidence for the Earth. Okay, Badia.
What I believe is true. What you believe is true for you. That's it.
Yeah, your belief means you're accepting it without any evidence whatsoever. And we don't do that here. We're trying to get to the bottom of why people...
Only from my experience.
Badia, you're going to need to calm down. Wait till I'm done talking. You're over-talking me, sir. So, what we're doing... Sir, I'm asking you kindly to stop talking over me.
Scattered, and that's why you say, like, me is the one, but you are the one who is kind of stressed out.
Yeah, because you're over talking me. I would be because you don't let me finish. Yeah, and no one can hear. You're doing it now, dude. You're doing it now. Do you hear yourself doing it now? I'm gonna have to mute you, Badia. I don't want to. You can stop, right? You can stop.
Stop
all right.
What?
Talking over me, sir, while I'm speaking.
But all you want to do is to prove me wrong.
Yes, I'm going to because you think the Earth is a globe and it definitely is not. That's why.
Yeah, that's true for you.
No, it's not true for me. It's true for every human.
No.
Yes, you do not witness a globe. You can believe a globe exists, but it's not manifest in physical reality. When you go outside, you do not experience a globe whatsoever.
I'm sorry that you don't understand it, but it's kind of... We're thinking on a surface level, unfortunately.
What? No, we're thinking of the reality we live in a physical reality, yeah?
To think kind of deeper.
No, we don't. This isn't that deep as you so say it is. No, it's not.
Unfortunately.
What do you mean, unfortunately? Just because you believe it's something doesn't make it so. You have to prove it. We're just talking about what the Earth looks like and measures and is practically used as.
I'm not proving anything to anybody. This is just good for me. I mean, what I believe is true.
No, it's not true. Truth is self-evident. Truth is self-evident. And your idea or belief that the Earth is a globe is not self-evident. So it's not true. Sorry.
Sorry for what?
That the Earth is not a globe. It's not self-evident that it is. So you can't keep going around saying, yeah, it's true for me. You can think of the Earth as flat, and it's fine because you're just basing it on a belief. It's not a belief. It's just what the Earth actually is. It's a horizontal plane.
Everything that you're saying is true, and that's 100% true for you. For me, it's another...
No, it's not subjective. This is objective. There's a difference. Subjective means you like something, I might not like it. That's my subjective opinion. This isn't subjective. This is objective. This is nature. It either is or is not what we're saying.
8 billion people and 8 billion opinions on our lives. It's like everybody.
Who cares?
Subjective.
Everybody can say that the Earth is a globe, but if you're not seeing a globe, if you're not measuring a globe, if you're not flying over one or testing it as one, then it's not a globe. Sorry. It doesn't matter what you believe. You can think it's a giant birthday cake. Doesn't make it one. Come on, Badia. This isn't a believe me kind of thing. You don't have to believe me. The Earth is self-evident as a horizontal plane. Stationary, yeah? Yeah, it doesn't work out for anybody just to believe. That's how you got in the mess in the first place. People just believing. Well, it's time to grow up and time to stop believing. It's time to realize the reality that you're in is displaying itself as a horizontal plane. Self-evident. I mean, I could tell you, but you can also go to a beach and observe it for yourself. See the horizon. It's very flat.
From that point of view, of course it's going to be true.
Yeah, because it's self-evident. It's objective. When you go out to the beach, you're going to see the same thing I do. It's objective. It's not like, well, I think what I'm looking at looks like a swan. That's my truth. No, it doesn't matter, dude. It either is or is not what we're all seeing it as. And we're testing it. We're measuring it. So, yeah, you could say whatever. It looks like a dinosaur. It looks like an orange. Doesn't matter, dude. It only is what it is.
Why are you trying so hard to prove this to people?
I'm not. I'm just pointing out the fact that it's self-evident. Whether or not you go, you could listen, dude. You can leave this chat and say, "Oh, I still think the Earth's a globe." That's great. You can believe whatever you like, but what it is a horizontal plane. That's what it is.
That's gonna be true for me.
Yeah, you can leave here thinking that, but it will always be a horizontal plane and a flat Earth that you talk about that says that it's something else. You believe it to be whatever you say it is. It doesn't make it that.
Everything's rounded. I mean, the moon, the sun. I mean, everything.
Yeah.
Rounded.
Yeah, so you're saying that because of those things, now we're that way too?
Yes, because it's kind of...
Okay. Kind of what? So when so when you go to the street and you see a lot of parked cars, are you a parked car too?
A parked car?
Yeah. You know, car, broom, broom, car. When you see them on the street, you see a whole bunch of cars. Do you think you're one too?
No, I don't think, but that's not an
argument. Then that's a silly, that's illogical, right? You wouldn't think that. Because you look nothing like a car.
I believe in that which is more of a truth.
Oh, what? More of a truth? No, there's no more of a truth. See, here's the problem, Badia. You're trying to say that there's levels to truth. It either is true or not true. That's it. It's true or not.
You can't prove the Earth is flat either.
Yes, I just did. At the very beginning of our conversation, I said water is horizontal on its surface, and no matter how you extend it, to whatever level you extend it to, it will always be horizontal. While at rest.
Why, if you're looking from the far, it's like kind of rounded. It's not horizontal. It's not flat, but it's like rounded, you see.
Hey, what are you talking about? When you're looking through a forest? What did you say?
That.
When you look through what?
For example, you're in the open ocean or sea, and you can literally see that the Earth is rounded.
Really?
It's not flat, rounded.
Okay.
Where?
So have you made this observation yourself?
Yes, I was in the open ocean, so yeah.
Okay, so how much of the curve did you see? Were you on a ship?
I mean, it's more truth that it's rounded than it's flat.
No, it's not more truth. There's no more truth to it. I already told you. It's either is true or not true. There's no more truth.
It is absolutely, because I saw that.
Yeah, what did you see? A curved surface?
I was in the boat, and I saw that it's not flat completely, like 100%. It's like rounded when you see like from the far perspective, from the wider perspective.
The wider perspective, from left to right, you saw curvature?
Because there is kind of nothing except of water, and you can clearly see rounded.
You can clearly see it's rounded. So you're saying that water's curved. Okay, at large bodies. How big of a large body do you think you're going to have to measure this curve? What are we talking about? How many miles? Kilometers? You give me something?
No, I was just looking ahead, forward, and I saw that.
Yeah, you like to see a lot of things, right? Do you see invisible people too? Do you see imaginary unicorns and...
No. But I mean, how this is related to the subject? I mean,
because you like to say you see things that aren't there. There is no curve on the surface of water. Now, if you're saying there's curves on water, you could actually measure curve on water. If you're saying that, right? I saw curve on water.
We'll see also.
What?
You will be there. You'll see also.
No, dude. Like. Everybody that has been in a boat understands that the water is horizontal. It's not curved like a globe. It's not doing that.
It's
what?
Okay, so you would be able to see from, let's say, from the Turkey. Okay, two different sides of the sea, right? If you would have the binoculars strong enough, which is available nowadays, you would be able to see other objects on the other side, even though it's a huge distance. But you're not able because it's rounded and it's kind of hiding that another side.
Okay, so you're making a claim that there's curvature that's hiding something. How do you know that?
I just,
What?
Because people swim there on their boats and they reach.
They swim on their boats, or they sail over the water on their boat. Listen.
They sail over
when you. That's fine. When you say the Earth is hiding something, how do you know this?
Because it's not visible, tangible.
Oh yeah. So, because something's not visible, the Earth is hiding this. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, what if it's out of your visible range of what you can see? I'll give you an example. Yeah, I think you might be confused. So, you know how, like, when somebody's really close to you, right, and they walk away from you, it looks like they're getting smaller, right? Not that they're really getting smaller, like tiny, but it looks like they're becoming very small when they move far, far away from you. Do you understand?
Yeah, but still, if you would have strong enough these binoculars or whatever.
Yeah, no. We're not talking about binoculars right now. Just hold on a second. As they move farther away from you, they're going to get really tiny in your vision. There's going to come a point where you cannot see them anymore. Does that mean they went behind a curve, or does that mean that you can't see them because your eyes are not able to be strong enough to see them?
Or because of my eyes, but I'm talking about binoculars.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So let's do this. Now that you Badia, now that you use binoculars, you put your binoculars on and you see them again. Well, you could see them, but do you think that they're going to reach a limit where those binoculars are not going to be able to see them anymore? The binoculars have their own resolution limit. Just like your eyes. Your binoculars are a little bit more stronger than your eyes, but when you use them, you can see farther, but they have their limit too. Just like your eyes.
Hello? Okay, sailing over water, as you said. They know the exact distance, and so they know the exact distance the binocular is able to reach. So if it's not
So?
if it's reaching that distance and it doesn't see people, that means
No, that's wrong. That's wrong.
they are hiding by rounded Earth.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong because that's wrong because you're not factoring in the temperature of the day, which causes distortions in the viewing distance, which means that things in the far distance might be distorted with optical. Dude, you're gonna have to listen, dude. I'm giving you the gracious enough so that you can listen. If you're not here to listen, I'm gonna just have to mute you every time I talk. I don't want to do that. All right. So in the viewing distance, right? People are looking across the.
Then when
Here's what we're doing. No, I'll just prove it to you. There you go. It's fine with me. Not gonna have people interrupting just because they're impatient. It's not gonna happen. All right. Does anybody else in here want to talk about how the Earth is a globe? Yeah, I know. But there's a problem. I mean, he wants to hear the information, but when it's something that goes against what he's believing, he's going to want to leave it. We're only demonstrating to the audience that people have a lack of knowledge when it comes to visual range and how they see across the horizontal surface.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
I really like your approach that you don't just believe. You need proof. It's really great. I would say it's a scientific approach, yeah? Scientists don't believe. I really like your approach and would like to, it's interesting. Maybe I say my statement. Science make a lot of stuff and say us from different field, and it's hard to check it indefinitely. For example, I just believe in some way, of course, some way, I not maybe 100%, but with some level. For example, about viruses, bacteria. Personally, I haven't seen it, never. So I just trust to scientists. Why? Because they made some stuff based on this idea that they say, so based on this we did it, so this drugs will make you feel better. So with this, from this approach, I really believe in many things that I cannot check to science. And my question to you.
Sometimes you have to do that, but like in cases where you want to know, let's say for instance, Vit is your name, right? Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
So Vit, in some cases, let's say you wanted to know about this information, whatever it is. I'm not really going to go into it because it's a topic that we can't discuss. So, but germ theory, right? The idea that these viruses and germs, all these things, like in order for us to know if something is true or not, we have to test this, right? So if you were, let's say you took the information and you just trust that somebody figured it out, right? But what happens if you wanted to know? Let's say you really wanted to know. Do you think you could find out, or do you think that you cannot find out? Which one of those? You can find out or cannot find out?
I believe, for example, with bacteria, I should buy or find, maybe rent some microscope and can check it. To take water and I have to check. And maybe this globe, I believe by the way, is it you leave some assumption, maybe with some fact or proof you will accept that Earth are globe, or you just 100% I don't know, sure that Earth is flat.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, but if some new experiment, for example, if you run some, for example, on balloon camera, I don't know.
Right. Whatever you might think.
This experiment can prove for you when you make this experiment by yourself, for example.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. What if something new came out, some new technology, or some new thinking, or maybe perhaps the argument was given to us in a way that we never heard before, perhaps something might change our mind. That's probably what you're saying right now, right? Is that correct?
Yeah. You not just believe in it, like I just believe and
yes.
I don't need any proof.
Yeah.
Great.
So
Super,
when you test something, Vit, you find out information about the thing you're testing. So you're going to find out whether or not you were believing something or you know something. You understand what I mean? You're going to find out. So when you find out something, you're not believing anymore. You know. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. So we would say that we're not believing anything we know. People who say the earth is flat in this room would say that they know. Not everybody. Now I wouldn't say 100%. There are some people who believe the earth is flat and they don't know. There are still some of those people. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that's not true. There's still some people like that. But the majority of us in 24/7 will say that the earth is flat 100%. There is nothing to go against it. No new technology, no idea that we're seeing something differently in an argument. I've been doing this for the better part of 10 years, and I've spoken to everybody. I've did many tests, and I already confirmed that the earth is not a globe. No curvature, sir. It's a horizontal plane. 100%. There is nothing that no new technology is going to come out and say we found the curvature, or a new argument is going to be brought up. There's no more. It's already at its conclusion. And I'm happy to know the truth, right? And I want to talk to you about it. And so that not only will I tell you, I will have you think about it. And if you wanted to make your own test, you can do so and find out for yourself. It's just that easy, Vit. There's nothing here where you're going to be like, well, some scientist out there is going to come and disprove you guys. It's not ever going to happen. Not even once.
I think about some tests that can prove or disprove how to check, and maybe the only relatively cheap is test. It's running balloon with camera. Of course, maybe. And then I trying to find some videos, some guys running, and they're in different video, it was different results. Maybe due to different attitude, maybe different cameras. So
okay, all right. So you're looking for
my question. What test? What test did you make? It's interesting for me.
Can I talk now?
What test? Yeah. Yes.
All right. What you try to do is get a visual confirmation that the Earth is a globe based on an altitude on a camera on a balloon. That's not going to confirm whether the Earth is or is not a globe. I'm sorry to tell you this, Vic. I'm going to break your heart here. But even if you have pictures from NASA, that's not confirmation that the Earth is a globe. That's not it. Do you want to know why?
Yes, because I see part of Earth. It's not. I cannot see globe. It's just
no. Well, it's part. That could be a part of what I'm going to say, but it's not what I'm going to say. I'm going to tell you that when you use visual observation, that's part of the reason why you're going to make your test. You see something, right? Some people say they see curvature from the beach, some say from a mountain, some say from an airplane, some say they see curvature from NASA pictures. Now, the next step, you say you saw something. Now it's time to test, right? Let's do a test. How can we test what we see, Vit?
Yeah.
How do we know that we have confirmation that the Earth is a curving surface? What test can we do, Vit?
make a photo and then with ruler to see is it a line or not?
No. No, that's not the standard. The standard is measurement. We have to measure horizontally across the surface. Now, what that's going to help us understand is that a horizontal plane would be used as a baseline. That means that's going to be what we start with. Either you can think of it as a tangential plane, right, that sits on top of a curved surface, or you can think of it as a tangent plane that extends horizontally with the surface. So with or without the surface, it will still be a tangent plane. Now think about it like this. If you have a board, I'm going to use a board. You have a board and you put it on a basketball, right? You know what a board is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, when you put it on top of a basketball, you know what a basketball is? Sorry, I don't want to stop you, but you're not a native English speaker, so I don't know if your words
basketball
are going
ball. Basketball ball.
Okay, so you put the board on top of the basketball. So what you have is a tangent plane on top of a curved surface. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, so with that tangent plane, or you can have a tangent plane on a flat surface. That would mean it would be parallel with the surface of the Earth. So we have two things, right? A tangent plane that runs parallel to the surface of the Earth, or a tangent plane that deviates from the tangent plane. Two things, right? So we're going to find out with our test if we can find out the tangent plane either deviates or stays parallel. That seems like a fair test. What we're going to do is...
Yes, but what instruments allow us to do this?
No, I'm glad you asked. Okay. So what we're going to use is two instruments that are stuck to your head. They're called eyes, right? Well, with your eyes, you're going to make a long-distance observation. Now, you can see off in the distance, however far you can see. Sometimes you can see, 10 miles or whatever, 15 miles. But you might want to bring out some binoculars too. Who knows? But we're going to do a test with just your eyes first. We're going to see how far the eyes can see across the surface. Now, mind you, we have the tangent plane to work with. That tangent plane is going to be used in a long-distance observation. So what you're going to utilize is mean sea level. That's the baseline. Mean sea level. You know what mean sea level is?
Mean... yes. Sorry, not me. Sea level.
Sea level.
It's ocean. Yeah, ocean. Yeah.
Yes.
Or sea. What I see.
No. Sea as in the ocean. Oh, you're right.
Ocean level. Yeah. Ocean level. Yeah.
Yeah. So the ocean level is taken from the average of the rise and fall of tides. Now, here's an interesting factoid. Right. I'm going to give you the rise and fall of tides over 19 years. So they can get an average for the rise and fall of tides. I don't know if you knew this or not, but the average rise and fall of tides within a 19-year period. So after that, we have what's considered mean sea level. That's the average of the rise and fall of tides within a 19-year period. Are you still with me?
So maybe no. Sorry, sorry. You made this test. You describing what you did.
Yes. Long distance observations. Wow. I'm going to get into, but the thing I want you to understand here, it's not very complicated though. Vit, to be honest with you, it's just very simple. I'm describing the way that you can actually do this, so anyone that hears me can do it if they wanted to. So mean sea level, yes, you understand. It's the average. It's ocean sea level. That's probably how you heard about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be the tangent plane. That's the baseline that we're going to use. Now, moving across the surface, it's either going to deviate or it's going to keep true parallel to the surface of the Earth. That means that off in the distance, you're going to have a deviation from the tangent plane, or you're going to have a corresponding parallel plane that goes along with that to be just as it was if the Earth is a horizontal plane. So what you're going to do is you're going to take mean sea level, and you're going to start from there with where mean sea level is. It's the vertical point, and you're going to move off into the horizon. Now, the horizon is either going to be the geometric distance at which you cannot see any farther due to the curvature of the Earth, right? So the horizon would be like the curve of the Earth, or it's just going to be the limitation of your eyes or your optic. Either one. It's going to be the limitation because you can't see any farther, or it's going to be the curve of the Earth that's not letting you see what's beyond the curve.
And I believe you mentioned before one more parameter is distortion, deviation due to air was heated.
Yeah.
It's one more parameter we should.
Yeah, but we're not there yet, though. You jumped a step ahead. Yeah. We're not there yet. The reason why is because when you utilize this, then you're going to have to account for it. You understand?
Yeah.
So now we're just talking about the idea of geometry, deviating away from the tangent plane. Okay, you understand that much. So you have the board on top of the basketball. That means that as soon as you go away horizontally on that board, that basketball will start to deviate away from that board. You get the example that I'm using? Okay. That's called drop over distance.
Yeah.
Okay, drop over distance is what we're looking for. We're searching for drop over distance. So therefore, the Earth at where we see the horizon would be the limitation of the where the drop over distance begins. That's where it begins. Because beyond the horizon is where the Earth is curving away from us. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Are you with me so far?
Yeah. I believe maybe I read about this kind of experiment. Yeah. Could you proceed?
Okay, so we're gonna establish if the Earth is curving away at 8 inches per mile squared due to the parabola calculations that are used for the Earth being of a certain size. Now, this is important, right? You're going to look at the size of the Earth. It's already stated, I don't know if you know this, right? There's a radius value, diameter, and a circumference. And if you wanted to find these values, all you need to do is look them up on the internet. It'll tell you right away.
Yeah. I am investigated it. I have found some sites, a calculator even.
That's great. That's great.
It's about 5 kilometers for 2 meters or 5 miles. Maybe I was
a little
wrong.
bit less, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, using kilometers. Yeah. So, no, you're close. I think you're right. What's the calculator name that you're using? Do you know?
I just Google it. First or second link from Google.
Yeah, you can also try Walter Bisland's Earth Curve Calculator. That's another one that people utilize. They say that one's the best. Anyway, what you're going to do is you're going to input some values to this Earth Curve Calculator, and according to that, it's going to put out a value at the end of it. When you put all the information, right, like the standard refraction, you're going to use, eye height and all of these things, right? You're going to put the numbers to the size of the Earth, all of this, right? Radius value. And once you have all this information put into there, it's going to put out a value and it's going to tell you how much Earth curve should be blocking the visible distance, how far you should see. And let's say you see 15 miles. But the most important thing, Vid, I think, when we're talking about this long distance observation, what you're going to use is something to put a known distance in between you and something in the water. That could mean either an oil rig that's in the water, or a buoy, or a peninsula, or even the coastline. Let's say you're looking down a coastline, right? Whatever it is.
Yeah.
So long as you can see for miles, and at the very end of your vision, you could see the horizon. That's the only thing you're concerned with right now, is seeing the horizon at the end of your long-distance sight test. Okay?
Yes.
So the drop over distance, according to your long-distance observations, you're going to be able to say the Earth would be curving at X amount of miles per square, right, in the distance, depending on how far you can see. Now, I don't know what that's going to look like in your test. So you know what I mean? I can't give you a value because you might be able to see 15 miles. You might be able to see 20 miles. I don't know. So I can't tell you what that distance will be, but it'll be in the ballpark, right? It'll be in the ballpark of anywhere from like 10 to like about 30 miles. And sometimes even greater, but it just depends.
It's definitely longer distance that should be according to calculation, yeah?
Well, it's like, yeah, what we're getting to is that the tangent plane, because there has to be something we're measuring from, which I mentioned before, ocean level, right? So it has to deviate away from that in order for the Earth curve calculator to state that at the visible distance you should see or not see something in the target distance. So let's say, you see a building on the coastline, and that building is supposed to be 20 miles away from you. Well, according to the calculator, it might be hitting from a lot of curvature with the value that you're going to receive, right, from putting it in the calculator. So you don't know that yet because you need to do the test. But once you do, you can calculate the distance between you, the measured distance between you and, let's say, something in the water. It's between you and the horizon. So I don't know if this is getting confusing for you, but so you're the observer standing and looking down a coastline, and then you see something in the water that you have a known distance to, something that you know how far away it is, right? And then beyond that is the horizon, which is what you want to know, how far is the horizon against the thing that you're measuring the known distance to. You follow what I'm saying?
What is main? I'm maybe lost sometimes. A lot of details, but what's the main statement? So you can see on longer distance that you have to see according to calculation, yeah?
Yeah, apparently the Earth curve should be obstructing your view in the distance if the Earth is said to be a globe at the size that they say it is. You get what I mean? So if you see something in the target distance, and it shouldn't be there because it should be behind the Earth in the curve.
I read this laser experiment that people can see 30 miles, I believe. We've this video. I believe it's similar experiment.
We've made many tests. However, this is one that I think is easy enough to do without any expensive equipment. So you can do something like this without having to go to the length of using I'm not saying you can't use a laser, but the laser itself would have to be extremely powerful culminated beam. So the beam itself would have to be intense to work itself over that distance. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah. Because if
you get like a pen laser or something and you try to do it, it's not effective because of the distance that beam will spread out due to the inverse square law of light. So you know what I mean? There'll be a bit of beam spreading out.
I watched this experiment video, and they, of course, I don't believe. I tried to search explanation from scientists, from other. I like to hear both sides and listen proofs. They say that I believe diffraction could explain this diffraction.
Yeah, you're saying it right. What I would say is it's a great way to actually look at what you know, put it against what someone else is saying against what you know. You're going along the right path, which is what a critical thinker should do. Somebody who's critically thinking about this should actually think about it in a way that challenges their own worldview. And you're doing the right thing, yeah? So I can applaud you for that much, right? Because you're doing the right thing and testing this out and trying to work it out in your mind. So,
but I cannot say it's just different. It's just a word. It's don't explain me like you before. It's with critical thinking. Always we should ask why. It's to go deeper in details to understand completely. Not just because diffraction. What diffraction?
Yeah, of course.
I understand this effect, but how big influence this effect in this test? It's not clear for me.
Man, now you're getting into the good stuff. So we're gonna use the way light travels across the surface, and depending on what time of day, depending on the ambient air temperature outside, will cause variables, distortions in the viewing distance.
Yeah.
So there's things to take into account, right, when you're making your long distance observation test. You still follow me? Bit?
Yeah. I'm maybe pretty clear with this test. It's I got the idea of this test. Thank you.
I'm just being a bit thorough because I don't want to leave something out. So we have to consider angular resolution, right? The limit to our eyes, how far you can, and I don't know, your vision might be good or not that good, but you have to include that. There has to be the idea that you understand these basic principles, right? Once you do, you're able to apply how vision works across the surface of the Earth, and then you can input all the factors that you would include in the long distance observation test. It's easy to think about, but when you start implementing what you would do as far as your test to be thorough, you got to make sure that you don't leave things out and you document things. If you're going to do this test right, you document things and you record what you can. And then the information that you're going to give us, the data, will be supporting either the Earth being a globe or not a globe. That's what you're going to be doing, Vit. So everybody can do this test. Like you and everybody listening to me right here. You can do this test if you wanted to. See across the surface of the Earth how far you can see. And sometimes it's easier for me because I understand like the mechanics of water with the physics, right? Display that the Earth is a horizontal plane just based on pure physics of water. But for somebody that wants to test this information to be true, well, water will demonstrate itself as in physics over this long distance observation test, meaning that it will keep to a horizontal plane.
But by the way,
go ahead.
Maybe I try and think critical. What I like it's in your approach. It's thinking critical to whatever. Don't believe. Believe it's taboo word.
Yeah, that's correct.
And maybe one more explanation that came in my mind. Maybe Earth is globe, but much more bigger.
That could be. Listen, I'm not saying you can't think of it like that.
And more flatter, so why you can see more further.
Yeah, but think about it like this.
I cannot say it. It's just.
I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Yeah. It could be just a bigger ball. I know what you mean. But the problem we're having here is that when you go through this test and find out it's not the size that they're saying it is, we have a problem. Do you know why? Because the radius value, Vic, for the Earth being a globe is tied into a lot of other things. It could be tied into the cosmic distance ladder. It's also tied into, the orbital mechanics of how rockets work when they reach orbit. There's a lot of things. The R value is also factored into terrestrial refraction. If the R value is not what it is, if it's not 3959 miles to the center of the Earth from where you're standing on the Earth, then that throws everything into question about the Earth being a globe. It doesn't matter if it's a bigger ball. You've just put everything else into question. All things that depended on the R value are not dependent on the R value anymore, because you just said it could be a bigger ball. That's a problem. The R value is essential for a lot of these key component things on the Earth being a globe. It's vital to all of it. You take the R value away, you take away the idea that orbital mechanics work the way they do, you take away terrestrial refraction and the way they're calculating standard refraction for it being what it is. You're taking away a lot of what people depend the R value to be for.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, because it should be recalculated everything.
Correct.
And
Orbital
I
mechanics
think
goes out the window. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, how GPS is working.
Yeah, here we go. That's you've added an extra layer of complexity.
I just believe.
Yes, exactly. The problem is that you're using, like, let's say GPS with the spherical coordinate system. Now, the spherical coordinate system of longitude and latitude are also going to be thrown into question once you say the Earth is a bigger ball. So, in fact, the Earth cannot be bigger than what you should measure it as. It needs to be 3959 radius, 24,901 miles circumference, and if it's not these components or attributes, then you've thrown everything into question. Everything. Even if you say it's a bigger ball, then all bets are off for the R value. Everything.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Thank you very much for discussion.
Oh, you're welcome.
I got some ideas to think. Thank you.
Yeah. It sounds like you're ready to think some more. Yeah, but thank you for your opportunity, man.
I like critical thinking, but also critical thinking to both steroids and flat Earth and bubble balls. It's don't believe. Yeah, thank you.
That's right. That's right. Stay on your journey, Vit.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, you too, man.
Have a nice day.
Okay, we got some people in here. I'm gonna maybe turn it over to someone else if you want to take over. It was a good conversation. One of the ones that I like having is somebody who's inquisitive. Language barrier to me, it's like we can work through it if the person is willing to, power through and be a critical thinker, for sure. Good conversation.
Yeah, that was great. I think I only came in for the last part, but it seemed like a really good back and forth.
I missed the part. What was you were saying about the angular resolution? How far do you want to see?
Yeah, well, we're discussing based on like a long distance observation test. This method is one that was used for the idea that people can see things off in the distance that aren't supposed to be there based on the predicted distance of the Earth's curvature, where it should be, where it's not. So we're doing the test because we went into like, okay, so what would be the standard for how somebody can test the Earth being a globe? Because I told them you can all day long put a camera on a balloon, send it up. I was like, but pictures are not the standard. Just visual confirmation of seeing something is not the standard. The standard is measurement. We have to come back down to the ground and see if we can measure the surface comporting to a globe in the size that they say it is. That is the important part. It's the next step. You just saying, well, I see a globe. I went to a mountaintop. I went on an airplane ride. I went on a rocket ship. Whatever you're saying you saw, NASA's showing me things. Doesn't matter. We got to come back down to the ground and confirm with the measurement over the surface that the Earth is curving at 80 inches per mile squared due to the radius, diameter, and circumference. So that's what I was telling Vit. Vit was at least gracious enough to have a conversation with me about, how we can think about doing a test. And I was like, well, I think he said he saw some laser tests, which is good. I mean, he saw some of the laser tests that are being done online. And one of the main things I told him anyone can do is a long distance observation test where you can go, and observe over water, either a coastline, you're looking for the horizon off in the target distance, but you want to have something that's visually confirmed to be at a specific distance away from you. So just engaging with the whole methodology of like the idea that the black swan is showing that the Earth isn't what it's demonstrated to be, right? So I'm talking about the method. The method simply is just what you do. You're observing over a long distance and using your eyes, talking about the resolution limit, going back to your point, Elbow, of the resolution limit of the eye, how far we can see across the distance. And so that was important to everybody's eyes maybe are not 20/20, so we're gonna use that and take that into account, and then talk about the distance of an eye height. Everything is needed to be included, like the factored into like just the whole process, the method. I was talking to him about it, so I don't want to ramble too much more. But yeah, that's what the resolution limit was brought up for.
I always like the why can't I see the Eiffel Tower, yada yada yada.
Yeah, I mean, I think the guy before him had a problem with that. Things get smaller in the distance, and obviously you're not going to be able to. The eye won't be able to resolve something that far away. With it being like shrinking in apparent size as it moves away from you. So.
Yeah, I've always liked that question because in order for you to see something that far, let's say 2,000 miles, the thing has to be about 3,000 feet wide, feet high.
Yeah. Well, it's good to see everybody in here, man. That's awesome. Glad you guys are joining us. And I think I heard Mary Mom in here. I don't know if she's still here.
For the conditions. Yep. Sorry, am I wrong about it?
No.
Oh, that's just having a clear sky, no atmo, interference between weather and all kinds of stuff. That's if nothing in the air. It's not atmo there.
Yeah, because I was laying the foundation for what the tangent plane over the surface and 8 inches per mile squared based on ideal geometry. But then there's the distortion values you're going to have to factor in, which would be the ambient temperature outside. You know what I mean? And then, of course, the temperature of the surface. So that's going to cause distortions right above the surface. Such as inferior miraging and heat haze, which causes shimmering. So a lot of good stuff to talk about when in regards to how we see it horizontally across the surface. And I guess the other thing too, it's like I'm not mentioning one specific example. It's just the method I'm talking about. I think that's key. I don't need to talk about one specific example because I want to tell the person how to do this if they go wherever they go, and the multiple things that they can use around them to actually utilize to make this test something that's viable. That's not just.
Yeah, I really liked what you said toward the end there. This has already been decided. It's already been figured out. It's just a matter of whether people get on board with it and can grasp it. And I thought you explained it really well using words, not necessarily using visuals in the chat, which is challenging to do. I like the board and the basketball thing. I haven't heard you do that before. Maybe you have. I like the horizontal of the board. That was a good idea.
I didn't know what other example to use because I know he's not a native English speaker. So I was like, hopefully he gets what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking, maybe if I could imagine. I was imagining like a clear board. It'd be easier if it was a clear board, wouldn't it? Because then you could imagine if you were comparing it. Yeah, I thought that was good. But yeah, I remember AV when I joined the original 24/7 Discord. That was in like 2019, and some of the laser tests had just came out, and Panto, he had me captured there in the VC check-in for like 3 hours, showing me like every single detail about it. But that was his, and I already knew the Earth was flat, but I didn't know about the laser test, right? Because I was reading like older books about it. So I was like very enthused about it. But he presented it to me then, even that way, like, yep, we've done these laser tests. It's confirmed, documented. It's over. Earth is flat. And I think even back then, over 6 years ago, I was like, yeah. Done. We just have to tell the world. You know what I mean? And now I'm like, okay, so here we are. 6 years later, we're still telling the world. But I mean, what can you do? But just keep telling it.
Keep on trucking, huh? Yeah, no, I mean, we, I don't know, I like doing it. I mean, it's fun to get people to think about the world around them and challenge what their preconceived notions are by testing things that, well, they're just beliefs. There's nothing really there with the idea that Earth's a globe, so, I mean, they have a problem. I think once they find out that it's not a globe and it's a horizontal plane, then maybe they can, listen to reason. But right now, as it is, a lot of people do just believe that the Earth is a globe. There's no evidence. So
yeah, and then the other side of that coin is what I've seen in recent times. But yeah, I mean, you do a great job at it, and like so many people here that I've seen, have like over the years, the arguments just keep getting better and better, and you come up with new ones all the time, which is what we have to do to keep ourselves fresh. But the other side of that coin is that the flat earthers, there's people who are just believing the flat Earth and don't understand it. That's like, I feel like that's a real problem because, like you said, we just keep presenting the information, hoping people will start thinking for themselves because we don't want people to just like start believing in flat Earth because somebody told them, you know what I mean? Or if that becomes at some point, if they come up with a new dominant paradigm or something that everybody just believes, then they'll just present another weird model that everyone will jump onto, right?
Yeah.
And that may
I mentioned that to,
and then we'll be just sitting here for years fighting that. It's like, gosh, will this never end?
I mentioned that to I think it was a guy I just talked to. I mentioned that to him. I was like, there are some flat Earth believers. There is that. I mean, I would say people that just believe based on like what we're saying, they're just jumping on the, like, well, I like this. You guys are saying something that sounds cool. I'm gonna hang out with you guys and call myself a flat earther. And I'm like, those guys don't really know if the Earth is flat. They've never tested, right? They've never actually confirmed whether or not what we're saying is the case. And that's all we're asking for is that people actually get engaged with critical thinking and they get inspired by listening to us and be like, you know what? I'm going to do something about it. I'm not just going to think about it being a globe. I'm going to check to see if it's an actual globe. And once they do, they're going to be like, oh man, it's not. But until then, it's like they're going to fight us tooth and nail. But I think that's what we want them to do, is to inspire them to be critical thinking. But whether or not they are or they do, it's going to be beyond us. Oh, we got a lot of people in the chat. Welcome, guys. We got Lou in the chat. Jaka is in the chat. Welcome, new guys. Tarsus, welcome. We just finished speaking to Vid, so Vingnesh has just joined us right now. Welcome. Announcing all the new people that are joining us. You guys are welcome to jump into the conversation. We're asking you guys if you know the Earth is a globe. Is there any way that you can show us how it actually is one with any tests? Is there some way to validate the Earth being a globe? I'm challenging you right now because, as it is, the Earth is not a globe, and it's a horizontal plane where water displays itself horizontal and flat on the surface of the Earth. So if you think it's a globe, then do your best to try to prove it.
Yeah, we need Ladyboy in here from the chat. I'm not even going to click on that. I'm not even going to click on that GIF there, but I'm assuming it says Flat Earth Crazy Boats GIF. I'm assuming it's probably like boats going off the edge, don't you think? I guess I could click on it. I could assault my eyeballs if I really wanted to. Oh yeah, that's totally what it is. Yeah.
Off the turtle's back.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, it has a turtle. Secret Asian man. Yeah, he was asking, does it have a turtle? Yep, you can envision it. Then you don't have to click it. Don't hurt your eyes.
Yeah, that's a very common one. Is there anybody else in here? It's just me and Mary Mom, and looks like Jedi's here. DJ's here. Welcome, dudes.
I'm here, just back from afternoon prayer.
Yeah, I know.
I hope you guys are good. Hope we could have some fun today. It's good to see you guys.
Always, dude, always. Ladyboy just jumped in here.
Okay.
Oh, good. I invited him in and he actually arrived. How exciting. Hello, Ladyboy. Hello. Yeah, so that GIF you put up there at 52 minutes after the hour was that's supposed to be a joke? Like, are you just making a funny? Did you think it was funny, the GIF?
Yeah.
I thought, okay, yes, that's what I wanted to know. Yeah, so yeah, that's a common thing when people haven't been introduced to flat Earth before, the actual measurements and logical train of thought that goes along with demonstrating that we don't live on the globe.
Mm-hmm.
They'll make fun of flat Earth with gifts like that, as if we, like that one in particular, I'll even open it again for you. Yeah, a square that looks like a piece of corkboard in the middle of space, sitting on a turtle's back with a bunch of ships going off the edge. So, yeah, that is not what we think at all. Starting with, we don't think we're in outer space because we can conclusively demonstrate that the claims about the fantasy medium of outer space being a near vacuum right next to our atmosphere are completely impossible to exist in the way claimed. So that's cross out that part. We'll cross out the outer space part. We'll cross off the edge part. We've seen no evidence that there's an edge. No one's ever been to an edge. There's no reason to think there's an edge. We aren't allowed to freely travel to the realms past the 60th parallel, so we can't confirm or deny an edge. But if I was forced to confirm or deny, I would deny it because I've never seen any evidence of it, and there's no reason to think that there's an edge. Moving on, obviously the turtle is ridiculous, and even though I guess that comes from ancient cultures, I guess that's actually of all the stuff in here, I'm gonna the turtle. It's a turtle. It's the only natural thing in the whole image here, and I think that does come from ancient cultures, all of which accepted the Earth as flat and stationary, just as it appears, because the cult of the globe wasn't introduced, until the ancient Greeks, and after that, for many hundreds of years, it was just a little esoteric, weird idea people had that had no connection to reality whatsoever, and it was just a philosophy. And followed by the boats. I don't know. Yep, the boats aren't going to go off the edge since there's no edge. So there is your gift debunked. Did you have any questions about the flat Earth or what it actually is?
I just wonder, why they lie to us that Earth is globe. If they know that it's flat, why they just they didn't tell us that they're flat?
Great question. Yeah. So, I answered a similar question earlier when Belisarius was asking in the text. I wish that guy would come back. He has if you guys haven't heard him before, he has this amazing dramatic voice. I totally want to hire him for the backyard production of Pied Piper of Hamelin that I'm putting together. But anyway, when that guy asked about why NASA would be falsifying this, because that's really the lead organization. They're the head liars, even though not all of them are lying. I guess I should disclaim it with that. NASA's a large organization, very compartmentalized, so not every worker there is going to be lying. But the people who are actually lying, some possibilities include propaganda production. Somebody has to be putting out that bad science fiction, low-class Sesame Street animation. Profit, making $75 million a day off the backs of the hardworking American taxpayers, going to nothing except for the little animation that my middle schooler could do better with. Their stupid little Mars rovers and stupid little moon landers. Dumb tinfoil pieces of crap. Information control, best way to obtain and consolidate and maintain power over people's thoughts is to control all sources of information, including all the propaganda, space propaganda, and so on. Or many people have speculated, totally speculating, but I think it's a real good speculation, a front for other activities, since we know that NASA has close ties to the military-industrial complex, including, weapons production and so on. Those are 4 reasons. Do you need more?
I also just wonder why they are why they're not profiting about Earth's globe. What's going to happen when they say Earth is a globe? Why they're not saying Earth is flat?
Yeah, so that's a good question. Yep. So it seems to be the case that after they realized they made a huge mistake, and that this philosophical idea of the sphere, which they just came up with at the cult of Pythagoras, after they realized their cultic religious belief had no basis in reality, when they did start to be able to get much higher off the ground, starting in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and so on, they decided, instead of admitting we made a mistake, they decided, for whatever reason, I'm not them, they said, let's fake the moon landing so we can pretend to take a picture of this thing so we can keep people on this lie. I mean, you tell me, why do you think they're lying? I mean, we know there's no globe, so that, you could sit here and wonder about why they're lying. I mean, I just gave you four reasons: profit, information control, weapons production, and whatever I said the other one was, propaganda production to control the minds of the people.
I believe what people say because I grew up I'm from Thailand, and my education system says it's how can I say, it's globe and not flat, and I don't believe it's flat because why it's gonna be flat, why I was if it's flat, everybody should say that it's flat.
Well, we are here. Yeah, we're here. It's an open secret. It's very easy to determine that the globe is nothing more than a story. It's a fairy tale, right? And so NASA itself, I guess when you say you believe, you prefer to, I think I'm paraphrasing, but you said something like that you want to believe that people are telling the truth. So that's kind of like if you meet a new person, you can come in with good expectations and assume good intentions. I'm all about that. But when you're talking about an organization like NASA, they've already demonstrated that they're deceitful. At best, they speak out of both sides of their mouth. At best, they're, limited hangout. So, they do sometimes tell the truth. I see you're over there in chat. So, for example, right on the NASA.gov website, I'll show you an example of a time when NASA tells the truth. It's usually when they're forced to. So people were noticing inconsistencies in this big blue marble picture. That's why they told the truth. It's not like they came out and were like, hey, let's tell the truth about this one little thing. No, it was because they were being forced to, because people were noticing that this image of the Earth had many inconsistencies and signature features of Photoshop. So this employee of NASA, Robert Simon, you can see his picture there. You see him right next to his creation. You see Robert Simon, the creator of the globe there? You see that picture at 2 minutes after the hour?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he made this image of the globe that was on the original iPhone home screen, and that was being propagated everywhere as if it were a real image. But once it was challenged, because now we have the technology and the ability to challenge these things more vigorously than they were in the past, which is the good news here. Everyone is now allowed to make their own choice if they're going to continue to follow the cult they were indoctrinated in since birth, the religion they never freely chose or consented to, or if they're going to use their clear light of reason and will to actually look at the world the way it is and analyze it. So yeah, he says right there, let's see, the hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data. And he talks about who worked on this. Then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and ocean to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. This ball became the famous blue marble. And then you can see the source there, nasa.gov. The link to this is up there, and it's still up there today. Shocking. So yeah, Ladyboy, NASA is just creating these images for you. So what do you think about that?
I don't know. I think I trust NASA than here.
What makes you trust them? What have they done that leads you to believe
why did they lie to us? I think as humanity, we're scientifically improving. So why would they just lie about Earth shape? Like that would be so silly. Like that would be like, oh, like that would be like really silly and like really stupid that they lie about Earth's shape. They were like, oh, Earth is not flat, or like Earth is globe. Like, why would they tell that? Like that would be like there's other planets that we can just measure. We can take picture. Like they're not flat, so why Earth will be flat?
Sorry, we're not a flat disk in the heliocentric cosmology. Cosmology is completely different. So you're trying to shoehorn in your ideas into the flat Earth ideas, speaking about other planets being spherical. A question for you: how was everything created?
Big Bang.
Okay, so nature sprung into existence all by itself and then later on created information and consciousness, right?
I think consciousness came with the humanity.
Yeah, so that comes information, that's consciousness, that's me and you thinking, but that comes after all of the matter sprung into existence for no apparent reason, right?
Yeah.
You said Big Bang. Literally relating the Big Bang story to you in order of what it means. Nature, that's physical rocks and stuff, explode into existence from nothing, and then later on, information is formed and biological life forms. Right?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So that's kind of an unscientific claim, right? Things magically springing into existence for no apparent reason. There's another choice, though, as to how things are created, especially if the Earth's not a sphere. Sorry, carry on.
I said, why there's need to be a reason?
A reason for what?
Reason for being, like, created.
Well, you've got two choices, right? You've pointed out one. Nature springs into existence all by itself, like a magic trick, or intelligence creates. Some people call that intelligence God. So when we discover the Earth isn't a planet that exploded into existence in a universe, when we turn around and ask the questions, well, how was the reality created? We come to another conclusion. Intelligence creates. You can scientifically demonstrate that.
Okay, but if there's a God, like, yeah, if there's a God, I think the intelligence created and like everything started with intelligence, but maybe it just started with randomness. Like it just like happened while we were just like looking for a meaning. Maybe like everything is just meaningless. We put meanings in the universe and we put meanings in Earth, that Earth is flat, Earth is globe, or is this like, why we care about that? Like,
other people are putting meaning into your life by answering and asking the big questions, right? You've just pointed out. Who are you? What's your purpose? How did you get here? Where are you going? Blah, blah, blah. They've answered those for you or given you another paradigm to choose from where, I don't know, we were just lucky to spring into existence, I guess. Some kind of interstellar one-night stand and we are the result. Maybe. I don't know. It's an accident, right, while we're here. There's no purpose to it, according to the heliocentric model. So just by doing that, they get to control your perceptions of reality. It's a very simple trick.
okay, so what do you mean? Like my reality? Like what you mean that my reality, like different from your reality?
Reality is what reality is. Your perception of what reality is differs from mine. So if you are set a paradigm that isn't even real, how do you even know where you are or what you're doing or what you're supposed to be doing? You turn around to the authority and ask them what you should be doing. So you literally give your sovereignty to other people.
No, I don't do that.
Yes, you do. You do. You believe NASA, right?
Yeah, because why do I?
And how did you validate their claims?
Scientific observations?
Sorry, you did science, did you?
No, I'm just a lady boy in Teddy.
Okay, so they did science and you saw them do the science, did you? Or do you just believe them because they said they did science?
Yes.
Right, okay, so that's what I mean by handing over your sovereignty. right? You just trust them for whatever reason, and I'm not taking it away from you, but you do just trust them without any real validation of their claims. You just believe it. That's what I mean.
Yes, I believe it because why would they lie to me?
Yeah, exactly. You can justify this. It's fine. But that's what I'm going to point out. You just believe them, and then you would justify them. Oh, why would they lie? For example, like you were just about to say.
Okay.
You've heard of Stockholm Syndrome, right?
What is that?
Stockholm Syndrome is where you have a captee and a captive, right? So like a hostage situation. Eventually, the person who's been taken hostage starts defending the hostage, the person who took them hostage. Right? It's the same type of thing. You believe this, whatever story, right? The Earth being born, whatever NASA says. You don't know why, really. It's just a confidence claim, but you will defend them. Right, you will turn around in conversations and say, oh, I trust them. Why would they lie? But ultimately, when we try to do some critical thinking, you have to admit that you haven't verified anything that they've said. You just trust them.
Yeah.
Scary, right? Do you not find that scary? That you're handing over your sovereignty to agencies that really you have not verified anything that they've said?
No.
You think that's perfectly normal and fine?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Well, good luck.
Why is it wrong for you? Why do you think that's really wrong?
I mean, it's a choice you've made. Like I said, I don't know if you were here. When I said that, people are I think you were. People are. The information's here. You can choose to just kind of stay in the spell of the mainstream propaganda if you think that's comfortable and easier and you don't want to step outside of your comfort zone. Or you could be a person who would prefer to know the truth and find out what this realm where we live really is and discover more about it, not just give your sovereignty, like Jedi said, over to another person. Then you're just being used. I mean, I don't know why you would choose that, but you can choose it because you do have free will, so you can choose that.
Using me? Why would they use me? I'm just I'm living in my house doing my job, and why would they choose use me? What would they use me for?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I get it. Yeah. Because you believe in all this and the Big Bang and stuff, you think you're insignificant instead of being a very amazing creation with free will, outrageous brain capacity compared to any of the other organisms on the earth, ability to self-reflect, ability to collectively, working with other people to write symphonies, play symphonies, build bridges, make water systems and sewer systems to make an entire town safe. You are human. I don't know what your particular talent is, but if you remaining subdued keeps them in power, you're one of them, right? But they do that to a lot of people. They're limiting humanity by limiting their ability for rational thought and then to direct their own lives because they're giving their lives over to the state. So, I mean, what is your particular talent? If someone said, Lady Boy, I would like you to give a presentation to this group to explain this thing. What is the thing you're most talented at that you feel like you could share with others and help others with and do good things in the world with?
I'm just a good person with my friends and my family. And I'm a dancer.
Mm-hmm.
This is my talent. And I'm an NPC.
Yeah, you don't have to be an NPC, right? You said you are one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that third one, you could cut that one out of your bio and so the dancer, let's just hit the dancer part first because that's more concrete. You could become the most amazing dancer, that you can be, and then you could use that to express ideas to people in performance and so on. or just to bring joy to your friends and family. But the first one, being a good person. So yeah, that I'm going to push back on that a little more, because being a good person is not the thing you came in with, which was, I just want to believe people. Okay. So, because what we need is good people who are willing to take action to defend truth, innocence, and so on. So that involves sometimes becoming the villain to the villains, right? So you can't just, people who go around and just are like, I'm just a good person, I never say anything bad about anybody. It's like, yeah, then you are going to be an NPC, all right? You'll be a good NPC, yep, and everybody might even be like, oh, Ladyboy's so kind and nice, they're so great. They made me some cookies the other day and did a dance for me. But you aren't going to make a difference in the world, right? Because you have to, if you care about people enough, you also have to be willing to fight for them, whether that be spiritually, mentally, emotionally, sometimes physically, depending on your role in the world. But, you could choose to apply yourself and try to figure out what your life purpose is on earth. But why do they lie to you? To keep you from doing that. Because that's a challenge to their power. Anybody thinking for themselves is a challenge to their power. You plug in your brain into the boob tube and believing you're on a globe, that's great for them. They love it. Yeah, they love it.
So why would they love it? Like, I'm asking you, why would they love it? Like, why would they like, oh, she's blaming Globe, like, oh, she's so sweet. Like, why would they do that?
Yeah, I mean,
like, why you guys think you are the awakened one all the time?
Oh no! I make no claims. No, because anytime you say that you're the awakened one, then you find out tomorrow, oh gosh, I was completely asleep in this particular little area. So no, it's just a process of, if you are a mind-numb robot machine, then yeah, they can do what, I mean, I don't know what, it's not like you're individually giving. I don't want to get too far into it because I don't know what your particular philosophy is, and I don't want to try to influence you on my philosophy. But let's just say, if we go back to the globe, what we're talking about, the globe. So as a whole, the globe is a collective idea that people have.
But I have to tell you something.
Oh yeah, please do.
But like all of the controversial people, like believing these kind of controversial